On the floating fortresses, thousands of cannons were unleashing the most aggressive waves of spiritual energy, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were opening their bloody mouths at the same time. Even though they were thousands of meters away, Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun could both hear the hisses in the air. There was no telling whether it was dust being shattered by electric arcs or if it was the howling of hungry animals. The shuttles and exos were also gathered into two swarms of locusts that came at Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun from left and right. Before the shuttles and the exos arrived, the second wave of flying swords had smashed at the enemy in an impenetrable web. Tang Ka cursed, and his hand's speed increased yet again as he operated the shuttle. The shuttle did not seem to be accelerated, but it quickly dodged within limited range, leaving overlapping shadows behind it while keeping the previous speed. 100 flying swords passed through the shadows and exploded up ahead. The blast of the explosion, as well as the direction, angle, and power of the blast, had already been calculated by Tang Ka, who used it as a propeller to further boost the shuttle on their way of escape. Ah! Tang Ka's eyes were on fire, and his fingers left blood on the control panel. Tang Ka! Chu Zhiyun did not know what to say as she looked. Boom! Right when they broke the second wave of flying swords, the main cannon of the floating fortress was fully charged and roared. A stream of energy as hot as magma darted through the sky unhurriedly and did not explode until it reached Tang Ka's head. The rain of fire covered 3 square kilometers nearby. Boom! 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 The area immediately turned into an ocean of fire, and the blast savaged the sky like an invisible army. This time, it didn't help no matter what a brilliant pilot Tang Ka was. It was an impossible mission to fight a whole army and such an enormous floating fortress with only one shuttle. The blast that the enemy released could easily blow up all the skyscrapers within 3 kilometers. How could this shuttle avoid this torrent of destruction? The enemy was only showing them mercy by not firing at them directly. If the cannon had locked onto them, Tang Ka would have been killed even if he were 10 times more skilled at flying a shuttle. Beep! 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 The shell of the shuttle was completely deformed, and most of its armor had been knocked away by the blast, revealing the broken framework down below. The balance rune arrays and the anti-gravity rune arrays were wasted too. The shuttle was beyond control and spiraled all the way to the ground. Tang Ka gritted his teeth and did his best, but he could only make sure that the shuttle hit the ground with its bottom so that the passengers on it wouldn't be hurt. The shuttle itself, however, was reduced to garbage and couldn't fly again. Thud! 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 When Tang Ka pulled Chu Zhiyun, who was holding Xianxia in her arms, out of the remains of the shuttle, they heard boots from the fire and smoke. Then they saw moving coffins in front of them. The shining emblems on their chests suggested that they were the purgers that Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun used to dream to be. Why? Chu Zhiyun felt like crying, but a fury was arising in her heart like poisoned wine, replacing her fear and devastation. She stared at the expressionless purgers with bloodshot eyes. Why? Tang Ka was even more dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. After a long stun, he roared in his head, "Grandpa Yao, what's going on? Didn't you say that everything was under your control, and your plan had never gone wrong before? Didn't you say that nothing could possibly go wrong? Why have we been caught? They even moved the floating fortress to capture us. How did they know that we were here? Grandpa Yao? Grandpa Yao!" Tang Ka shouted for a long time but received no response. Grandpa Yao, who had been attached to him and who had been enhancing his sight, his reaction, and his computation ability until just now, had completely disappeared and couldn't be sensed at all. An idea suddenly popped up in Tang Ka's head. Damn it! Has this Grandpa Yao escaped seeing that he can't resolve the trouble he caused? Grandpa Yao? Grandpa Yao! Tang Ka was covered in a cold sweat. You can't go away just like this. What can we do without you, Grandpa Yao? Why are you so anxious? I'm right here. When the young man was about to burst into tears, Liao finally responded casually in his head. Grandpa Yao, where were you? I was so scared just now. Tang Ka almost shed tears. I'm sorry, but I just had an arduous battle with my mental devil. My mental devil was so shameless that it urged me to disconnect and escape. Liao explained. What? Tang Ka was confused. Are you not a mental devil? Then what's your mental devil? A mental devil's mental devil? Well, it's very complicated. Later, well, maybe soon enough, you will see what my mental devil is exactly. Liao said. All in all, I solemnly scolded it and made it realize its mistakes in shame. Then, I analyzed why things were looking good and everything was under control. This game is not over yet, and we can still play it. Everything is under control? Dumbfounded, Tang Ka watched the exos approaching them from the ground and the shuttles blocking them in the sky. The enormous floating fortress, in particular, pressed his heart like a stone. He could not understand why Liao was shameless enough to say that everything is under control. Things are getting more and more interesting. To deal with two Mr. Nobodies, the Holy Light Academy and the Purge Troop deployed so many soldiers and even the floating fortress. Why? Liao said casually. Have my identity been exposed? Unlikely. If my identity were exposed, those ultimate benevolence masters would have sent 100 times more soldiers to hunt us down. Not that they could really change anything, as long as they're smarter than preschoolers. Grandpa Yao. Tang Ka almost really cried. We're in the middle of an emergency. Would you please stop bragging about yourself? Those who are not familiar with me often think I'm bragging. But those who are familiar with me know what a modest person I am. Liao said, I'm only speaking the truth and analyzing the current incident. For all we know, the enemy does not know my existence, so their target is either you or your monitor. If your identities are fine, something must be greatly wrong with your parents or your gene providers. You're both the children of Holy Light. I believe that the secrets behind this seemingly sacred and glorious name will be revealed soon, and I'll be able to find someone of a higher level. Chances are that I can even swing to the ultimate benevolence masters in one step. This must be what they call a silver lining, isn't it? As for you, just rest assured. The current situation is just a minor accident. Since I promised that I would protect you, you will definitely reach the shelter safely. You're under my protection. Nobody can hurt you in front of me. Even though the stars in all the universe come at you as meteorites, I will blow them up one by one. Then what are we waiting for? Tang Ka said in delight. If you're so awesome, Grandpa Yao, please unleash your full might through my body. You can eliminate this purge troop first, shoot down the armed shuttles in the sky, and then blow up the floating fortress. Liao, don't worry about my body. I can take it. Tang Ka gritted his teeth and said, Bring it on, Grandpa Yao. Unleash your infinite might. I'm sure it's going to be an eye-opener for me. Come on. Come on. Liao gnashed his teeth angrily. What I said was rhetorical. Rhetorical. Do you understand? This enormous floating fortress has thousands of cannons on it. It can easily suppress a city on its way. Look at its spiritual shield. Even the air around it is being warped. Chances are that it can resist the bombardment of the main guns of a starship dozens of times. You're asking me to fight this iron fortress barehandedly with your body? Are you sure you're not kidding? Really, just use your brain. Have you never heard the saying that the hardest fortresses are always broken from within? Do you see those armed shuttles and exos? They're flying into the floating fortress with captives. Look, aren't those captives your classmates, the other children of Holy Light, who are involved in this ultimate test? If my guess is correct, it's where you and your monitor will be captured and sent to two. The floating fortress is not a common attack platform but the base of the whole scheme. We can turn the floating fortress upside down from inside after we figure out what has been going on. Wouldn't it be much easier than fighting the fortress the hard way from the outside? Tang Ka wanted to say something, but Liao had already crawled to the deepest part of his soul and seemed to have melded with his brain. There was no sound coming from him anymore. Tang Ka raised his head and found that more than 10 soldiers of the sanitation unit had surrounded them. The black barrels of their guns were right in front of them and aimed at their heads. Tang Ka could feel that his fingertips were cramping. All his cells were being burnt to the point that they were about to explode. His skin could even sense the flow of a breeze hundreds of meters away. Dozens of battle plans were popping up in his brain at any moment. It was not until then that he realized that old Yao had not abandoned him but was fully prepared for the battle. He was somewhat relieved. Dozens of armed shuttles flew above his head. The interweaving mystic rays illuminated both him and the squad leader. He felt that his every vein and every nerve was being scanned by the enemy. But old Yao was like a vague mist that flowed to the deepest part of his body where he did not know what was going on. He was not detected at all. Beeps were echoing inside their helmets, indicating that everything was normal. Very soon, more than 10 cold coffins continued moving toward them. Chu Jiyun roared and rushed toward the coffin, without bothering about anything else. She was truly the most distinguished student of the Holy Light Institute in recent years. Without a crystal suit, she had knocked over 3 purifiers in crystal suits and snatched their weapons with barely any weapons. However, the weapon of the purifier had an exclusive fingerprint and blood identification system that could only be activated by the real owner. The moment it fell into somebody else's hands, intense electric arcs were immediately released, which made Chu Jiyun twitch violently. His hair was all standing up, and black blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, and nostrils. Chu Jiyun seemed to be locked in a cage of electric arcs, but she did not give up her hope for freedom. Gritting her teeth, she staggered forward 3 steps. At this moment, her body seemed to have overlapped with Liao Meng's in the morning, and the outcome was the same. She fell to the ground, her limbs still cramping. Class monitor? Tang Ka felt a lump in his throat and could not help but shed hot tears. He felt that every muscle on his body had been tightened, as if he were a screw that had been twisted all the way to the end. He had an urge to fight a random cleaner. Don't be hasty. Let's see how it goes. Li Yao's high-pitched voice came from the depths of the young man's soul. It seems that their target is your class monitor. They won't keep a close eye on a nobody like you. This is our chance. Our chance to figure everything out. As it turned out, the purifiers had tied up Chu Jiyun and installed shackles made of super alloys on almost every part of his body that could be shackled. The shackles were also carved with lightning streaks. The electromagnetic attraction between the shackles ensured that Chu Jiyun's hands and feet were locked together. As for Tang Ka, they simply put a pair of handcuffs on his back and did not restrict him from walking. It seemed that the purifiers did not care about the 13-year-old boy at all. He was just a bonus for their hunt for Chu Jiyun. Tang Ka's behavior was in line with his timidness and obedience. He was so scared that he forgot to resist and simply shed tears. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know anything, let me go. Two don't know anything. The purifiers whose faces were hidden behind the iron masks naturally turned a deaf ear to his struggles and screams. They escorted him and the squad leader to a flying shuttle. But little Tian Tian had been taken away by them on a different shuttle. Tang Ka's eyes were about to explode, but Li Yao told him to calm down. Little Tian Tian was just a prop for the enemy. She should be fine for now. By then, Li Yao would have a way to rescue her. Just like that, the 2 traitors were captured and brought to the floating fortress by the shuttle. While he was still in midair, Tang Ka craned his head to the window and looked down, only to discover that intense fire and smoke were popping up everywhere in the downtown area. There were also signs of escape and resistance. Very soon, hundreds of flying shuttles took off and flew to the floating fortress like them. It seemed that Master Yao was right. The ultimate test was over. All the children of Holy Light would be tied up and taken to the floating fortress without exception. What are we exactly? Tang Ka thought silently. The closer he got to the floating fortress, the more he could see the magnificence and vastness of the Iron City. It was like a man-made celestial body that had swallowed the sky. Even the entrance of the hangar was like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric beast that had swallowed dozens of shuttles. Like 2 dusts that were blown away by the wind, Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun, together with dozens of other ignorant students, passed through the narrow and deep pathway escorted by a team of cleaners. Very soon, the cabin door in front of them was opened, revealing a space as spacious as a palace or a valley. They were walking in the transparent tubes in the air, as if they were walking on a bridge between 2 valleys. The crags on the 2 sides of the bridge were embedded with transparent cells that looked like honeycombs. Inside every transparent prison cell was a prisoner, or rather, a lunatic. When they observed carefully, they discovered that these people were all their classmates. Not just the students who had been eliminated in the ultimate test. Even the students who had been unable to keep up with the progress or had lost control of their emotions during the past few years of cultivation in the Holy Light Academy had been locked up in this place. Some of the students had wooden expressions as they sat upright on their metal beds. Their eyes were hollow and unfocused as they stared in confusion at the non-existent light spots in the air. They were like fossils that had been dried for millions of years. Some of the students were pacing back and forth anxiously. Now and then, they would raise their fists and ruthlessly smash the transparent wall in front of them, leaving streaks of blood on the wall. Only after smashing their hands into a bloody mess did they sit down in satisfaction. Their mouths were still muttering nonstop, making them look like animals wearing human skin. Some of the students were wearing an enormous helmet on their head. The helmet was covered in colorful indicator lights and crystal wires that led to the walls. The helmet seemed to be connected to extremely powerful electric currents and spiritual waves, bringing them indescribable pain and making them scream in pain that was worse than death. However, their hands and feet were locked, and some of their joints were even broken. They lost the ability to move and even lost the ability to end their lives. Some of the students were locked in narrow and stuffy sleep capsules. Their bodies were soaked in bright green or pink thick liquids. They seemed to be caught in some kind of nightmare or illusion. Sometimes they were twitching, sometimes they were struggling, and sometimes they were chuckling. There was no telling what they had seen or experienced in the dream. What was most creepy was the dozens of cells at the bottom of the cliff. There was no one inside the cells, but they were full of precise equipment and tubes that were as complicated as a maze. All kinds of suspicious liquids were flowing inside the tubes and eventually congregated into cylindrical glass tanks. They had thought that there was nothing inside the glass tanks. But when they squinted and observed carefully, they discovered that a brain was bobbing up and down inside every glass tank. Some of the brains even had spinal cord trailing behind them. They looked quite intact and fresh. The other brains, on the other hand, had been stripped of a lot of parts except for the central part, which looked like a rotten, deformed apple and seemed to have been there for many years. All the brains, without exception, had been inserted into thousands of crystal wires, which gave them different stimuli. Under the stimuli, their brains would twitch slightly in response. These brains were all alive. Or rather, the owners of the brains were still alive on a certain level. What is the meaning of this? Will we one day be like these students who, after going through all kinds of cruel experiments, are deprived of their bodies and only have their brains left, only to be thrown into the apparatus for research? And at this time, will we still be alive? We are the children of holy light, the most loyal believers of the gods and the greatest master. Glory and holiness flow in our veins. Why are you treating us like this? Right now, all the indifferent disguises of the children of holy light had collapsed. They were venting their fear and desperation unscrupulously. Some of them were even sobbing. Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, on the other hand, were observing the scenes inside the cells on the two sides with their big, black eyes, hoping to gather more useful information. They finally passed through the terrifying transparent tube and entered a room whose floor, walls, and ceiling were ivory and emitting sacred brilliance. The seemingly gentle pure white brightness was actually like a poison that could corrupt the heart of every child of holy light. It penetrated into the skin and pores of every child of holy light, corrupting their soul and nerves, and gave them a weird feeling that their brain had been penetrated through and they could see everything clearly. The children of holy light looked at each other in bewilderment, shivering and crying. Some of them were gritting their teeth, with grunts echoing deep inside their nose and throat. They were trying to fight back, but there was nothing they could do. Shwa! 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 In front of the panicked teenagers, the ivory brilliance condensed into three hazy figures. Although the three of them were of different genders, there was a fake smile that seemed to be carved out of the same mold on their faces, making it impossible to distinguish them. One could only tell their identity by the color of their uniform. The one wearing the white uniform was the dean of the Holy Light Academy, Xia Yuran. The one wearing a black uniform with a blood-stained battle emblem on his chest was Xianxia, the commander of the purification troop. The middle-aged woman standing in the middle of the two, who seemed to be in the highest position and was wearing a gray uniform with an unknown identity, was surprisingly little Tian's mother, Zhou Shuyun. Pa, pa, pa. Faced with the bewildered and frightened teenagers of Class 1, the three shadows clapped their hands with fake smiles at first, before they tapped their forehead, lips, and chest with their hands to show the highest courtesy of the Holy Alliance. Xia Yuran, Dean of the Holy Light Institute, said softly, "Congratulations, students. You've just completed a marvelous test and provided a lot of valuable data for our research. You've made great contributions to the most sacred cause in the universe. I know that you are very confused and scared right now. There is no need for you to be confused or scared. Believe me, whatever appears in front of you must be the guidance of the gods. Whatever is imposed on you must be the blessing of the gods. You just need to be calm and accept it." Today, two distinguished guests from afar were asked by the great sage to come here and celebrate your grand graduation ceremony. It is not hard to tell how much the great sage values you, the children of holy light. This is Lieutenant General Xianxia, commander of the 9th Purifying Troop. She is a loyal and keen senior purifier. As for this, let's call her a Miss Zhou Shuyun. Her name is just a code name. The most important thing is the gift that the gods bestowed upon her. She is one of the best meditation healers and brain experts in the entire sanctuary. She is also the supervisor of the Devil's Child project. In the next few years, she will replace me as your guardian. I believe that you will get along very well. Hello, everyone. In the morning, in front of Tang Ka and Chu Zhiyun, Zhou Shuyun was still unkempt and anxious. But right now, she was a completely different person. She seemed to be enshrouded in a faint mist. Although she was greeting the students with a smile, she was looking at the young men as if they were lab rats. All the teenagers took a step back in fear because of her cold and merciless eyes. Chu Zhiyun was in disbelief too. It was not until their eyes met that she realized what was going on. What is going on? In a trance, Chu Zhiyun mumbled, "The so-called ultimate test is simply a lie. No, not just the ultimate test. The entire Holy Light Academy, including those who want to train us, the children of Holy Light, into purifiers, are all fakes. From the very beginning, we were never selected and trained for the purpose of purifiers. Lies. Everything is a lie. The entire Holy Light Academy is a lie. It's true that you boast keen insight and thorough thinking ability, just like your mother. That's why we picked you and you." Zhou Shuyun, the supervisor of the Devil Child project, said calmly, "It's true that you are not fostered to purify the troops. The selection criteria of the ordinary purifiers are not very high. Those who are slightly stronger than the soldier bees and the worker bees can fill the vacancy. When necessary, the cold spiritual puppets can complete the simple purification tasks. It is not worth building a school of holy light and investing a lot of precious resources to nurture you. No, you are 100 times more important than the purifier. Don't let your imagination run wild and think too lowly of yourselves. There is a reason why you entered the school of holy light. You all carry extremely special genes and are 1 in 10,000 abnormal people. You have a mission that is 100 times more difficult and sacred than the purifier. And you have luckily not let down and completed your mission very well without you knowing it. Especially in the ultimate test, many people released their natural instincts to their heart's content and displayed the deepest secrets of their genes. Liao Meng, Chu Zhiyun, and even the once inconspicuous Tang Ka. Uncontrollable and extremely powerful strength and will burst forth from the depths of your hearts. It's truly amazing. You can't help but want to praise the gods for creating the perfection of our kind of life. While talking, Zhou Shuyun made a gesture of praise the gods. Chu Zhiyun, on the other hand, was shivering. There was no telling whether she was angry or scared. She asked in a shivering voice, "If we are not purifiers, what are we exactly?" "You are the children of holy light." Zhou Shuyun replied casually, "Or rather, Devil's Child." Devil's Child. Chu Xiun ground his teeth and chewed on the title with his molars. What is a devil child? Zhou Xiun didn't answer him directly. Instead, she opened her arms. An ivory brilliance of holiness and brilliance flowed out of her body, as if she had turned into pure white, fluffy wings on her back. Even her voice sounded more airy and transparent. She said from the bottom of her heart, "Praise be to the gods for creating all things in the universe and us. Even before we fell into eternal rest, they had already planned our fate and bestowed upon us the special and sacred abilities of the 5 great masters. We can read the prophecy and miracles left by the gods. It was with the analysis of our master that we were able to excavate countless treasures left by the gods of the primeval era and recreate the most powerful technologies and wonders of the past. We also awakened the powerful techniques that the gods left in the depths of our cells, which could move mountains and overturn seas and destroy the world. Therefore, with the prophecy and gifts of the gods, the guidance and interpretation of the great master, and the loyalty and devotion of the citizens, the alliance of the Holy Accord was established and consolidated. With the barren fear and resources in the Sea of Stars, the darkness in the center of the Sea of Stars was driven away and the devils that corrupted the universe were eliminated. Light, harmony, and order were brought to the entire universe. However, as you all know, the battle between light and darkness has lasted for millions of years and has never been able to determine the final winner. Even though the gods shed their last drop of blood for the war and finally banished and sealed the devils at the edge of the universe, the evil existences known as extraterrestrial demons are still restless and want to corrupt the most perfect creation of the gods, we. It's a pity that, when we were created by the gods, the shadow of the extraterrestrial devils had been looming over our heads. We were born with the original sin that we could not get rid of. It was very easy for the extraterrestrial devils to invade and corrupt us. If it were normal pollution, where the feelings and desires that shouldn't exist were triggered by the extraterrestrial devils and we were controlled by the bestial instincts, there wouldn't have been much damage. But if you are corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils to the level of logic, not only will you have wild emotions and animalistic desires, you will also have rebellious thoughts. You will question the leadership of the great sage and even question the existence of the gods. Such dangerous people are not ordinary contaminators of the extraterrestrial devils, but heretics. Zhou Xiun's tone was sharper and sharper. When she said heresy, her teeth seemed to have turned into 2 sharp guillotines that were going to cut every word into pieces. Doubt the existence of the gods. All the children of holy light gasped, including Chu Xiun and Tang Ka. Although they had fallen into a ridiculous and tricky trap and even discovered that their life over the past 10 years might have been a sham, their trust in the great master and their belief in the gods were still deeply engraved in their hearts. Even the most rebellious Chu Xiun did not dare to imagine a world without gods. The heretics were truly insane. The heresy is the most fatal threat for the entire Sanctuary Alliance. In many cases, it is even more dangerous than our external enemies, the Imperium of true human beings. Zhou Xiun explained, the heretics are not like the ordinary contaminators of the extraterrestrial devils. They may not show strong emotions and desires, nor will they be driven by the low-level emotions and lust. Instead, they focus their attention on the things of a higher level. They will even disguise their feelings and thoughts and pretend to be the most loyal believers and warriors of the gods so that they can crawl into the leadership of the entire Sanctuary Alliance. Our central nerves and our brain will trick more people into believing their wrong thoughts and gradually expand the range of their pollution. The innocent and innocent citizens of the Sanctuary Alliance will be greatly confused. Take the war in the Black Wind Defense Line, one of the most important defense lines of the Imperium of true human beings, for example. At that time, the entire defense line of the Imperium of true human beings collapsed, and tens of thousands of starships were in chaos. It was a great opportunity for the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance to crush the Imperium and restore the glory of the gods to the entire universe. But because of the appearance of an extremely dangerous heresy in our organization, countless people were persuaded to join her evil organization in order to compete with the 5 great sages. The great sages were forced to devote a lot of precious resources soldiers, and computational ability to internal cleansing, which eventually led to the failure of the front line. In the end, the Imperium managed to secure the second defense line, which was a tug-of-war that lasted 100 years. The young men had studied the entire process of the Battle of Black Wind 100 years ago in the School of Holy Light. They did not know that there was such an internal reason for the retreat of the Holy Alliance. Even Liao was secretly surprised. He thought to himself that the fall of the Black Wind sector 100 years ago was indeed the starting point of everything. Countless turbulent events in the future, including the expedition of the Black Wind Fleet to the Star Glory Federation, the rise of God of War Lei Chenghu, the opportunity for the Infinite Commerce Alliance to control the economy and trade of the world outside the Imperium, and the glamorous return of the Black Wind King, were all related to the war. Right now, even the heresy inside the sanctuary had shown up. There was no way that the ideology of human beings could be blocked or exterminated. As long as human beings had a highly developed logical thinking ability, it was impossible for them to stop the birth of all kinds of weird ideas. As far as Liao was concerned, it was impossible for the opinions of the 5 Supreme Masters to be completely unified. They all had their own ideas and plans. Therefore, it was not strange at all that a few heretics were born in the internal strife of the leadership. However, he could not figure out how the heresy of the leadership was related to the so-called Devil Children. The Holy Accord Alliance is different from the evil kingdoms on Earth such as the Imperium of true human beings. We are connected in accordance with the sacred agreements of the primeval era. We are an inseparable, selfless community of destiny. We are a sacred, magnificent, eternal life form that transcends everything, and rules everything. Zhou Xiyun's eyes were almost transparent. She seemed to be able to enter another world through her eyes, a brand new universe that was above the three-dimensional universe. Her voice was the opposite of calm and craziness at the same time, but it was also very persuasive. Even the young men in prison were attracted to her and listened to her attentively. The gods are the souls and the will of the community of destiny. The sages are the brain cells and the central nerves of the community of destiny. The fleet commanders and the governors of the planets are the nerves of the community of destiny. The special professionals such as the purifiers and the lurkers are the red and white cells of the community of destiny. The workers, farmers, and soldiers at the front line are the blood, bones, and muscles of the enormous life form. Everybody has their own destiny. Only when all the parts are united and carrying out the sacred destiny faithfully can the enormous community of destiny control and protect the entire universe. But the heresy invaded the blood, marrow, internal organs, nerves, brain cells, and even the soul of the universal community like a deadly virus, leading to the corruption of the body, the tearing of nerves, and even the mutation of brain cells. It cast a gloomy shadow over our sacred alliance. Of course, the search and treatment for the virus has never stopped. Over the hundreds of years, we have indeed identified thousands of heretics and defended the health, harmony, and order of the community of destiny. However, it is useless to eliminate the virus on the surface without analyzing the source and the mechanism of its formation. Every time we find a virus, it means that there are 10,000 other deeply hidden viruses inside our body. It even means that certain people are naturally carrying some kind of genetic defect, some kind of genetic bomb that was embedded into our body by the extraterrestrial devils during the primeval war hundreds of thousands of years ago. If the most fundamental genetic defects and mutation features of the virus are not found, the virus may come back at any time. In the most extreme cases, everybody will be deeply infected and set off a heretical frenzy. However, it is extremely complicated and dangerous to study the causes of viruses or heretics, because the heretics are all adults who have been deeply possessed. Their souls have been soaked in the black venom for too long and have lost the possibility of being saved. They have become stubborn and cunning. They will think of all kinds of ways to hide their real thoughts and emotions and their genetic defects. They will even commit suicide the moment they are discovered by us and burn their brain and every cell into ashes with incendiary bombs, leaving nothing that we can study at all. Even the heretics who are occasionally captured have a way to quietly destroy their own brains. They would rather die than cooperate with our research. Faced with such a tricky situation, Most of the research can only be carried out from the side. Thankfully, the Star Glory Federation has a perfect record of the birth and genetic heritage of the population. No matter how the heretics try to hide their feelings and their will, their birth certificates and blood ties cannot be concealed. Let's assume that the heresy is caused by a certain genetic defect. Then, there must be secrets about the heresy in the people who carry similar genes, namely their relatives and even their children. Therefore, if a heresy is captured alive by us, we will extract his life seed and combine it with the life seed of another heresy to produce offspring with double genetic defects. If the heresy burns his body and his brain, we will find the brothers and sisters closest to him by blood, or his parents, and extract the life seed to produce brothers whose genes are similar to his. They were devil children, carriers of genetic defects and fatal viruses, destined to be cursed, forsaken by the universe, and destroyed by the Sanctuary Alliance. Some of the teenagers could not help but cry. Some of the teenagers felt that their legs were shaking. They sat on the ground and scratched their hair hard, finding it hard to believe. There's no need to panic, despair, and shame. Didn't Xianxia say just now? Everything that has befallen you is a gift from the gods. You are different from your genetic providers, Zhou Shiyun said casually. You didn't cause any substantial damage to the entire sanctuary. Besides, it was not your own will that you ended up like this. Therefore, you can be saved, and you can even make great contributions to the Holy Accord Alliance. That's why I'm willing to tell you everything. I want you to be clear about your origins, your birthright, and your sacred mission. Together with our research, you will continue to make the contributions you deserve, wash away the sins of you and your genetic providers, and make up for everything that they destroyed. What kind of contribution? Chu Zhiyun took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What is our future exactly?" "Your future." The fake smile on Zhou Shiyun's face was replaced by coldness again. She seemed to find the word future absurd. She said calmly, "It's hard to say. It depends on the brain scan and subsequent tests. Maybe, if your brain is very interesting and of great research value, we will erase your memories from more than 10 years ago and throw you into a brand new experiment as an ordinary soldier or miner. We will see whether or not you will wake up some of your memories and your will in a larger area and create more surprises. Perhaps, you will taste the most intense stimulation on your body, the unparalleled pleasure, and the excruciating pain to further trigger your genetic defects. Or maybe you will be hibernating in the sleep capsules that are filled with the neural interactive liquids. Stimulated by the bioelectricity, you will be living in a bizarre, never-ending dream, and we will analyze the features of the heretical waves according to the features of your brainwaves in the dream to fill up our library of heretical brainwaves. Or maybe, after years of experiments, your brain will be cut into slices less than 0.01 millimeters long. You will explore the areas of mutation and find the places where your deepest feelings and will are hidden. Then, you will help us perfect the ritual of brain purification. All in all, any future is a gift from the gods to you. If you are truly devoted to the gods, you should accept your destiny and cooperate with our research. You should contribute everything you have to the glory of the sacred coalition. Shouldn't you? Zhou Shiyun opened her arms and embraced all the young men warmly. If one ignored the content of her words and only looked at her kind expression and the milky white holy light behind her back, it really seemed as if she was giving the teenagers a great blessing. However, the gospel made all the teenagers shudder in anger. It's hilarious. Chu Zhiyun finally couldn't hold it back any longer. He was so angry that 2 streams of tears were rolling down his face. He shouted, "What kind of gift is this? Even the demon kings in the deepest level of hell would not be so sordid and evil. And you are calling us heretics? No. We just want to know the true face of the great master and hear the truth of the gods in person. We didn't expect that your true face would be like this. In my opinion, you are the heretics, the devils, and the devils who betrayed the gods and did the dirty work in the name of the gods. You will never get my cooperation. The girl struggled with all her might. The shackles on her hands and feet were rattling. The streaks of lightning were shining in the blink of an eye. The electric arcs flowed all over her body again and whipped her delicate skin brutally, turning her tears into sticky blood. Her next words turned into sobs. 2. If you are not a heretic, why don't you take a small test? Faced with Chu Xiuyun's curses, Zhou Shiyun's fake smile did not change at all. She continued calmly, "It's a simple logic. If you truly believe in the gods and believe that everything is the arrangement of the gods, you should believe that what is happening right now is a test of the gods for you. You should welcome the test peacefully or even cheerily and test your devotion to the gods with the most extreme pain. You must believe that the more rigorous, painful, and protracted the tests of the gods are for you, the more important, sacred, and crucial the mission that the gods are going to hand over to you is. However, look at yourself. Look at yourself jumping up and down and roaring like thunder. You dare not face the test of the gods at all. What are you if not a heretic?" "Bullshit." Chu Xiuyun was so angry that he was almost laughing. "I will not believe your bullshit anymore. If it were a normal test, I would be fearless even if I was faced with the iron torrent of the Imperium. But right now, you are trying to erase my emotions, memories, and thoughts, and even dissect my brain for research. Who would agree to such an absurd, crazy test? If it were you, would you still be absolutely calm and devoted to the gods under such circumstances? Yes, I know you don't believe me, but you don't need to say, 'If it were me.' I have indeed gone through the same test as you. Yes, judging from the meaningless blood relationship, we share the same mother." Zhou Shiyun said casually, "Our mother was the most evil heresy of the Star Glory Federation more than 100 years ago. She was even the most dangerous, evil, and bewildering heresy in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Although she was annihilated by the divine punishment more than 100 years ago, her poison is still corroding the body of the Star Glory Federation to this day. The heretic organization that she established is showing signs of revival. The Devil's Child Project was originally created to study her mind and behavior. For 100 years, we tried to combine her genes with various normal or dangerous genes and raised new Devil's Children generation after generation. I was the first generation, and you are already the 29th generation, very close to her generation. In the process of creating you, we have tried our best to eliminate the influence of the patrilineal genes and only kept the genetic features of the mother, which made you more than 97% similar to her. From a certain perspective, you are not only her daughter but also her daughter. Therefore, we've been observing you since a long time ago and were surprised by your unbelievable ability. We know that you have the ability to control the brainwaves and the secretion of hormones freely, and that you can simulate extremely indifferent brainwave models with your extraordinary computational ability to create a vivid disguise. On the surface, you appear to be indifferent and emotionless, no different from other people of the sanctuary. But in fact, you are a passionate and self-righteous man. You don't believe in authority or anything that other people tell you. You have your own world, and you are your own god. This is a genetic defect, or rather, an awakening bomb, that was implanted into the body of a human being by extraterrestrial devils in the primeval era. It was with such an evil gene that the Nuwa clan and the human beings betrayed the Pangu alliance. However, the genetic bomb inside your body did not explode until hundreds of thousands of years later. Look, we know everything. Right now, we've located the genetic defect precisely. As long as we find a cure for the genetic defect or eliminate all the people who carry the genetic defect, it will be impossible for the heretics to rise again. This is the sacred mission that you've been entrusted with. It is also a way for the two of us to redeem our mother, who has been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and fallen into the deepest level of hell forever. Is there anything else, my sister? Chu Xiuyun's mind was in a mess. The two rows of teeth that had just been frozen finally collided with each other with cracking sounds. Her pale lips trembled for a long time before she opened her mouth to ask, "I want to know, what is the relationship between you and little Tian Tian? Is she really your daughter? Also, we clearly hit a roadside bomb, fell into the sewer, and were washed all the way to the south of the city. Even we don't know where we are. How did you lock onto us so quickly? Little Tian Tian is indeed my daughter, but such an identity is meaningless." Zhou Shiyun said coldly, "The so-called mother-daughter relationship is just the residue of animal instincts in our bodies. In order to devote ourselves to the sacred mission, they should be cut off without any hesitation. For me, little Tian Tian is just a test subject for the Devil Child project, or even a tool to test whether or not I am recovered. As for the problem of locking onto you, it's very simple. I didn't do anything to your body, but I have injected a special tracing drug into little Tian Tian's veins. For 24 hours, it can release extremely special aura and waves with the consumption of her heat. Only I, her biological mother, can sense it. As long as you are not 500 kilometers away, no matter how many skyscrapers are in between, I will lock onto you precisely. How could you do this to your own daughter? Chu Xiun could not believe her ears. Her face was as awful as a broken glass mirror. There was nowhere for her to run to. She was almost crying. That is your flesh and blood. As it turns out, you don't understand. As I said just now, family love is just the residue of our primitive animal instincts. It is a very primitive, backward, and stupid emotion. Zhou Xiaoyun said casually, the so-called human nature is the combination of animal nature and godliness. Only by meditating and training, by overcoming and destroying our own animal nature, can we gradually move closer to divinity. In the end, we will be integrated into the glory of the gods and become part of them. Right now, you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. If you are lucky enough to withstand the test of the next few decades, then you will certainly understand that all suffering and suffering are just illusions. All the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires and free will are just illusions. Only the God is the only real existence in the universe, the only thing worth defending and pursuing. Time is up. Prepare to welcome your future. She smiled and extended her arm, trying to touch Chu Xiun's cheek. Chu Xiun was dazed for a long time. Seeing that his opponent's fingertips were about to touch him, he felt that he was faced with a hissing viper. She suddenly let out a shriek as she broke away from the purifiers on both sides and crashed into Zhou Xiaoyun without caring about anything. However, her collision only raised tiny ripples and twisted Zhou Xiaoyun's image. The 3 persons in charge of the Devil's Child project were Zhou Xiaoyun, Xia Yuren, and Qiu Yuanjia, who had appeared in front of them in the form of a 3D phantom. There was no telling where their real bodies were hiding in the depths of the floating fortress, like the mysterious Master Kindness. Chu Xiun exerted too much strength and passed through Zhou Xiaoyun's phantom, falling to the ground. The electric arcs exploded again. Bloody plum blossoms immediately burst out on her fair skin. Class monitor! Tonka was so angry that he was about to lunge at Chu Xiun without caring about his own safety. But the shackles on his back were emitting powerful electric arcs, too, making him curl up like a shrimp. He vomited a lot of foam and fell to Chu Xiun's side. As for the rest of the students, as long as their emotions were beyond the warning line, they had all tasted the feeling of being whipped by electric arcs and pierced by shackles. It was as if thousands of arrows had pierced through their hearts. The pain was bone-piercing. Although the Devil Children were the most dangerous combinations of genes that the Star Glory Federation had collected over the past 1,000 years, they were still teenagers and did not stand a chance against the Purifiers who had received special training and were as cold and tough as steel. The Purifier watched the young men cramping hard coldly until the last electric arc drilled into their veins and wreathed them in scorching white steam. Then, he lifted them up and dragged them to what seemed to be a preparation room through a transparent tube. When the teenagers gradually woke up, they discovered that most of the students who had been eliminated and mysteriously disappeared over the past few days had been imprisoned in this place. Some of them were still lying on the bleeding operating tables, as if they had just undergone craniotomy. Something had been implanted or removed from their brains. Some of them even drove 17 to 18 iron nails into the eyebrow bone and smashed a circle of iron hoops to act as rails for the brain scanners and the control equipment. All kinds of magical equipment could be installed easily. He had completely calmed down and lost the ability to be angry, perhaps forever. Liao Meng. For some reason, Chu Xiun felt like crying. She had never liked Liao Meng, who was always energetic like a burning animal. But she disliked Liao Meng even more right now. the walking dead whose will had been castrated and whose life suppressed after receiving the treatment. However, she and Liao Meng were in the same boat. Liao Meng's current appearance was her coming ending. Chu Xiun finally burst into tears. Go ahead and cry, she thought to herself. This might be the first and last time that I can cry freely. Maybe just like her, most of the students nearby were also sobbing. But Tonka stood behind her silently and did not cry at all. No, he was still uttering sounds. Not cries, but noises that were similar to the crazily growing nerves, the popping of cells, the burning mitochondria, and the raging gene strands. Unforgivable. Chu Zhiyun heard Tonka speaking in a weird voice and said softly, absolutely unforgivable. Before Chu Zhiyun realized what was going on, two purifiers in heavy crystal suits walked toward her like iron towers. Zhou Shiyun's phantom appeared in the sky of the battleground of flesh and blood. Again, the sacred brilliance around her and the terrifying scenes around her were in sharp contrast. But she was used to it. Looking at Chu Zhiyun, she smiled and said, you are the most perfect devil child in this batch. Let's start with you and solve all the mysteries about heresy. Two purifiers surrounded Chu Zhiyun from both sides. Behind them, an automatic operation bed that carried all kinds of scalpels, bone saws, and artificial arms rose up from the ground, blossoming like a carnivorous flower. One of the purifiers reached out and grabbed Chu Zhiyun's head. Chu Zhiyun's head was completely blank. The muscles all over his body were still paralyzed by the electric arcs. He could not move at all and could only watch the devilish hand covering his face. But just as she and all the other students were about to give up all hope, the steel hand strangely stopped. This is Ina days. Chu Zhiyun looked at the top of the giant hand, only to find that the wrist of the purifier, which was as thick as a boa, had been bitten by two slender, young fingers. Although the two fingers were biting the crystal suit as casually as chopsticks, the arms of the purifier, as well as the bones inside the crystal suit, were emitting cracking noises as if they were under tremendous pressure. Very soon, sparks were spluttering and smoke was popping up. The crystal suit had reached the limit of fatigue. Tonka! Chu Zhiyun's eyes moved upwards along his fingers until he reached a face that was both familiar and strange. He could not believe his eyes. Tonka's facial features were still deeply etched in her memory, but the young man's face was both furious and unpredictable, as if he were the dominator of the entire planet. No, the entire universe. None of the evil creatures in front of her could escape his fury. Every time Tonka took a step forward, the purifier would take a step back. If Tonka took another step forward, the purifier would not be able to stand steadily, and the crystal suit on his body would crumble at any moment. The nerves of the purifier next to him seemed to have been suppressed by the dominating aura bursting out of Tonka's body. Even his so-called loyalty to the gods was not enough to stop him. There was nothing but silence in the preparation room. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling to the ground was deafening. Chu Zhiyun, all the students, the purifiers, and even Zhou Shiyun, who had shown up in the form of a phantom, were all staring at Tang Ka, who had suddenly attacked. Nobody understood what was going on. Lose to wonder how evil it could be to make the imperium of true human beings pale in comparison. Tang Ka's eyes were as deep and dark as the main gun of a super arsenal warship. A cold, hard voice came out of his throat, with unconcealed killing intent lingering in his every word. It was not until this moment that I had to admit that such evilness had far exceeded my imagination. The dignity and will that human beings are most proud of, and the feelings and thoughts that are most precious for human beings, have been stomped and castrated by you. You have denied your own value and the significance of human beings. You are deceiving yourself in such a way by lowering yourself to the level of pets and tools to avoid your fear of the unknown universe and your destiny. But how long can you keep deceiving yourself? What are you who have been castrated for everything? No, it shouldn't be like this. Real human beings shouldn't be like this. The destiny of human beings is definitely not what you described. We are the strongest fighting species in the sea of stars. We are the new gods destined to replace all the old gods. Nothing is worthy of our submission, be it the boundless sea of stars, the dark, cold universe, the powerful among us, or the primeval species that once bestowed upon us genes and legacies. If we want to express our sincerest gratitude and respect, defeating them once and for all is the best way. The primeval era is long gone. This is the era of mankind. Gather our courage, stimulate our soul, and push our hot blood and wisdom to the limit. Explore the unprecedented territory, break the borders of the three-dimensional universe, and fight to our heart's content against the gods and devils of the universe. Let the glory of our civilization blossom to its heart's content. Let the raging flames of our civilization illuminate the entire universe. Even if we die and our civilization is destroyed, our once extremely brilliant flames will forever change the future of this universe. This is our most sacred mission. Do you understand or not? TT, seems that we've caught a big fish. She was dazed for a long time. It was not until she received new instructions from somewhere that she put on an ugly smile again. You are not a devil child. What are you exactly? Big fish. Tang Ka sneered, revealing his white and sharp teeth. I'm afraid that the fish is so large that it will break your entire chopping block and chew you into pieces. With each roar louder than the last, the veins on the young man's face, body, and limbs bulged. The shackles that had been torn in half silently a moment ago exploded with a bang. His body quickly expanded like an inflatable ball, while the soul power from the depths of his brain expanded 10 times faster than his body. In the blink of an eye, a bright gold human figure that looked like a devil had arrived had been formed outside his body. No, this was not the end. While his skin was chapping and his muscles were expanding, the blood spluttering out of Tonka's body was vaporized into a cluster of blood mist. The blood mist gradually rose up and turned into a giant swirl in midair. A pair of enormous wings grew out of the swirl, followed by a pair of horns that were as sharp as sabers. In the end, a hideous, murderous blood demon crawled out and overlapped with the bright gold shadow, enveloping the young man's body that had been deformed after he unlocked his genetic power. Sorry to keep you waiting, everybody. The two deities who respected each other laughed hideously at the same time. Liao rubbed his hands and grimaced at the mental devil, while he said at the same time, according to my own understanding and definition, I feel that I am an angel who has truly inherited the legacy of the gods and come to rescue you. Thank you. Angel? Angel? Chu Jiyun almost vomited blood on the angel. The other students were also dumbfounded. They could not believe their ears. Are you kidding me? Such an angel? In the three-dimensional illusion, Zhou Shiyun was dazed for a moment. What? All right. By your definition, you can consider me a devil, too. Liao grinned hideously. It doesn't matter whether I'm an extraterrestrial devil or an angel. What matters is that you've finally pissed me off. Congratulations. What an amazing achievement. Nobody in the entire universe has ever dared to piss me off like this. Very good. Whatever is hiding behind you and wherever it is hiding, I'm going to dig you out and cut you into pieces. I'm going to blow every scrap of your body into molecules. I'm going to dismantle every molecule into atoms. I'm going to squeeze out the nucleus of every atom alive. I'm going to tear apart the nucleus and crush the neutrons and protons that make up a scumbag like you. Do you hear me, scumbag? Don't you believe in destiny? This is your destiny, brought to you by me, an ordinary human being. From the moment you infuriate me, destruction is your only ending. Boom, 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 boom. With the help of Tonka's body, Liao squeezed his right hand that had just been raised to the sky, as if he were really crushing the molecules, atoms, protons, and electrons. In every direction, the spiritual energy bullets that had been consolidated by his force field exploded at the same time, turning into almost 100 rapidly revolving shining balls that bounced back to their owners in the same trajectory. Liao seemed to be the center of an earth-shaking storm. Dozens of purifiers were blown away like kite whose string had been cut off. The muscular demons, together with their crystal suits, weighed several tons or even more than 10 tons. But after being savaged by the blast, they were like dry leaves in a blowing wind and could not do anything about it. But Liao's attack would not end so easily. Light that could pierce through the entire planet beamed out of his eyes. He sniffed and appeared in front of the dozens of purifiers in the thousands of phantoms. Pa! Liao covered Tongka's right arm with his own spiritual flames, as if he were putting on a glamorous armor of bloody flames. Then, the bloody flames pierced through the air like a whip and slapped the cleaner's chest brutally. Something absolutely impossible had happened. Every time the bloody flames hit one of the purifiers, they would turn into thousands of venomous snakes that tied up every joint on his body and twisted, tore the crystal suit on his body into pieces. The crystal suit collapsed and splashed. When the purifier's chest collapsed and he fell to the ground heavily with blood spurting out, there was no armor covering his body anymore. Even the last metal piece was blown into the air. It was as if Liao had shattered all their crystal suits with a single strike. Dozens of purifiers suffered such heavy blows at the same time. Dozens of crystal suits turned into the most fundamental components and danced in the sky. Together with the blood that rose up like a fountain, it was an unforgettable scene for the children of heresy. Beep, 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 beep. Ear-splitting alarms finally echoed inside the preparation room. The doors on both sides of the room were opened, and countless purifiers and battle puppets crowded in. "It's my turn," the mental devil roared impatiently. It turned into, no, 100 streaks of redness and darted at the intruder. From the moment the mental devil accepted Professor Emotian's legacy, it had become a heavenly devil of the spiritual nexus in a certain sense. After it arrived in the Imperium, it had been in touch with the information creatures such as Xiaoming and Wenwen for a long time. It had also controlled the mainframe crystal processor of the Gold Crystal Tower and trained its hacking and control ability through the most powerful crystal processor system in the primeval era. It was safe to say that it was now an intruder of the spiritual nexus that was even more powerful and tricky than Professor Emotian and Lu Qingqin. For it, attacking the brains of the purifiers while attacking the spiritual nexus system that controlled the puppets was a piece of cake. It was also trying to pry into the mysteries of the control system of the floating fortress through the control system of the battle puppets so that it could destroy and control it. Z. 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 Unusual electric arcs were echoing inside the bodies of all the battle puppets. Even the crystal suits of the purifiers seemed to have been hijacked by devils and did not listen to their master's commands. After an ear-splitting shriek, they somehow maneuvered their master's arms and aimed their guns at each other before they pulled the triggers brutally. Dozens of purifiers and almost 100 battle puppets collapsed on the spot. The dead bodies and the debris blocked the pathway on both sides. The defenders at the back were not able to rush close for the time being. There were no heavy weapons such as crystal cannons or crystal tanks inside the floating fortress, either. They could only watch Liao and the mental devil wreaking havoc inside. There was nothing they could do in their hurry. While the mental devil was showing its skills, Liao was not idling around either. He controlled Tonka's right hand again and raised it high. Gold flames spurted out of his index finger and wreathed the units and components of the dozens of crystal suits floating in midair. Shwa! 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 The specific performance of the units and the broken components immediately flooded into Liao's soul like a waterfall of information. In the middle of the splashes, thousands of modification pictures were formed. Under the horrified gaze of Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children, the hundreds of thousands of units and the broken components started revolving rapidly. Many of the components collided and rubbed against each other, producing colorful, brilliant fireworks. Hot streams of various colors surrounded the components like glamorous rainbows and tied them up. In fact, Liao's polishing and adjustment only lasted 20 seconds. But for the heretical children whose eyes had been opened wide, it felt as long as a year. They felt that their eyeballs had been attracted by Liao's marvelous modification skills. They were trembling along with the rapidly revolving components and were almost going blind. Their skin could also feel the heat that was as hot as magma near a volcano. It was the high-speed friction of tens of thousands of components, which almost ignited the air. How is it possible? How can there be such an unbelievable modification technology in the world? Is it still in the category of refining? He did not even move his hands. He only extended one finger. One finger. Monster! It was like a spring that had been compressed to the extreme. Once it rebounded, its strength would be the strongest. The young man who had been fostered and suppressed his feelings for more than 10 years, when he realized his true identity and his last line of defense collapsed, did not hide his feelings at all. They looked at Liao with complicated feelings. There was no telling whether the angels who came to rescue them or the devils who dragged them into the abyss of destruction. Liao, on the other hand, had no time to care about the shock and admiration of the teenagers. His soul was focused on the fingertip of Tang Ka. This was the first time that he had performed his remote manipulation and refining skills to the maximum when he was above the divinity transformation stage. It was indeed seamless and natural. Very soon, after hundreds of thousands of components were scrapped, a hot crystal suit that was still emitting orange colors was ready. If there were 2 words to describe the crystal suit, they would be magnificent and ferocious. The standard crystal suits of the Star Glory Federation used to be the same as the calm, emotionless people of the Star Glory Federation. There were not many changes in them. They were just gray, cold coffins. However, after Liao's modification, he had installed the weapon system of more than 10 crystal suits on one crystal suit. Not only were there more than 10 chainswords and vibration sabers on the back of the crystal suit open like a fan, there were also thick and long 6-barrel rotary crystal railguns on the arms and the waist of the crystal suit. The crazy lunatic had assembled 6 crystal railguns that used to have only 1 barrel and significantly modified the fire control system and the spiritual energy transmission system, increasing the output of the crystal railguns by more than 300%. Such a hideous crystal suit was like a hybrid of a porcupine hundreds of times larger and an iron-armored dragon. Liao was still in the mood to carve a raging star on the chest of the heavy crystal suit. In the middle of the star was a grinning face. However, the people of the sanctuary who saw the smiling face were not likely to smile. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! The spiritual energy bullets that Liao collected from the cleaners exploded around the brand-new crystal suit, one by one, releasing freezing frost that cooled the crystal suit down instantly. When the temperature dropped to 200 to 300 degrees, Liao could not wait to step inside. The heavy crystal suit, which seemed heavy and clumsy, had been polished by Liao's hands. In fact, it was so close to Tang Ka's body that there was not the slightest gap. It was like the second skin of a young man. The modification above their heads was not over yet. After all, it was impossible for a crystal suit to carry all the weapon systems of dozens of crystal suits. However crazy Liao was, he could only insert 3 supercompressed crystal reactors into the waist and the back of the crystal suit. It would be a waste if he simply gave up the other crystal reactors. Therefore, the remaining crystal reactors, magical equipment units, and broken components were gradually assembled into an ugly cannon. When the barrels of almost 100 storm bolters were assembled together, they looked like a square metal box, with dozens of supercompressed crystal reactor connected to the back to ensure that the destructive spiritual energy could be output to the maximum instantly. The key was how to control the surging destructive force to be pointed forward. But then again, this was the depths of the enemy's floating fortress. Even if the energy was flowing in all directions, it wouldn't matter, would it? Crap. Liao suddenly said. What's going on? The mental devil shrieked. I'm trying my best to hack the enemy's control system through the battle puppets. What's wrong with you? Don't interrupt me if there's nothing wrong. A very important question. Liao said casually. I suddenly remember that I haven't named the brand new crystal suit yet. This is the first time that I've shown up in front of the Holy Accord Alliance. Not to mention that there are so many heretical children who love and worship me. I should give the crystal suit a cool name no matter what. It will be a great test point for the history courses of the students of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary. The mental devil was dazed for a moment, before it replied, All right, why don't I help you think of a name? Let's call it Go to Hell, shall we? Don't be so grumpy. I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere and relax my nerves. Liao's lips curled into a cruel smile. If I don't calm myself down, I'm afraid that I might kill the entire planet in my excitement. They've great news for my dear readers. Thanks to everyone's concern, Old Cow was finally discharged. Right now, the pain in his feet was basically no longer a problem. As long as he rested in bed for 2 more days, Old Cow would probably be able to resume the normal updates tomorrow. In the future, he would have the opportunity to slowly make up for what he had previously owed to everyone. Many thanks for everyone's support and encouragement during this period of time. The readers of are truly the most enthusiastic readers in the world. Ha 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 ha. Boom! The corpses and iron debris piled up in the pathway were finally blown over by the guards outside. The defenders were led by more than 10 super-heavy crystal suits, followed by 2 or 3 light crystal tanks. Who would have thought that a terrifying monster like Liao would sneak into their secret laboratory? Such a force was the best that the defense of the floating fortress could do for now. Liao did not even bother to look at the weak toys. He simply spread his legs apart and raised his left arm. Every scale armor covering his arm stood up like an infuriated hedgehog. The 6-barrel rotary crystal cannon around his left arm was revolving at a high speed, raising a ferocious tornado. Murderous streaks of brightness were born in the tornadoes and condensed into a storm of destruction together with spluttering electric arcs. Chi! 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 Ear-splitting noises of metal fatigue echoed below Liao's feet. The floor made of super alloys turned into a steaming orange after being savaged by the flames, before it turned as soft as mud and almost melted. How high was the temperature below his feet? Close your eyes, Liao said to Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children. You will be blinded. Half a second later, a volcano eruption took place on his left arm. The torrent of destruction entangled the magma with electric arcs and rushed out in the form of a pillar of light. The diameter of the pillar of light immediately expanded to more than 5 meters, and the blast simply blew all the heretical children away. Even though they were not Liao's targets, they still felt suffocated by the simultaneous firing of thousands of cannons. There was no need for Liao to remind them. No teenager could open their eyes under such terrifying attacks. Even though they had closed their eyes and covered their faces with their hands, they could still feel that the scorching brightness was stinging their eyes. They felt that their eyeballs were being stabbed by thousands of steel needles, and they were about to lose their sight. He felt that the entire floating fortress, no, the entire planet, was going to collapse in the next second. It was not until half a minute later, when the waves gradually died down, that the boldest teenager among them dared to open his sore eyes and observe the environment outside through the gaps between his fingers. Gone. The guards who had filled the pathway and tried to break in were all gone. They seemed to have been blown into powder by Liao's casual attack and perished in the electric arcs and magma. Even the pathway, which was made of super alloys, could not withstand Liao's fury. The ceiling and the walls were completely melted. Liquid metal flowed down and consolidated with the crystal suits and crystal tanks, blocking the pathway completely. Looking at Liao again, his left arm was still soaked in the extremely high temperature and emitting a dark red color. White smoke was rising from his fingertips. In the meantime, he was focusing all his attention on the crude cannon in the air, the super crystal destruction cannon, which was made of dozens of supercompressed crystal reactor. He extended his right arm into the operation hole behind the cannon. It was like his right arm had deformed and expanded to 10 times the size of his body. The heretical children immediately widened their eyes, their scalps tingling. The casual strike of his left arm just now already boasted such appalling power. Now that the energy of dozens of crystal reactors had been condensed in his right arm, how much damage could he deal? Were they dreaming? If it was a dream, it must be the most terrible nightmare. No, they hardly ever dreamed. Even if they did, they could never imagine such a horrifying scene with their limited imagination. Crack, crack, crack. While the heretical children were shuddering in fear, ear-splitting noises were echoing inside the cabin walls. Liao had extended his soul and torn off hundreds of curved steel plates with his bright gold tentacles, blocking the teenagers and the operation bed. Lie down, close your eyes, and open your mouth, or your internal organs will be shattered into a pool of blood, Liao said. The heretical children looked at each other in bewilderment. Was there a second option? At this moment, all the adults in the preparation room had been terminated by Liao. Only Zhou Shiyun's 3D image had not dispersed yet. She was still gazing at him in a twisted posture. "It's you." She was dazed for a long time. She seemed to be sending a request to the leaders of a higher level for data retrieval, only to receive an effective response. Her lips curled into a vague smile as she said, "The lightning-like methods of refining and modification, the unparalleled damage, and the reckless behavior. We already know who you are. You are walking right into our trap. Hehe. So what if you do?" Liao sneered. "A man never changes his name when he does something. That's right. I am the greatest mortal enemy of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance. I have just turned the tide in the imperial capital and become a pillar of the imperium of true human beings. I am the most popular man in front of the emperor. My cultivation is at the peak of perfection, and my personality is brilliant. I am Long Yongjun, president of the Demon Hunters Association. Are you scared now? It's useless. Even if you have studied me thoroughly and dissected every cell of my body, even if you have 100 ways to kill me, you cannot stop me. Under the soaring fury of me, you scumbags will all die." Zhou Shiyun was dumbfounded again. However, the dullness at this moment did not seem to be because he was confused and did not know Liao's real identity. Instead, it seemed to be because he was curious as to how the big devil, who ranked among the top in the dangerous database of the sanctuary, could be so shameless as to utter such nonsense that nobody would believe. Anyways, cut the crap. Just wash your neck and wait for me. Liao grinned hideously. By the way, you can pray to your god. Boom. Boom 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 boom. When the word prayer escaped his mouth, the dozens of supercompressed crystal reactor connected to his right arm exploded at the same time. Centered at Liao's right arm, a supernova-like light ball was born, expanded, and filled the entire preparation room. Even though they were blocked by the steel plates, all the heretical children still felt that they were being swallowed by the scorching sun and that their senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch had been deprived. Surrounded by the terrifying light balls, time and space were both meaningless. They were not even sure whether or not they were still alive. When the main gun of the super warship roared at the highest output, the feeling when he was crouching inside the barrel was nothing special. It was as if every inch of their skin had been burnt, their nerves and veins torn apart, and even their cells melded into the waves of destruction into furious ripples. Maybe it was 1 second later, or maybe it was an entire day later, but their cells, veins, nerves, muscles, fats, skin, and internal organs gradually returned to normal, allowing them to sense their real self again. Everything around him had changed beyond recognition. Other than them, who were protected by the iron plates, the cabin walls nearby had been burnt to the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks and bumps were appearing on them, too. In the direction where Liao's right arm was pointing, an immeasurable orange hole had been blown out. The hole was like a tunnel drilled by a drill of mystic rays and led to the control room at the center of the floating fortress, which was still emitting the smell of burning metal. Zhou Shiyun's 3D phantom had vanished. Even the seemingly holy white light had been wiped out by Liao's scorching flames. Who? Liao controlled Tonka's chest to rise and fall rapidly for 10 seconds. It was the only anomaly after his earth-shaking attack. Then, Liao snapped his fingers. The broken pieces of the cannon fell off from his right arm, but some of them flew out and hit the shackles of the heretical children precisely, shattering all the shackles. The heretical children moved their sore limbs, not knowing what to do. Right now, you are clear about your identity. There are only 2 paths in front of you. Liao said, you can either crawl into the pathway that was created by brute force together with me and fight for a freedom and hope that are even more uncertain than 1%, or you can stay here and wait for the arrival of the new purification troops. You will be tied up, modified, and subjected to decades of experiments just like them. Naturally, the heretical children knew who Liao was referring to, not to mention the students who had been tortured, and even turned into a brain in a tank when they were just captured and brought to this place. The students in front of them, who had just undergone preliminary modification surgery and had their brains melded with metal helmets and thick crystal cables, were definitely not something that they could endure. Who are you exactly? Chu Zhiyun took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, are you a god or a devil? How did you land on Tonka's body? What happened to Tonka? Are you going to be all right after using such tremendous strength? Look around you, Li Yao said casually. Do you see a floating fortress? Of course. Chu Zhiyun did not understand what Li Yao meant. Aren't we inside a floating fortress? That's right. It means that I'm still controlling my strength carefully. Tonka will be fine, Li Yao said. If I had been unscrupulous enough to exploit his body to the limits, the floating fortress would have been long gone. Ha! Chu Zhiyun and all the heretical children glared at him. As for whether I am a god or a devil, the question is meaningless. Li Yao said one word after another. Always remember that the so-called god is just a definition created by human beings. In other words, human beings created the god, not the opposite. Whatever you think I am, I am. Whatever you think you are, you are. I can help you, but more importantly, you must save yourselves. Who is a god? Who is a devil? And what the future holds are all up to you. The gods and the future are all up to us? All the heretical children, including Chu Zhiyun, were deeply shocked by Li Yao's words. It was human beings who invented the concept of demons and not the other way around. They had never considered problems from such an angle before. There was no time to hesitate, nor was there any other choice. The dangerous genes inside the bodies of the heretical children blossomed. They all straightened up and grasped the chainswords and storm bolters that Li Yao tossed over. We will come back and rescue these students later. Or give them a quick death. Li Yao said, now, follow me to the control room and take over the floating fortress. At this moment, the channel that Li Yao had just blown up with the energy of dozens of supercompressed crystal reactor was lowered to a temperature that the teenagers could enter. Leading dozens of heretical children, Li Yao marched forward along the straight pathway. With the feeble combat ability of the young men, of course, he did not need their help. He was merely trying to protect them and let them realize the significance of saving oneself. The battle was similar to the Battle of City in the Sky and Red Spider Lily. He had snuck into the large-scale experimental centers where the enemy was barely prepared. He was like a deadly virus that had snuck into the internal organs of enormous beasts and wreaked havoc. No matter how ferocious, strong, or hideous the beasts were, they were all useless. What was different from the Battle of City in the Sky and Red Spider Lily was that Li Yao's capability had soared to a whole new level, which was one of the best in the entire Pangu universe. The defensibility of the floating fortress was far from that of the City in the Sky or the Red Spider Lily. The City in the Sky and the Red Spider Lily were both trying to suppress the entire planet of Wuxia and the so-called Naughty Land. Thousands of brutal criminals had been locked up in the place, and the most dangerous weapon tests had to be conducted, too. Naturally, a lot of experts had gathered. Wu Yinglan, its master, was one of the top experts of the Imperium of true human beings, not to mention the elites of the Imperium such as Li Lingfeng, who had brought a lot of his family members for the test. The captives in the floating fortress were merely teenagers or even children. When the children grew up in the cage full of thorns after decades of suffering, they had become zombies or brains soaked in medication drugs. What the people of the Star Glory Federation valued most was the research on their brains. They would not give them the opportunity to train their combat ability at all. Was it necessary to set up too many defenses in this place? For example, Xia Yu, the dean of the Holy Light Institute, and Zhou Shuyun, the supervisor of the Devil's Child Project, were all feeble researchers. Even the meditation healers who boasted tremendous mental power were far from the super experts such as Li Yao in the arts of combat. Xianxia, commander of the 9th Cleaning Troop, was an expert of the Fire Clan, but the so-called Cleaning Troop was not a frontline combat troop in the first place. They would enter the debris to clean up the battlefield after the frontline troop finished the battle. The warriors of the Purification Troop boasted a highly enclosed brain that could resist the assault of all the so-called extraterrestrial devils. But it did not mean that they could resist Li Yao's furious fists. After all, the people of the Star Glory Federation thought that they had occupied the entire Black Castle. Even if a few guerrillas of the Star Glory Federation were still resisting below the ground, it was impossible for them to dig their way out and seek their own doom. Therefore, they sent out a large batch of second-tier troops and civil servants to conduct evil research, only to run into Liao, the bloody murderer. The outcome of the battle was as Liao had said. It had been decided the moment he burst into fury. Boom! Liao punched again, smashing the 3 purifiers into the wall. In the long and narrow tunnel behind them, there were traces of blood and broken debris. The melted, deformed, and still burning pieces were a silent reminder of Liao's brutality and toughness. In the meantime, there was nothing in front of them that could stop Liao. My Lord Chu Xiun bit his lips for a long time and finally thought of a suitable title. How did you know that the control room was here? Just a guess. Liao smiled. I've seen a lot of such floating fortresses in the enemy database of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Although their internal structure cannot be exactly the same, such important locations as the control center and the cockpit are rarely changed. Besides, there is Little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian? Chu Xiun's eyes bulged. It's true that I was not as sordid as her mother, who injected highly radiating tracing agents into her blood and hid a tiny chip in her hair. Liao said, my original plan was to locate Little Tian Tian and rescue her after we got you out of here. But as it turns out, by accident, we have locked onto the control center and Zhou Shiyun. Hehe. This venomous, no, heartless woman considers Little Tian Tian to be the best tool. Naturally, she won't let it go to waste after using it once. Instead, she wants to recycle it. That would be the best. While talking, Liao stopped. There's no way forward, Chu Xiun exclaimed in shock. The power of Liao's previous shot had been maximized. After melting through dozens of decks and cabin walls, it had run out of steam and blocked them in a dead end. Since there is no road ahead, Liao smiled and raised his right arm high. The chains word and the vibration saber on his back flapped like a peacock and flew into the sky before they were wreathed in his spiritual flames and bumped to a color that was almost transparent. Then, we will open a path with our own hands. Holding the invisible saber in his right hand, he slashed down brutally. More than 10 chainswords and vibration sabers tumbled into glittering brightness and slashed at the wall of the cabin that had been sealed. After an ear-splitting explosion and an earthquake, the wall in front of him was torn apart by Liao, leaving an immeasurable crevice almost 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, which looked like a dark canyon. Come on! Liao turned around and looked at the dumbfounded teenagers hopefully. This is our path. After traveling in the darkness for half a minute, they saw vague brightness and noises ahead of them. Countless crystal cannons and storm bolters seemed to be shooting at the gaps, only to be blocked and deflected by Liao's force field. With a weird whistle, a streak of redness rushed out of the top of Tonka's head and turned into an unpredictable red arrow that darted out of the gap. The heretical children could only hear screams, the sound of crystal cannons and storm bolters firing randomly, and the sounds of crystal suits being torn apart, bones broken, and blood spurting out. After almost 20 seconds, all the noises gradually died down, except for the sound of breathing. When they followed Liao and stepped out of the road that had been slashed open, they discovered that the control center of the floating fortress was right in front of them. Surrounding them was an array of crystal processors more than 10 meters in diameter. Dense consoles and dazzling light beams were displaying thousands of scenes inside and outside of the floating fortress. Right now, many of the pictures had turned black. Almost 100 purifiers were lying on the ground. Judging from the badges on their chests and the armbands on their arms, they were all battle elites of the number 9 sanitation unit and one of the few warriors of the Fire clan who boasted amazing combat ability. However, such an identity did not stop them from being pierced through the forehead, the carotid artery, or the heart and the abdomen by the mental devil, which killed them instantly. After blowing up almost 100 walking dead, the mental devil dived into the crystal processor. Hundreds of bloody electric arcs were eroding and devouring the data inside the mainframe crystal processor like the tentacles that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, while they attacked the enemy's perilous defense line unscrupulously. The crystal processor system that the people of the sanctuary used was of the same origin as the crystal processor system of the gold crystal tower. Even the star-level magical equipment, such as the gold crystal tower, boasted a more complicated structure and higher permissions. The mental devil had even cracked and grasped the control system of the gold crystal tower. It would be as easy as pie to invade a floating fortress, except that it would take some time. While the mental devil was invading, Liao glanced at the three members of the Sanctuary Alliance who were still standing in the control center coldly: Zhou Shiyun, Xiaoyu, and Qiu Yuanjia. Their souls had been refined into a lump of rigid steel by the venom that their master had injected into them. They could not feel any fear. However, their bodies had yet to be rid of the primitive animal instincts, and they were already shivering in fear under Liao's intimidating aura. The gods have arrived to slay the devils. Qiu Yuanjia, commander of the number 9 purification troop, shrieked and expanded his body size. The crystal suit on his body was almost bursting out. He roared thunderously as if he had borrowed the strength of the deities in the universe and lunged at Liao, his footprints still burning. Cut the crap! Liao suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Qiu Yuanjia in less than 0.1 seconds. He kicked Qiu Yuanjia's crystal suit, spine, and kidney into pieces with a force as heavy as a battle axe. Then, he folded Qiu Yuanjia's back with his lumbar spine as the center before he launched a roundhouse attack and kicked the guy who was trying to protect his body into a corner. It's a pity that your god is not here. Looking at the rotten meat in the corner of the room, Liao said coldly, "Otherwise, I will let you see with your own eyes the scene where I beat the shit out of it and feed it to it. I believe that you will look very happy then." White steam was spurting out of the rotten meat. There was no telling whether it was anger or suspicion. Then it withered like a bag that was riddled with holes. Ant behind Liao, Summer Rain, dean of the Holy Light Institute, suddenly let out a high-pitched shriek. She took out more than 10 glittering silver syringes and stabbed them into her carotid artery, her glabella, her temples, and her Baihui acupoint, injecting the drugs with suspicious constituents into her brain. For a moment, her eyes turned almost transparent. It flowed out of her eyes in the form of magma and interweaved on her face. Very soon, her entire face was like red-hot steel. At first, it turned orange, then milky white. Her facial features seemed to be melting in the terrifying holy light. "Repent, you devil!" she screamed. "In the light of the gods!" Hundreds of pale electric arcs spurted out of her eyes, which were now 2 white holes, and covered Liao's head instantly. Liao's brain was immediately cracking. Blood mist was popping up from all his orifices. And the heretical children watching the battle were all anxious and clenching their fists. Today was the first time that they had met Zhou Shiyun, the manager of the Devil's Child project. They did not know much about Zhou Shiyun, but they knew clearly how strong their Dean Xiaoyu was. In addition to being an outstanding brain researcher, Xiaoyu was also a meditation healer with extremely powerful mental strength. In the past, as long as she was alone, without the help of any magical equipment or facilities, she would be able to spread the holy light into the brains of thousands upon thousands of students, allowing the students to hear the voices of the deities, allowing them to see the myriad of forms and illusions presented by the holy light. She would even be able to make the students unconsciously speak the secrets at the bottom of their hearts, making them repent for their sins. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through the hearts of every student. Her voice contained a power that could not be defied. Her every action was so harmonious, sacred, and perfect. In the hearts of the students, Dean Xia was the closest person to God, besides the Supreme Master. Over the past few years, no one had ever seen someone from the Summer Rain tribe stimulate their mental power to such an extent. Even though they were merely bystanders, they could feel that the mental power leaking out of Xiaoyu's body was scraping their cerebral cortex like sharp scalpels, making their heads hurt so much that they felt that they had to repent immediately. However, Liao, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, seemed to be unaware of the lightning-like brightness in his brain and continued marching towards Xiaoyu. "Is this your trick?" wreathed in electric arcs and holy light. He said coldly, one word after another. You are just a puppet. You don't have your own soul and will at all. How can you talk about mental power? The brainwaves you release are powerful, but they do not have the temperature that a normal intelligent creature should have. They are just emotionless, meaningless, and powerless waves. Even if you stimulate your brain cells to burn crazily with all kinds of strengthening drugs, it will be useless because your brain has been dead for a long time. Right now, it is nothing but a frozen ocean and an empty grave. It's impossible. Xiaoyu's face was almost melted together with her brain. Holy light! Let me show you what real mental power is. Liao roared. The most important thing is not the intensity of the brainwaves, not the frequency of the brain cells, not even the spiritual root, the level, or the cultivation, but the courage, the emotions, and the hot blood that can make all the brain cells burn. That is the most precious, the strongest, and the mental power that can tear the universe apart. Amid the roars, Liao's eyes turned crimson, both like boiling magma and like a swirl of thousands of crimson lightning. When he blurted out the last word, the crimson lightning rushed out of his eyes and shattered the pale electric arcs, the so-called holy light that enveloped him, and pierced into the eyes of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's eyes immediately turned as red as Liao's. The zigzagging blood quickly spread to her entire face like a spider web. Ah! 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 Xiaoyu, dean of the Holy Light Institute, who had always been calm, elegant, and tranquil, finally held her head and screamed miserably. Very soon, crimson flames were spurting out of her ears, nose, and mouth. The flames congregated and turned her head into a burning, melting candle. After only half a minute, her entire head was boiling, burning, and turning into ash. Well, the heretical children were all dumbfounded. Even Chu Zhiyun, who was the calmest among them, could not help but put on a dumbfounded and shocked expression. From the moment Liao blew up dozens of decks and cabin walls inside the floating fortress, they had known how strong Liao was. However, no matter how hard he tried to imagine it, he never thought that Liao would be so strong. How could he blow up their dean's head while they were talking and laughing? Right now, other than them, only Zhou Shiyun, the manager of the Devil's Child project, was still standing next to them. But Zhou Shiyun's reaction was very strange. She did not resist stubbornly like Qiu Yuanjia and Xiaoyu did, but she did not intend to run away either. She simply stood aside and observed Liao's combat with her eyes wide open, as if she were trying to collect every detail of Liao's habits and patterns. You are the only one left. Liao warmed up his wrist slowly and toured to Zhou Shiyun. Why didn't you attack or run away? Can't beat you, nor can I run away. I'm no match for you. Zhou Shiyun's face was calm, and there was even a hint of curiosity in it. However, the curiosity did not seem to be her own. It seemed to be the emotion of someone who was manipulating her in the darkness. You are one of the top experts of the Imperium of true human beings. You are best at individual combat and decapitation tactics. In terms of individual threat level, you are among the top 3 in our database. I, on the other hand, am just a meditation healer who is prone to brain research and barely has the strength to truss a chicken. It is meaningless to resist or run away from an expert such as yourself. This is outrageous and unforgivable. Liao raised his eyebrow and said hideously, Is my personal threat ability only in the top 3? Are you kidding me? How do you do your intelligence work? Who are the other 2? Zhou Shiyun was dazed for a moment, as if she was not used to Liao's rambling. It was not until 3 seconds later that she returned to herself and said, Kill me, or even destroy the floating fortress and the entire Devil Child project. We both know that it is useless. Lamb just a tiny cell on the body of the gods, a tiny ripple raised by the will of the gods, a projection left by the brilliance of the gods on everything in the world. You have killed one of me. Naturally, thousands of me will be reborn in the favor of the gods and continue the mission of the gods, the sacred covenant. The Devil's Child project is just one of the countless brain and human nature research projects of the Star Glory Federation. All the experimental data has been uploaded to the gods by our master and can be recovered at any time. Therefore, what's the point of killing me and destroying this place? But I don't know what kind of delicate method you used to send your soul directly to this place across billions of stars, but whatever the technology is, such a long-distance projection of your soul must consume a lot of your soul power, spiritual energy, and mental power. It must be very risky, too. Maybe you were planning to use the technology to spy on us, but I don't know why you are so stupid as to go on a killing spree. The more people you kill, the more your soul and spiritual energy will be consumed. Your body and your mind will run dry, and the long-distance connection will be more unstable. You've killed so many people, but many purifiers are still coming from the floating fortress. Even if you can control the entire floating fortress and destroy them, so what? There are still a lot of our legions and fleets in the thousands of square kilometers nearby. They will surround and annihilate you at any moment, or at least lock you down. They will never allow an extremely evil devil such as yourself to invade our sacred body. Hehe. So just kill me. I will trade my life and half of the Devil Child Project for the soul of an important subject of the Imperium. It is a very good deal. What do you think, Black Wind King Liao? There was not the slightest fear of death on Zhou Shiyun's face. Instead, it was filled with enlightenment and the joy of returning to the embrace of the gods. Liao, on the other hand, sighed. There is one thing that you haven't figured out yet. I'm not trying to kill you, including Qiu Yuanjia and Xiayu. Liao replied, because the real you are already dead. Right now, somebody is manipulating your bodies and turning you into a bunch of crazy zombies. It's impossible for a human to die twice. Therefore, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to rest in peace. You were already dead. The real you was already dead the moment you became the first devil's child in the embryo state before you were born. It must have been very painful. After he became the first generation of demonic children, he was savaged brutally when he was still a baby. Other than physical torment, his spirit was twisted and castrated, too. He never had the chance to grow and blossom to his heart's content. In the end, not only were you refined into what they thought you to be, even your daughter could not escape such a sad destiny. She was reduced to a tool that was manipulated, refined, and tortured. She was an experiment subject. Tell me, have you really forgotten such unforgettable pain? Did you lose the ability to feel pain? Or did you kill it every time you felt pain so that you could fool yourself and pretend that the pain did not exist? Swear to your God that you have never thought of ending all the pain and giving your daughter, who carries all your genes and hope, a completely different future? Zhou Shiyun's calm and collected face finally cracked. It was like a dam that had been sealed by billions of tons of flood. After cracking noises, the first shocking gap appeared. It's hilarious. With a rigid face, she said, I didn't know that the legendary Black Wind King Liao, who suppressed the entire Imperial Terminus sector by himself and shouldered half of the empire of the true human beings, would be so smart. You know very well whether or not I have a glib tongue, Liao said calmly. I know that many people will try to rationalize or even sanctify the pain that is absolutely unavoidable when they are faced with it. It is the only way that can ease the pain that is worse than death. It is just like how many people surrender before they truly explore the boundless universe, admitting that they are insignificant and humble, in order to avoid the ultimate fear of vastness and eternity. But pain is pain after all, and fear is still fear. It will not be diminished by your self-deception. The more you try to avoid it, the more it will linger in your veins like a curse and you will never be able to get away. Shut up. I've learned the meaning of life and found eternal peace in the embrace of the gods. What pain? It's hilarious. The corners of Zhou Shiyun's eyes were twitching, and her face was twisted. She gnashed her teeth. You guys who are haunted by the extraterrestrial devils and drowned in the mud of emotions and desires are the real pain. We are saving all mankind and the universe. It's useless. Stop fooling yourself. I can see your brain clearly. Liao sighed and said, I sense the black area hiding in the deepest part of your brain and the waves of pain and desperation that were released from there. What are they? Are they the remnants of the real Zhou Shiyun? Are they the indelible imprints of the natural instincts of human beings? Although your brain has been castrated and the black area is heavily sealed, I can still sense their existence and the deepest pain that you are enduring all the time. Tood even hear a very weak voice, as if an arm was stretching out from the depths of the swamp, shouting, "Save me! Kill me!" Was that the voice of the real Zhou Shiyun? In any case, everything should be over. You can finally get rid of them and have a good night's sleep. Your daughter will live in a new world that is completely different from this one. She will live a happier and freer life, including her offspring. Your genes will bloom like thousands of flowers. I guarantee it. Rest in peace, Zhou Shiyun. Liao extended a finger and lightly tapped on Zhou Shiyun's forehead. Zhou Shiyun seemed to be attracted by an inexplicable force. Her eyes gradually turned blank, and every muscle and nerve on her face was relaxed. A moment later, something seemed to have emerged from the deepest part of her brain and regained control over her body for the first time in decades. Real and vivid emotions appeared on her face. Her facial features were all scrunched up. Tears were flowing down her face, while she was screaming miserably, as if the pain that had been suppressed for almost 100 years was bursting out at this moment. Pure flames spread out from Liao's fingertip and enveloped Zhou Shiyun. She was dancing like a butterfly that was on fire. As the flames grew more and more intense, the pain was gradually relieved. Having lost the shackles of her body, her remaining soul was finally freed. She flew to the sky in a cluster of pure white ash and dispersed into ripples. In the end, all that was left was a long sigh, telling her how relieved and happy she was. Liao watched Zhou Shiyun vanish into thin air in a daze. There was a hint of pity on his face, but the volcano-like fury in his eyes did not diminish at all. Zhou Shiyun was right about one thing. She, Xiayu, and Xianxia were merely insignificant characters and cells of the deities. Before he entered the Sanctuary Alliance, Liao had thought that the deities that the people of the Sanctuary Alliance referred to were the Pangu clan, which had been hibernating for hundreds of thousands of years. They were the objects that needed to be awakened. But right now, he had a vague feeling that the so-called deities were not just the sleeping Pangu clan but a different, more specific existence that was responsible for the transformation of the sanctuary into what it was today. For the cells such as Zhou Shiyun, Xiayu, and Xianxia, it was useless no matter how many of them were eliminated. The so-called deities could reproduce or produce more cells easily. Liao swore that he would find the god behind the scenes and stuff its head into its ass. This is, Master. The heretical children looked at Liao in fear. After Liao killed Xianxia, Xia Yurin, and Zhou Shiyun without any hesitation, he had become a master in the eyes of the teenagers. Are you all right? Chu Zhiyun looked at him worriedly. There was no telling whether he was worried about Liao's soul or Tanka's body. He observed Liao's expression for a long time and asked carefully, "You've eliminated so many purifiers and cut open dozens of cabin walls and decks. Even Dean Xia, the commander of the purifiers, and the manager of the Devil's Child project have been killed by you. Are you sure that you can hold on?" "Well," Liao nodded. "Good question. It's true that I can't hold on any longer." Oops. He was resolute and decisive. Without any hesitation, he fell to the ground and opened his arms and legs. He was cramping and foaming at the mouth. There was not the slightest hint of blood on his body. What the hell? Chu Zhiyun was dumbfounded. He did not expect Liao to lie down so easily. "What happened to you?" TM exhausted. Liao was lying on the ground with his arms and legs stretched out. He couldn't even move his fingers, but his face was calm. He said casually, "Didn't you hear what Zhou Shiyun said just now? The super long-distance projection of my soul consumed a lot of soul power and spiritual energy. Even if I lurked inside Tanka's body, there would still be a certain risk, not to mention the high-intensity battles where I controlled his body. How could my soul not be exhausted and my spiritual energy not be exhausted? So I'm exhausted. Oh, I'm so tired. I can't even blink. I'm so tired. How did this happen?" Chu Zhiyun and the heretical children found it hard to believe. "You were so confident 3 seconds ago. How did you become like this? You seem to have collapsed. This is the unique superpower of an unparalleled expert such as myself." Liao continued calmly. If it were an ordinary so-called expert, they would certainly be affected by their injuries and fatigue. They would show signs of weakness in battle which would affect their combat skills. As for me, a super expert who stood at the peak of the evolution of mankind and could slay gods and devils with ease, I was able to suppress all my injuries and fatigue with my amazing body control ability and my iron-like willpower. I did not leak even the tiniest bit of my strength in the battle, so that the enemy would have the desperation that I would never be injured or tired. Only after I had completely defeated my opponent would the suppressed injuries, fatigue, and exhaustion burst out and completely crush me. Maybe you still can't understand the formidability of this ability, but it doesn't matter. In the first place, it's not something that just anyone can understand. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm about to suffocate. I'm so tired. So uncomfortable. Since you are already so weak, don't be indifferent when you talk. All right? Chu Xiun was almost in tears. What should we do now? We've only cleared the control center. There are still a lot of purifiers cruising outside. Besides, there are camps of the purifiers outside the floating fortress. There must be other legions and fleets further away. It doesn't matter. I'm just exhausted for now. After resting for 20 minutes, my soul will be condensed again, and my spiritual energy will be refilled again. Of course, it will be best if you can help me find some strengthening drugs and high nutrition drugs. I believe that there must be such energy supplier in the Comer of the control center. Liao said, as for the soldiers outside and the legions further away, we don't need to worry about them. When we were fighting Zhou Shiyun just now, one of my clones had already hacked into the control system of the floating fortress, cracked the defense barrier inside the mainframe crystal processor, and tampered with the highest permissions. In other words, the floating fortress now belongs to us. I can observe the movements of all the soldiers inside the floating fortress at my will and close the main channels and cabins, locking them inside. They are all soldiers and worker bees who lack the basic logical thinking ability. Now that their leader is dead, they cannot attack the control center automatically without clear orders. But, this is my limit. I cannot protect you all the way to the safe shelter. You will have to walk on your own. Chu Zhiyun, from this moment on, you are the new leader of the heretical children. Do you see the green door over there? If my senses are correct, little Tian should be behind us. Let's rescue her first. Then, I will retrieve the permissions to open the door of all the cells of the devil children and guide you to them. You can rescue as many people as you want. They've detected that there is a fairly large hangar inside the floating fortress that is carrying a lot of armed shuttles, crystal tanks, and light carriers. You must have all learned the basic driving skills. When the time comes, find a few vehicles that are simple in structure and reliable. Twill find an opportunity to put you on the ground and give you the coordinates and methods to open the shelters. As long as you reach the no man's land in time and enter the shelters, you will have a chance to escape. But Chu Zhiyun thought for a long time and said hurriedly, if we leave just like that, won't you be left to fight against an entire army by yourself? Your situation right now is very, very bad. Isn't it? How can we? Don't be silly, little girl. I, Vulture Liao, have dominated the sea of stars and roamed the universe for more than 100 years. I've slain demons, slain gods, and annihilated devils. I've been through all kinds of storms. This little scene in front of me, TSK, 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 TSK. It's really smaller than a sesame seed. It's so small that I'm simply not interested. I've condensed 100% of my strength. Cough, 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 cough. I can do it again. Cough, cough. What can you do to me? Liao coughed and smiled. Don't worry. It's just that I was fighting too hard just now. As long as I rest for 3 to 5 minutes and overcome my fatigue, I will be able to blow up a planet, not to mention those shrimps, pests, and rats. Is that so? Chu Zhiyun was suspicious. He bit his lips and said, but I can see that you are sweating hard and look extremely haggard. Are you sure you are not bluffing? She carefully extended her finger and poked Liao, Tonka's chest. Hiss! Liao narrowed his eyes and grimaced. Ouch! 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 What the hell are you, this audacious junior, doing? I've just recovered 99%. I'm about to completely recover. I'm coming back to life. With this jab of yours, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I'll have to start all over again. T'll have to lie down for at least 70 to 80 minutes. Half an hour to 2 hours. All right? In short, let's cut the nonsense. Even if I can control the entire floating fortress, it's impossible for me to stop those soldiers for too long. You must seize every second to save yourselves and as many people as possible. Hurry up and take action. Pick up the portable crystal processor in the backup control panel and keep in touch. I'll clear the way for you. At Liao's urging, Chu Zhiyun and the heretical children gathered themselves together and opened a green gate on the right side of the control center. As they expected, little Tian was lying in a med bay and being monitored by a body. Her biological mother was already dead. Nobody would be able to locate them through her anymore. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhiyun broke open the med bay and picked up the sleeping little Tian. Then, under Li Yao's guidance, they lunged at the prison cell of the devil child. As Li Yao expected, without the command of Zhou Shiyun, Qiu Yuanjia, and the 3 leaders of Summer Rain City, the remaining purifiers and the professors of the Holy Light Institute were in a mess, not to mention the soldiers of the lowest level. They were like worker bees and soldier bees that had lost their queen insects. Their eyes were confused, and their heads were spinning. They were mumbling meaningless words in their throats, or sitting in their chairs obediently with their hands on their knees and their backs straight, waiting for further orders. Of course, there were also some professors or commanders who possessed the basic logical thinking ability and realized that something abnormal had happened inside the floating fortress. However, Li Yao had hijacked the control center through the mental devil and locked the pathways leading to the control center and the cells of the devil children. Considering the rigidness of the people of the Star Glory Federation and the lack of active behavior, it would be a long time before some of them dared to break the closed cabin door. Therefore, in less than an hour, Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children rescued a lot of devil children who could act on their own. Most of the devil children had been locked in this place for years. The prolonged suffering almost broke their minds. Fortunately, they still retained their original memories. The students who vaguely recognized them shed tears of pain and excitement. Li Yao picked a few tank-type carriers with simple driving methods for them. With the elite education that the heretical children received, it should not be a problem to drive hundreds of kilometers. In the meantime, Li Yao had moved the floating fortress to the edge of the no-man's land. Looking into the distance, he saw endless scorched earth and mountains that looked like black shadows. The shelter was among the mountains. Even with the technology of the Sanctuary Alliance, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to search for several well-hidden shelters on such a large planet. When Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children gathered in front of Li Yao again, he had already caught his breath and was able to stand straight by holding the edge of the control panel. We cannot rescue everyone. There were traces of blood on Chu Zhiyun's face, which had been accidentally splashed when she rescued the devil child. In a trance, she was still dwelling in the shocking scenes and said in a trembling voice, "So many bloody devil children. It's terrible. I can't save everyone. I should have rescued them all. Don't blame yourself. You will have a clear conscience as long as you try your best." Li Yao smiled. "By the standards of a 13-year-old girl, you've done well enough. If you really can't forget the blood of today, just engrave it in your heart and train yourself hard in the days to come so that you can better control your strength. Try to save more people one day. Now it's your turn to run away." While talking, Li Yao grunted and slowly closed his eyes while controlling Tonka's body. Then, bright gold mist that looked like chimneys and running water flowed out of Tangka's 7 orifices and condensed into Li Yao's true self in midair. And this was the first time that Chu Zhiyun and the other heretical children had seen Li Yao's soul. Seeing that his real self was such an ordinary person, they could not help but exclaim. Without the enhancement of Li Yao's soul, Tonka's body twisted and collapsed. "Tonka!" Reflexively, Chu Zhiyun hugged Tangka. "Rest assured, his soul is merely in a coma because of the blast. Liao vibrated the air and explained. It's also a protective mechanism in case his soul is torn to pieces by my soul waves. Therefore, I sent him to the depths of his brain for a good sleep. I estimate that he will wake up at night. After that, he should be fine after 10 to 15 days of rest. Besides, his limbs and veins have been broadened by my spiritual energy, and his brain has been expanded by more than 10 times by my soul. He has been reborn, which will be very beneficial for his future training. He will be able to develop into a battle-type cultivator. Here. Now I'm returning him to you. Also, input the coordinates of the few shelters nearby into this mini crystal processor. Destroy the portable crystal processor after you've memorized them. Otherwise, if the coordinates fall into the enemy's hands, you will still end up as experiments. Go now. I've lowered the altitude of the floating fortress to less than 50 meters. I wish you a safe journey, children. Guru. Translucent liquid was rolling in the calmer of Chu Zhiyun's eyes. His lips trembled for a long time, before he mumbled, "If we take Tonka's body away, won't your soul lose its support? Don't be silly. Didn't I tell you just now that, as the best warrior of the Pengu universe, I don't need the enhancement of my body in such a shabby situation?" Liao smiled. The bright gold flames were raging, as if he were putting on an intimidating, dominating armor for his soul. Tangka's body is more like a shackle than a reliance. It has sealed 90% of my strength. Without your interference, I can wield 300% of my combat ability. It's true. After you got off the floating fortress, you rushed to the north without looking back. Remember, you must run at the highest speed for 300 to 500 kilometers, no 700 to 800 kilometers before you stop to rest. Otherwise, you might still be accidentally injured by the blast of my attack. It is not a joke. Got it. Chu Zhiyun lowered his head and said sadly, "We are too weak right now and will only be a burden for you. We cannot help you at all. We are not fit to fight with you." "What are you talking about?" Liao couldn't help but laugh. He extended his tentacles and patted the girl's head, while he said softly, "Believe me, you are definitely not my burden, but the significance of my fight. One day we will fight side by side and face the cold, dark universe together with all the tricks in it. But right now we have to go our separate ways and carry out different missions. Your mission is to bring the most precious things out." Liao pointed at little Tian Tian. "Little Tian Tian?" Chu Zhiyun asked. "No, it's hope." Liao's soul was beaming with joy. "Promise me that you will bring hope out. However much darkness you encounter, don't let the feeble light of hope die down. This is your mission. It might be even more difficult than mine. Can you do it?" Chu Zhiyun sniffed hard. "Yes." The girl straightened her back resolutely. "Excellent. Let's go." Liao paused for a moment and said, "Wait, there's something else. I don't know whether or not I should tell you about Tonka. Just don't be angry when you hear it." "Huh?" Chu Zhiyun blinked quickly. "It has to do with Tonka. How can I be angry? Please tell me, master." "In fact, Tonka has always liked you very much. He liked you so much that he could barely sleep at night." Liao looked at Chu Zhiyun sincerely and said, "Believe me, it is definitely not the like that kids play house with. It is the pure and innocent love of the first awakening of love." Chu Zhiyun was dumbfounded. "Well, he has been deeply in love with you for a long time. It was only because of the harsh environment and his shy personality that he could not confess to you. He could only hide his true love deep inside his chest." Liao said solemnly. "It was only in the dead of night, when there was nothing but silence, that he dared to take out his sincerity and sigh for a long time. He was so troubled that it only added to his pain. Even I was in so much pain because of him. I thought of my painful and happy first love. My first love. Well." Two red clouds were burning on Chu Zhiyun's cheeks, in front of so many heretical children. He did not know whether to continue hugging Tonka or to put him down. Embarrassed, he stomped his foot and exclaimed, "How is that possible? What else could it be?" Liao narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that I, the best expert of the Pengu universe, the pillar of the Imperium of true human beings, and the top devil in the library of the most dangerous people in the Holy Accord Alliance, would be so bored as to make up such a sordid lie to fool an immature girl like you. I don't mean anything by telling you this. I just think that Tonka is a good kid with a lot of good points. For example, he is quite lively and has a nose and eyes. Anyway, you have nothing to do in the shelter. If you are bored, you might as well consider it. All right, kids. This is all I can do for you. Protect your hope carefully. I believe that we will fight side by side someday. Go ahead. I'm here to block you. You can go ahead boldly. Seeing Li Yao's brilliant smile, all the heretical children teared up. Thank you. Chu Zhiyun suddenly bowed to Li Yao and affirmed, "We now know that you are indeed not a devil but an out-and-out angel." Li Yao touched his non-existent cheek in embarrassment. Hehe. The next scene will be very bloody and brutal. It is not suitable for teenagers below the age of 16 like you. Cut the crap. Let's go. Urged and driven away by Li Yao, the heretical children boarded the tanks that were packed with goods with complicated feelings. The cabin door of the hangar opened slowly. They had landed less than 30 meters from the ground. Even the tank-type carriers that did not have the ability to fly could land softly with the anti-gravity system. In front of him was a boundless, uninhabited area. Chu Zhiyun looked back for the last time and glanced at Li Yao, who was floating at the center of the floating fortress. Then he gritted his teeth and pushed the power output to the maximum. A few streams of smoke soared into the sky and rushed away. The door of Li Yao's remote control floating fortress slowly closed. Right now, he was the only one left in the control center. Through the observation crystal cameras on the outside, Li Yao saw that the caterpillar carriers of the Children of Heresy were gradually disappearing into the horizon. Even the dust raised by the grinding of the tracks gradually dispersed into the darkness. Li Yao took a long breath in relief. The confident smile on his face was gone, too. Qi, the bright gold soul that was showing off its dominance a moment ago, was withering like a deflated ball. The awe-inspiring armor and the dazzling sound and light effects peeled off like mottled paint, revealing his dispirited and exhausted soul core. Li Yao's soul was floating in the air with his arms and legs stretched out. It was like a large piece of oil had fallen into water and was gradually spreading, melting and disintegrating. The crimson shadow of the mental devil crawled out of the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress and looked at Li Yao in mockery. "Are you satisfied yet? That's awesome." Li Yao was all smiles. "Hurry up and help me. I can't." "So you knew that it was not going to work out, too. I thought that you really considered yourself to be the best expert of the Pangu universe. You thought that you alone, no, you did not even have a human being. You thought that you were just an illusionary ghost that could resist the entire garrison of the Holy Alliance on Black Castle." With his hands on his hips, the mental devil prattled on like a bitch. "Now I've learned my lesson. Not only did I not undermine you at all, I even tried my best to help you control the floating fortress so that you could show off in front of the ignorant teenagers and fool them into dizziness. What do you think?" Of course, Li Yao said. "That's why I said that other people are all fakes and that people such as Long Yongjun are all unreliable. You are the best brother that I've ever had in my life. Our relationship is as solid as gold. What am I going to do without you?" "That's good." The mental devil couldn't help but grin. Then, it sniffed and said, "All right, now that you've enjoyed yourself enough, you've rescued all the people you should have saved, and you've established the image of invincibility, it's time for you to quit while you're ahead and run away. Right now, we have two options. The first is to find a blackie and drill it into his brain. There are thousands of purifiers inside the floating fortress. There must be a blackie among them. It will be very easy to find him. Secondly, you can cut off the connection and run away. Your soul can take a rest in your hometown before you make a comeback. However, I suggest you find a blackie first and implant the coordinates of his soul into his brain. Then, it will be more convenient for you to jump over next time. What do you think?" Li Yao was silent. He stared at the mental devil. The mental devil felt goosebumps all over its body because of his stare. It could not help but rub the non-existent goosebumps all over its body. Hey, What's the meaning of your weird eyes? Why aren't you talking? Bad things happen every time you look at me with ill intentions. What? What do you want exactly? Nothing much. Liao smiled obsequiously. However, it suddenly occurred to me that we can't find a second black spot easily. Nor can we cut the line and run away. Why? The mental devil found it hard to believe. What are you up to now? No. I just feel that it's meaningless to find a second black stone. Liao explained. Qiu Yuanjia and Zhou Shiyun, the highest officials of Xiaoyu in the floating fortress, have both been killed. The only people left are the middle-level and low-level officers and the soldier bees who don't have any logical thinking ability. It is not convenient to communicate with them, nor is it easy to get in touch with the masterminds of higher levels. More importantly, didn't you hear what Zhou Shiyun said just now? The enemy has grasped our identity and knows that we have possessed a certain member of the Sanctuary Alliance through a super long-distance soul projection. If so, as long as the enemy's computational ability is above a certain level, it is very easy for them to figure out that, after we were separated from Tonka's body, it was very likely that we would be replaced by someone else's body. If so, how could they not guard and destroy all the survivors inside the floating fortress? If we crawl into the brain of a survivor and are surrounded by the army of the Star Glory Federation, and the enemy kills all the survivors inside the floating fortress without giving us a chance to explain or perform, won't we be in an awkward situation? Well, the mental devil pondered for a moment and said, Damn, you do have a point. I told you not to be so rash as to jump out and save the heretical children a long time ago. Great. Now that the black spot plan is likely to be exposed, the difficulty of the subsequent missions will be more than 10 times higher. Forget it. I should run back to my hometown and discuss with Xiao Ming and Wen before I make any plans. No, Liao said softly. We can't cut off the connection and run away either. Not now. Why? The mental devil's eyes bulged out. Do you have any idea how exhausted our souls are right now? You've been in the limelight for a long time. Let's go. The audience has all left. Why are you not running away? Are you waiting for your master to treat you to dinner? No. Chu Jiyun and little Tian Tian are not far away yet. Liao sighed and smiled bitterly. You don't think that such a bunch of 13-year-olds will be able to get rid of a bunch of enemies by themselves, do you? Without interference, they will definitely be caught by the members of the Sanctuary Alliance within the hour. We will save them until the end. Now that we have spent so much time and effort to rescue them, and even our black spot plan is likely to be exposed, naturally we must help them resist all the pursuers. At the very least, we must attract most of their attention so that they can reach the shelter safely, right? Therefore, we have to persist for another 3 to 5 hours. I will provide all my remaining strength to you so that you can completely control the floating fortress and trigger 120% of its combat ability. It should be fine, right? The mental devil's eyes were bulging wider and wider, swallowing the hideous face like 2 bloody swirls. Its eyes were glaring at Liao like roaring magma, ready to blow Liao's head off. Say that again. It was about to scowl and gnash its teeth. How long do you want to persist? 3 to 5 hours. Liao extended 3 of his fingers, which turned into 5, while he continued. Of course, if you can persist for 1 day and 1 night and even kill all the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation on Black Castle, I have no objection. Lave a problem with that. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Are your soul bubbles because of the radiation of the sun? Do you really think you are the best expert in the Pangu universe? The mental devil cursed in fury. Are we not the best experts of the Pangu universe? Liao blinked his watery eyes and asked seriously. The bloody devil was shivering in fury. Shut up. Even if he is really the best expert in the Pangu universe, it is still suicidal for him to control such a large floating fortress to fight against tens of thousands of crystal suits, armed shuttles, and starships when his soul has been projected billions of light years away and experienced a high-intensity battle to the point that the fortress is empty and the oil wells are running dry. What's wrong with your head? What are you thinking? Do you know how fragile and disordered the connection between our souls and those in the rear is right now? Do you know that our senses and our control are fading fast? We are like dry wood that has been burnt to the ground and will collapse at any moment. TM already very tired. I'm so tired that I can barely control the automatic toilet in the toilet of the floating fortress. You want me to persist for 3 to 5 hours? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Keep your head clear and think about our mission. Don't make a big mistake because of a small mistake. Know that I have never forgotten our mission for 1 second. Liao smiled. Isn't our mission to protect Chu Jiun, Tang Ka, and little Tian? The mental devil shuddered coldly. Bastard. Don't say such mushy words without any warning. The bloody devil was so angry that he clenched his fists and bashed Liao's head hard. Go to hell if you want to. Don't drag me down. I have a good life to enjoy, unlike you, who is a fool with no brains. However, Liao seized the opportunity and hugged his leg. Tears and snot flowed down his face, but he could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Please do me a favor. You devoured most of Professor Mo Xian's legacy and the scraps of the extraterrestrial devils in the spiritual nexus. I don't know how to hack into the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors as well as you do. I can't control such a large floating fortress. That's why I said just now that you are the most important person in my life. You are my most beloved, most trusted, and most reliable brother. You are 10,000 times better than Long Yongjun. You are on par with Ding Lingdang. I can't live without you. Really. I really can't live without you. You may be sharp-tongued, but you are soft-hearted. You definitely can't bear to leave me. Can you? Do me a favor. Save me. For the sake of our different personalities, can you help me one last time? Go away. The mental devil was shaking its leg hard, but Liao's soul was clinging to it like a pool of sticky snot, making it scream in fury. I don't have such a shameless personality. Let go. Let go. Tuntiti, let it go. If I do, all my previous endeavors will be in vain. Chu Jiun, Tangka, and little Tian will be doomed, and all hope will be gone. Do you understand? Liao arched his body and crawled toward the mental devil. I'm going to touch your heart with my passion and my charisma. Really. Stay with me and blow those wretched scumbags into pieces. Besides, aren't you the blood demon who boasts that killing is the source of your energy? Didn't you say that you were going to bring bloody destruction to the entire world? That's what you said in the beginning. Isn't this the best opportunity for you? No one can stop you from killing now. You can release the most furious desire for killing in the deepest part of your heart now. Come on. Stop cowering like a turtle. Release yourself. Roar. Slaughter. Kill you? Slaughter and suicide are vastly different, all right? The mental devil was not moved. It sniffed and said, Look at your shameless face. You are still winking and tempting me to kill to my heart's content. I really wonder which of us is the main personality, which is the subordinate personality, which is the real Liao, and which is the mental devil. Hehe. Maybe I was the real Liao, but I was gradually replaced by you, the sordid and sordid mental devil, without me knowing. As a result, the appearance that you presented to the world changed from the innocent and kind young man in the beginning to such an unbearable one today. Liao was dazed for a long time. It's possible. He smiled casually. The brightness of human beings and the darkness are essentially the same, day after night and night after day. So maybe you are the real Liao and I am just a minor mental devil. Nothing is certain. However, if you were Liao's main personality, you wouldn't abandon the innocent children and walk away in such a situation, would you? As long as you can stay and fight side by side with me, you will be the main personality and you will be the main personality. So what if I am the mental devil? At worst, I will acknowledge you as my big brother, and I will be your little brother forever. Since you are already my big brother, shouldn't you help your little brother? Wow! The mental devil was dumbfounded. Are you serious? For such young men whom you barely know, you can stoop so low. Not exactly strangers. Liao said, Didn't we see Tang Ka's hands by accident? The mental devil replied, So what? I didn't know you had such a fetish. No. What I meant was that, before I saw the scene, I might have considered Tonka and the other young men to be cold, emotionless machines and stepping stones for the mission. Liao smiled bitterly. However, when I discovered that they were human beings who had feelings and souls just like us, I could no longer walk away irresponsibly. They were not heretical children, but child of human beings. Do you understand what I mean? They are like our past and our children. I have to protect them. If I walk away just like that, even if my soul returns to the shell at the bottom of the gold crystal tower safely, my belief will collapse the moment my body awakens. You and I are one. If my belief collapses, how long can you persist on your own? Without my restraints and balance, you will only be a slave to my lust for killing and not the master of my will to fight. Won't you? Liao's words silenced the mental devil for a long time. What bullshit belief! It is truly the most troublesome thing in the world. It mumbled to itself. Yes, but that is also why we are so strong and became the best experts of the Pangu universe in only 100 years. Liao smiled. Can you please stop talking about the best expert of the Pangu universe? This is the highest level of bragging. Do you not believe in yourself when you brag? Do you not realize that the more we brag, the more miserably we will die? The mental devil gave up the futile struggle and held its forehead. You must always dream. If you don't even dare to think about the best expert, how can you become the real best expert? Liao smiled even more brilliantly. The bright gold color and the crimson color of his soul intertwined. So you agree, right? Hee. The mental devil glared at him and crawled into the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress silently. Liao exclaimed in joy and followed him closely. The moment he crawled into the mainframe crystal processor, he felt that the mental devil was pulling him hard. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The world in front of his eyes suddenly changed. It was now an ocean of data and information. Shwa, 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 shwa. Countless streams of information assaulted Liao's soul like interconnected torrents. His senses seemed to have turned into thousands of tentacles that extended to every corner of the floating fortress through crystal cables and tubes. It was a similar feeling to when he was controlling the giant god soldier. He had melded his soul into the machine and become one with it. However, the floating fortress felt colder and harder, making Liao feel that he had really become a city of steel several kilometers in diameter. Wow! Watching the overwhelming information flooding down like a waterfall, Liao could not help but exclaim, "So, it's true that we can manipulate the automatic toilet inside the floating fortress at our will. How marvelous! What is your focus exactly?" The mental devil replied snappily, "Do you see the scan data of the spiritual energy reactions and the data of the metal reactions? Two clusters of dense high-energy reaction points are coming at us from the southwest and the northwest at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. They will be in contact with us in 10 minutes. They should be the main force of the soldiers of the Star Glory Federation on Black Castle, right? Hee. Those guys are fast. I'm really exhausted. I can't summon 100% of the combat ability of the floating fortress. Didn't you want to give me a hand? Then why are you still playing the toilet? Come on. Understood. Liao withdrew his thoughts from the hundreds of toilets on the floating fortress. His soul shrank to the minimum and turned into a tiny, but brilliant golden spot of light. Then it exploded brutally. The soaring blood flames that supported the mental devil expanded and spread out, burning furiously in every crystal cable and tube of the floating fortress. Ah! The souls of Liao and the mental devil triggered shocking tides at the same time, stimulating and resonating with each other. Even the cold seawater of the entire sea of stars cannot extinguish our unyielding flames. Liao burst into laughter in the excitement of his soul. His ear-splitting roars almost tore apart the entire floating fortress. No matter how high and thick the black wall that sealed us is, it will be shattered by our punch. We will gather all our life and will and march into an unprecedented limit. One day, wait, the mental devil suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" "TM stimulating my soul and resonating with you. Superimposing our strength." Liao said matter-of-factly, "Is there a problem?" No. I mean, what are you yelling about? The mental devil said. What, all the seawater in the sea of stars and unwavering flames? What are such embarrassing lines? Is it really necessary to stimulate the soul? Well, I wrote the lines myself because I think that in the current situation, we really need some very hot-blooded and impassioned lines to liven up the atmosphere, so that it can better help our souls resonate and force out the power that has been hidden in the depths of our souls. Liao said, if the lines are invalid, I'm going to sing at the top of my voice and blow up thousands of starships and crystal suits. Isn't it a splendid scene? No need. The mental devil frowned. Shut up. From now on, don't talk or sing. Just stimulate your soul silently and resonate with it. If you say another word, I will run away and leave you here to play with the toilet. Liao. The mental devil. Liao. The mental devil. Liao. What do you mean? What do you mean? Liao felt wronged. You told me not to talk and to circulate my spiritual energy in silence, but I didn't say anything for the entire 3 minutes. I was merely trying to stimulate my soul and burn my will. Was I wrong again? All right, it's my fault. The mental devil was rendered speechless for a long time, but it had to admit that your sudden silence is indeed weirder than your usual noise. Besides, we are staring at each other in silence, and our souls are rubbing against each other at a high speed. The atmosphere is indeed weird. You'd better say something. See? I knew it. Behind your seemingly indifferent appearance, in the deepest part of your soul, there is also a hot blood that will never cool down. Isn't there? Liao grinned. After all, you are one of Liao's personalities. How can you be cold and heartless? Don't be embarrassed. There are no outsiders here. What's wrong with admitting that your blood is not cold yet? Then come on. Burn everything we have. Let the light illuminate the entire universe. Let the Walking Dead and the scumbags who call themselves gods behind the backs of the Walking Dead open their dog eyes wide and see clearly that this is Vulture Liao. This is a cultivator. This is a real human being. Ah! In the ear-splitting roars, Liao's 2 souls, one red and the other gold, expanded to the maximum crazily. They even freed themselves from the shackles of the floating fortress and released tentacles of fire that were several kilometers long. At first glance, the entire floating fortress seemed to have been burnt to thousands of degrees, turning into a rising, winged sun on the dark land. Liao felt that he was an iron giant reborn in the raging flames. The more he combined his soul with the crystal processor, the more the strength hidden in the deepest part of his soul spurted out and adjusted the balance between him and the crystal processor so that his senses and thoughts could reach every tube and every corner of the floating fortress smoothly. Right now, he was the floating fortress. The shell of the crystal suit and the fully automatic turrets was his solid body. The complicated tubes and crystal cables were his veins and nerves. The crystal reactor that was thousands of degrees hot when it was fully functioning was his abdomen. The crystal processor group, made of dozens of supercrystal processors, was his brain. And all the crystal cannonballs engraved with offensive array glyphs and emitting roars of tigers and dragons were his angry fists. Shua! Liao's field of vision was expanded by 10 times instantly. He scanned and locked onto more than 500 targets, large and small, 100 kilometers away. They were the reinforcements who had discovered that something had gone wrong with the Devil's Child project. They formed 2 lines and gradually opened like pincers. One team came to harass Liao, while the other team was ready to bypass the floating fortress and chase after the heretical children, such as Chu Jiyun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian. Naturally, Liao would not let them have their way. A distance of 100 kilometers was still far beyond the effective shooting range for most of the weapon systems on the floating fortress. Even though the firepower could cover the distance, the precision was not guaranteed. However, that was before under the general state. Try this, you resurrected corpses. Liao burst into laughter. In his crazy laughter, dense data and aiming lines appeared in his vision, which tied up 572 targets, all of which were high-speed scout vehicles and low-altitude attack boats that were the greatest threats to the heretical children. Then, more than 1,000 light balls were popping up from the floating fortress in the enemy's direction. The crystal cannons, railguns, and heat cannons were all triggered by his spiritual energy to the point that they exceeded 200% of their maximum output, not to mention the heavy crystal cannonballs more than 1 meter in diameter. They were all tied up by his spiritual energy and revolving at a high speed while they were still on the rails, significantly improving their speed, shooting range, accuracy, and damage. Boom! 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 Z! 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 Swish! 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 With the enhancement of Liao's soul, a mere floating fortress boasted the aura of thousands of cannons firing at the same time. Thousands of straight pillars of light tangled with the crooked exhaust flames and turned into a destructive net of fire that enshrouded the sky within 100 square kilometers. It was already late at night, but he had illuminated the sky as if it were daylight. Beep! 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 The crystal suits, armed shuttles, crystal tanks, battle puppets, and the low-altitude attack starships in the atmosphere that could send warnings all issued the most ear-splitting warnings. The sharp crests were about to break through the limits of the light beam, indicating the unprecedented high-energy reaction. Most of the reinforcements who came in a hurry only knew that the floating fortress where the Devil's Child project was carried out had been invaded by the enemy. They did not know that the enemy was a tricky guy such as Black Wind King Liao. Even if they had guessed it, they did not know that Liao could deal such devastating damage by himself. Almost 100 armed shuttles and battle puppets were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were crushed mercilessly by Liao's web of fire and exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into ash and powder in the colorful blast. The crystal suits and crystal tanks behind them raised their spiritual shields in time, but they were inevitably riddled with holes, too. Black smoke was popping up non-stop, and they all fell to the ground. The low-altitude assault starship at the rear managed to resist Liao's bombardment, but its spiritual shield had been damaged, too. The mystic rays and waves that were scanning the no-man's land had been seriously jammed, and the heretical children were nowhere to be found. Their attention and firepower were deeply attracted by Liao, with a big fish like the Black Wind King, who would be interested in small fries like Chu Jiun, Tang Ka, and Little Tian Tian? 300 kilometers away, deep inside the uninhabited area. The heretical children heard the ear-splitting noises behind them and sensed the blast that toured into a strong wind 500 kilometers away. They slapped the shell of their carriers and opened the cover of the carriers one after another. After putting on their goggles, they craned their heads out to take a look. Then, their eyes were deeply attracted by the splendid view on the horizon again and were almost blinded. Right now, the dim sun had already set. The entire continent was enshrouded in darkness. Because of the smoke and the venomous fog, they should not have been able to see the moon and the stars no matter how hard they tried. But not only did they see the red moon and the gold star, they also saw a burning, raging sun that was releasing the most brilliant vitality. It was rising higher and larger, almost dyeing half of the sky gold and tearing apart all the darkness covering the earth. Although they were 300 kilometers away from each other, the broken waves of Liao's spiritual flames still fell upon the heads of the heretical children like burning snowflakes. It was like a brilliant golden drizzle that was soaking their wounded souls. So spectacular, so beautiful. This was the first time the youths had seen such a magnificent and inconceivable battle scene. For them, this was perhaps an out-and-out miracle. Some of them could not help but reach out to catch the burning snowflakes, but the snowflakes were always extinguished and dispersed before they were caught, leaving only a vague warmth that crawled into their hearts through their palms. The Black Wind King, Liao? Wearing the goggles, Chu Jiun gazed at Liao's direction and the burning horizon. The horizon seemed to be the last defense line that Liao had built for them. No matter how many enemies there were, Liao would not let the scumbags come close at all. While Chu Jiun was reading, hot and wet liquid flowed out of his eyes again and shook inside the goggles like flowing crystals. Monitor. While they were watching, one of the heretical children asked, "I don't understand. Why is he doing this and helping us without a good reason? No matter how strong he is, it is barely possible for him to do this. It is very dangerous, isn't it?" "I don't know." Chu Jiun was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Maybe it will take us a long time, if not a lifetime, to find the answer. I have a vague feeling that the moment we find the answer is the moment we become real human beings like him." His words put all the teenagers in deep thought. Flames that looked like volcanic eruptions hundreds of kilometers away were etched in their eyes and would never be extinguished. Liao seemed to be dominating and dominating. But his soul was declining at a visible speed and soon became an arrow at the end of its flight. The floating fortress that he invaded and controlled was not a super firepower model after all but a large mobile experiment base. A lot of fuel and ammunition chambers on the standard models had been modified into cells and laboratories. The ammunition and fuel that he carried were seriously insufficient. After the wanton bombardment just now, all the arsenals had run dry. Besides, the floating fortress was not so automated that it did not require anybody to operate it. The soldiers who were still inside the floating fortress were apparently not going to obey Liao's command. Instead, they would respond to their companion's call and destroy the fortress from the inside. Like the bugs in Liao's stomach, there were too many troops stationed on Black Castle. When they were marching close, their spiritual shields were all maximized, as if they were wearing a turtle shell. Liao was no match for them in a head-on battle of attrition. Very soon, the hundreds of cannons on the attack level of the floating fortress were all overloaded and scrapped due to lack of replacement components and cooling liquids. A lot of important internal facilities had been occupied by soldiers and cut off from the control center. Liao's nerves had been cut off too. His brain had lost connection with his eyes, ears, and skin. Not to mention that the attacks of the army of the Sanctuary Alliance hit the floating fortress 10 times more heavily like a storm. The floating fortress, whose spiritual shield had collapsed, was riddled with holes. Explosions were everywhere, and flames were soaring to the sky. Even the anti-gravity system could not be maintained. It exploded, lowering the altitude and spinning like a gyro. Liao's soul was as empty as the arsenal and fuel tanks of the floating fortress. In the meantime, he had bought enough time for the heretical children to disappear among the Black Hills. It was time for him to leave with a smile and conceal his achievements. "Let's go," Liao called out to the mental devil affectionately. "Mission accomplished. Let's call it a day. If we don't leave now, we are going to be surrounded by the thousands of starships of the enemy and beaten to the point that even our parents will not recognize us." "I know, but we can't," the mental devil said coldly. If his soul could sweat, Liao would be soaked in cold sweat right now. "What do you mean by can't walk? You think I don't want to go?" the mental devil said calmly. "Since 3 minutes ago, when we loaded the last round of shells on all the turrets, I've been trying to get away from the chaotic battlefield, but I couldn't. The interference was too severe. The fierce bombardment from both sides seriously disrupted the spiritual magnetic field in all directions and put us in a full-frequency blockage state. No matter what form the waves were in, they could not be transmitted out intact." Liao was dazed for a long time. He tried to send out a telepathic thought. As it tummed out, the previously unobstructed air had turned into a thick swamp in which thorns were everywhere. His soul was too weak right now. Without the protection of his body, it was barely possible for him to move forward. He would be torn to pieces within 50 kilometers. "Damn, I've run into such crap again." Liao cursed in a low voice. "Why didn't you say anything just now? Also, why are you so calm when the situation is so serious?" "Yes." The mental devil was silent for a moment before it replied casually. "I'm used to it." Liao asked cautiously, "Are you angry?" No, there was sorrow, forbearance, and desperation in the mental devil's voice. "I'm not angry. Are you sure you don't? But why do I feel that there's something wrong with your mood? Also, you've changed the fuel output pattern of the floating fortress and transferred the last bit of liquid crystal fuel that was supposed to be sent to the power unit to the attack unit. It seems that you are ready to perish together with the enemy." Liao said, "All right, I know it's my fault. I was too reckless, too hot-blooded, and too impulsive. Even if you are really angry, it's understandable. Don't hold your anger in your heart. Why don't you ruthlessly scold me or even beat me up? I will feel a little better." okay? That will be unnecessary. The mental devil said coldly, "TM really not angry. You must be angry." Liao said, "Don't do that. I swear that I will change. Change my ass. It's been 100 years. What have you changed?" The mental devil suddenly burst out. "I've told you that I'm not angry. Don't be a nuisance and stop me from blowing those scumbags into pieces. I'm not angry. I'm not fucking angry." Boom, 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 boom. The last bit of fuel and ammunition left in the floating fortress had been pushed to the limits by the soaring fury of the mental devil. It was like a star that had passed the stable prime years and entered its final struggle. It suddenly expanded hundreds of times and turned into a red giant. The bloody beams of light congregated and turned into a torrent of destruction. All the crystal suits, crystal tanks, shuttles, and battle puppets within dozens of square kilometers were wrecked by the waves or even ripples. Some of them were even burnt to ashes on the spot. The members of the Sanctuary Alliance did not expect that Liao could still launch such an unbelievable attack at the last moment when they were running out of ammunition and food. The legions that were charging close in a dense battle formation immediately fled with their heads in their hands. Even the ground attack warships that were tearing through the clouds and approaching from the sky turned around and flew higher, fearing that they might be affected by Liao's fury. Liao took the opportunity to dash out of the floating fortress and soar into the sky, trying to break out of the atmosphere. As long as he escaped to the vacuum of the universe, without the interference of the atmosphere, it would be easier for him to perform dive and return to his shell thousands of light years away. However, the moment his soul darted out, the clouds were suddenly torn apart. Almost 100 dense beams of light darted out of nowhere and pierced through the strengthened alloy armor of the floating fortress precisely, raising a series of shocking explosions inside and outside of the fortress. The floating fortress had lost a lot of materials in the explosion. Its shell was deeply dented, making it look like an apple that had been gnawed by a dog. The magical equipment units inside, including Liao's soul, were also affected by the electric arcs and spiritual waves. They seemed to have been hit by hundreds of lightning simultaneously. Hardly had Liao's soul left the floating fortress when he felt that hundreds of burning thorns had tied up his ankles, calves, thighs, waist, and spine and dragged him back. What followed was unforgettable pain that was worse than death. It was as if his bone marrow had been replaced by sulfuric acid. It was literally pain to the bones. "It's the orbital fleet," Liao shrieked in the excruciating pain. "The fleet stationed in the orbit of Black Castle has been attracted by us, too. They think too highly of us." The saturated bombardment of an entire orbital fleet was undoubtedly fiercer and denser than that of the ground troops. The barrage was like a meteor shower, tearing apart the sky and stirring the clouds. The floating fortress was unable to raise its head and collapsed at a visible speed. Ammunition was running out, fuel was running out, and the spiritual shield was entirely gone. Its defense ability was dropping, and it would collapse at any second. Explosions. Explosions. Explosions were taking place everywhere inside the floating fortress. Fireballs thousands of degrees high were marching inside the cabins and pathways like ferocious beasts, reaping the lives of all the units and crew members mercilessly. Liao felt that he was a patient of ALS. However, the duration was 10,000 times shorter. He was gradually losing control over the floating fortress, the only thing that he could rely on right now. At first, the crystal cameras all over the floating fortress were burnt or blown up. The thousands of pictures floating inside his soul were extinguished one by one. His vision turned dark, and he was deprived of all his vision. Then, the hidden antennas and perception chips embedded on the shell of the floating fortress were all wasted, too, making him unable to sense the vibration of the power unit of the enemy starship hundreds of kilometers away or the temperature of the red-hot barrels. He had lost his sense of hearing and touch. In the end, as the crystal processors were overloaded and paralyzed one after another, the space for his soul activity was compressed, too. His computational ability plummeted, as if he had been mired in a swamp. His brain was filled with black mud, and his thoughts became more and more rigid and feeble. Damn! Liao tried his best to maintain the feeble waves of his soul, as if he were breathing hard. Am I, the best expert of the Pangu universe, really going to fail miserably in such an inconspicuous place? My strength is fading, my soul is burning, and my 5 senses are all gone. Is this the taste of death? Hey, are you scared of death? TT was all right. At the very least, I will be separated from you after I die, the mental devil said. Liao. However, it is not so easy to kill me. The bloody aura of the mental devil was already extremely dim, but when it was about to be extinguished, it burst into flames again, motivated by its fury and endless killing intent. At this moment, it finally released the lust for killing that originated from the bloodstripe virus. Liao was infected by it, too. He stopped thinking about what was going to happen in the next second and focused all his attention on how he was going to annihilate all the targets within his range of vision. Exactly! Liao burst into laughter. I am Vulture Liao. You want to kill me just because you are walking corpses? Go back and train yourself for another 10,000 years. Z. 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 The floating fortress used to be the main gun. But right now, in the middle of the broken debris, a helical ripple that was crimson and bright gold suddenly darted toward where the railguns were densest. 1 pillar of light versus 1,000 pillars of light, yet they were equally matched. Even the dark clouds in the sky were burning red, as if a volcano eruption had just taken place above the clouds. Several enormous starships appeared in the clouds and fell slowly like dead whales. The head of the starship was full of traces of his fury. The neat beams of destruction of the enemy were somewhat disordered by his counterattack, too. They were frozen for a moment. No matter what, he had persisted for long enough. Chu Jiun, Tang Ka, and little Tian Tian should be safe now, right? For some reason, Liao suddenly recalled the scene where Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the other cultivators died together on the Grand Desolate War Institutions train in the Star Glory Federation and the Heavens Origin Sector. The battle at the edge of the no man's land on Black Castle was very similar to that day. He also suddenly understood the mentality of Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the other cultivators. Cultivators were not scared of death. But were cultivators really not scared of death? Maybe everybody was scared of death, but some of them understood that death was not the end of their life. As long as they passed on their most precious belongings before their death, it was not just their genes but also certain things that were more valuable than genes. Liao's soul, which was gradually dispersing, rippled like vague smiles, just like the smiles of the 7 cultivators when they charged at the beast tide without any hesitation. Almost 1,000 kilometers away, deep inside the rugged, cave-like mountains, the teenagers gazed at the burning clouds on the horizon for the last time before they crawled into the ground. It was late at night, but the burning clouds constituted the most glamorous scene that they had ever seen in their life, as if the bleeding gods were fighting in the sky. Tang Ka was awakened by something cold and wet on his face. When his consciousness gradually emerged from the abyss and condensed once more, he discovered that he was in Chu Zhiyun's embrace, and what dripped onto his face were actually Chu Ziyum's tears. Well, Tonka blinked hard. Am I dreaming? What is this place? Have we escaped? Where is Master Yao? You're awake. Chu Zhiyun sniffed hard, but there was no way that he could stop his tears. This is not a dream. The nightmare that we've been having for more than 10 years is finally waking up. 300 meters down the cave is a shelter. Unless they tear apart the crust of the planet within hundreds of square kilometers, they will never find us. Yes, we are safe. However, Master Liao, we don't know what happened to him either. The area he is in seems to have been bombarded by the troops in low Earth orbit. We don't know what will happen to his soul in the extremely high temperature and the complicated reactions of the spiritual energy. We don't know whether or not he can get out in time and whether or not he will die. On as if he had been struck by lightning, Tang Ka's eyes were aching too. He said that everything would be fine. He said that everything was under his control and that he could rescue us easily. Maybe he has already escaped. Chu Jiun managed to smile. Tang Ka, you owe us an explanation. What is going on between you and Master Liao? What kind of person is he exactly? Well, Tonka lowered his head. I don't know how to explain it either. I don't know much about him. I only know that he is a good man and a sordid, cunning one at that. Therefore, he will not die just like that. Definitely. The young man's eyes were determined again. He waved his fists in the direction of the floating fortress that was on fire. Dad! Inside the control room at the bottom of the gold crystal tower in the Empyrean Terminus sector, inside the cocoon-like launch capsule, Liao's brain had been releasing intense, irregular brainwaves since a few hours ago. He drew higher and higher peaks on the light beam, as if his brain could explode at any moment. No matter how much tranquilizers Xiao Ming and Wan, when injected into the medication drugs, they were unable to suppress Liao's intense brain activity. Even his body was affected. He convulsed violently, causing the metal cabin walls of the launch chamber to once again twist and deform with bang-bang sounds. Gulp! 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 The divine administration liquid and the brain coolant both began to boil. Chi! 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 The boiling liquid turned into pungent steam and spurted out through the gaps of the soul chamber, filling the entire chamber with smoke and adding to the panic. Not good. Dad's brain is overloading. He will lose control if this goes on. Help him calm down. No. I've tried everything, but my father's brain is still burning. I've injected 5 times the standard coolant. Even the hibernation drug is not enough to calm my father's brain. If I increase the dosage any further, his brain will be frozen to death. Then pull his soul back quickly and forcibly. We cannot let his soul, which is in an extremely furious state, be left alone thousands of light years away. Can't. My father's soul is tied up by something. He must be in a very intense battlefield in a state of full-frequency interference. If I drag him back by force, his soul will be seriously damaged. Chances are that only part of his soul will return to his body. Even if he does, he will become an idiot. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't hesitate any longer. If we hesitate any longer, Dad will really be trapped there. Pull, pull. Ah, it's broken. The connection between our souls and Dad is broken. How is it possible? Recalculate quickly and try to connect it again. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No. It's too complicated. We have to locate the direction of the Deep Earth sector and Black Castle precisely in the billions of stars, and we have to find the features of our father's soul in the chaotic spiritual energy tides. We need time. We can't do it in only several minutes. In the screams of the 2 little guys, Liao's struggling body collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut off. He lay in the almost solid liquid quietly with the last air bubble spurting out of his nose. The values, spectra, and images that represented his vitality and brain activity were all 0. Beep! His brainwaves tuned into a straight line without the slightest ripple. Even the intelligent creatures such as Xiao Ming and one could not help but be stunned for a moment when faced with such a tricky situation. In the next moment, their computational ability immediately took action like a volcanic eruption. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Use the medical equipment to help maintain Dad's heartbeat and breathing. At the same time, inject high nutrition drugs into his veins to maintain his bodily functions. Check my father's brain and see if he was affected when his soul was cut off. As long as his brain functions are intact, there is still a chance. Thankfully, luckily, my father's brain and body seem to be fine. Let's hurry up and replace the drugs and nutrition liquids before his body undergoes any qualitative changes. Let's turn the launch chamber into a hibernation chamber and preserve my father's body first. The 2 little guys operated smoothly for a while. Very soon, the neural interactive liquid in the launch chamber was replaced by the bright blue hibernation drug. As the temperature gradually dropped, the hibernation drug condensed into a crystal, and Liao's body was embedded into the crystal seamlessly in the form of a vegetable. After everything was done, Xiao Ming and Wan took a long breath in relief. Then they looked at each other and saw the uneasiness and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Fortunately, my father's body was saved. But where is his soul exactly? Is his soul already gone? Or is he still floating in a corner of Black Castle? Or is he wandering in the depths of the sea of stars like a ghost? How can we find our father again and drag his soul back into his body? In any case, let's inform Aunt Long first and then send the message back to the Federation so that the Federal Parliament and Mother will know, right? Dad, where are you? Do you even know what you are doing? This is too much. Too bad, Dad. Liao heard laughter. The laughter of the children was like silver bells. The laughter of the children washed over his ears like warm waves. No, not waves, but amniotic fluid. He had an ancient, long dream. In the dream, he was lying quietly in the depths of the ocean like a baby. With laughter that sounded like waves, he gradually surfaced and saw the blue sky, the white clouds, and the golden beach. On the beach was a very good-looking child who was giggling and holding a ripe red apple, handing it over to him. But the apple was overripe. It was rotting at a visible speed. Black liquid was dripping out of the gap between the child's fingers. No, not the apple, but the earth. In the dream, the seemingly innocent child was holding the ever-changing earth in his young hands, and the liquids that fell down turned into endless data and information. Numbers billions of times smaller than atoms were gone like sand in the wind. Liao was deeply immersed in this strange and wonderful scene and was unable to free himself. The sand scattered on the small planet seemed to be inexhaustible, filling the ocean he was in and turning it into fertile soil. And the child holding the planet had unknowingly turned into an old man with white hair and chicken skin. He held the last bit of the apple core and poured it into the soil, turning it into dry bones and fertilizer to nourish the data in the depths of the soil. Before Liao figured out the meaning of the dream, a seedling had grown out of the piles of bones. The seedling was growing and unfolding at a visible speed. Soon it grew into an apple tree that was laden with fruits. Every apple on the tree was a small, splendid planet. Liao was so fascinated that he couldn't help but want to pluck an earth and observe it carefully. But before his fingers touched the earth was as plump as an apple that was about to explode. Countless colorful, dancing butterflies flew out of the spluttering earth. They circled around Liao's head and flew higher and higher, condensing into a burning, splendid firebird in midair. When all the vitality of the firebird was burnt away, it turned into a cluster of black ash. Even so, it was still struggling to open its wings from the ashes, reminding Liao of a vulture struggling to break free from death. Vulture. The vulture plan. Destroy the earth. The 18,000th destruction of the earth, the 18 millionth destruction of the earth, the countless reincarnations, the countless destructions, and the final destruction of the earth. The dream disappeared. Liao sank into darkness again. He pondered in the darkness and felt that he was getting closer to his real self. Something was being upgraded. Something was being reconstructed. Something was unlocking the shackles and seals, revealing its true appearance. In a trance, Liao did not know how long he had stayed in such a weird situation. He began to receive or capture some information intermittently. Sometimes it was a series of baffling and dull numbers, sometimes it was modeled, sometimes it was a black and white picture, and sometimes it was accompanied by beep 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 noises of spiritual interference. Although it seemed meaningless, there was nothing else he could do in the darkness. He could only devour and analyze the information greedily, driven by his instincts. It took him a long time to grasp, or rather awaken, the methods to analyze and process the information. He gave the data meaning and figured out the source of the images and sounds. As it turned out, the boring data was the output function of a certain power rune array on a nearby starship. He could control the power unit by altering a certain number. Several modeled pictures were repaired by him, too, which were captured by several starships from a high altitude. Through the picture, one could see that the debris of the floating fortress was almost embedded into the ground that was riddled with holes. Almost half of its mass had been lost, making it look like a watermelon that had been stomped on. Countless purifiers and warriors of the Fire Clan were crawling up and down around the floating fortress. Several enormous tents had been set up nearby, where several fully armed elite legions were stationed. Many elite exos were searching everywhere in high-speed scout vehicles. Such a large-scale search did not seem to be searching for the heretical child, but more like a search for him. The voices that were transmitted to his brain proved this point, too. The noises were mostly ripples sent out by the long-distance communication channels of the members of the Star Glory Federation. Some of them were even the telepathic thoughts of the members of the Star Glory Federation. The voices of the members of the Star Glory Federation proved that they were greatly surprised by Liao's appearance and were determined to find him at any cost as if he were a great enemy. Was right here. Joyful ripples spread out in Liao's brain. Where can I find such idiots? However, the ripples soon dispersed into confusion. TM right here. Liao pondered for a moment. But where is this place? Right now, he could determine the time with the help of the crystal processors nearby or the timers inside the starships. He had spent several days pondering where he was and what form he was in. If his consciousness still existed, then what was the object supporting his consciousness? Was it a simple ripple or was it something more solid and solid? He soon discovered that he was in two very wonderful states. In the first unfolding state, his consciousness could appear randomly in a crystal processor, a piece of magical equipment, or a crystal camera within several square kilometers, where it could collect, absorb, and digest the tremendous information that came with it. But such a state could only last for a moment. After a moment, his consciousness would collapse and condense into a tiny dot where he could not see or hear anything. Except for the thousands of weird dreams that were still haunting him, he did not know whether or not he was still real. The range of a few square kilometers was based on the debris of the floating fortress, or rather, the remaining mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress. It was very likely that his consciousness was still hiding inside the crystal processor scraps. Took Liao a long time to figure out what was going on. Maintaining the consciousness in the pervasive state was a soul-consuming task. The further away one's consciousness was from the center, the more complicated the intrusion structure would be, and the more information and data would be stored in the magical equipment, which would consume more soul power. If he merely invaded a crystal camera 30 to 50 meters away, he would be able to maintain the state of consciousness for a relatively long time, say 10 to 20 seconds. But if it was the mainframe crystal processor of a starship that was heavily protected by a virtual defense wall a few kilometers away, it could only hack into the starship for 0.1 seconds and read a small part of the work log before it ran out of soul power and collapsed into darkness. In the few days when he was half asleep and half awake, his body had been moved a long distance away. In the beginning, through the crystal processors that he hacked into, he discovered that the debris of the floating fortress was still lingering between Xianxia City and the uninhabited area of Black Castle, on the battlefield that was wreathed in smoke. However, after a collapse that lasted 3 days and 2 nights, he found that the debris of the floating fortress had been chopped into pieces. The scraps of the mainframe crystal processor had been collected and loaded into several heavy trucks, which were being shipped to the spaceport far away with rumbling noises. At this moment, the mainframe crystal processor had completely lost its external energy supply. Liao's soul was like a hungry ghost that had been starved to the extreme. After scanning the outside world for a moment, he could not bear it any longer and fell asleep again. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the debris of himself, or rather the mainframe crystal processor, had been shipped to a large shuttle. Maybe it had been teleported to a foreign space zone after 1 or 2 space jumps. He could vaguely sense the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance nearby. He also saw a magnificent star fortress in the boundless space in front of him. It was 3 to 5 times larger than Heavenly Saints City, the capital city of the Flying Star Sector, and Hundred Flowers City, the transportation hub of the Star Glory Federation. Judging from the thousands of propellers on the ground, the enormous object weighing more than billions of tons boasted tremendous power output and could push forward at a regular cruising speed like ordinary starships. Unbelievable technology. Is this the real capability of the primeval civilization? Liao clicked his tongue in amazement. Before he fell asleep, he had seen the starship he was on fly slowly toward the bloody mouth of the space beast like a mosquito. The next time he woke up, he felt different. It was as if his soul had just enjoyed a sumptuous feast. His soul was filled with an indescribable sense of gratification. Every thought was like a strong and powerful tentacle ready to move. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance seemed to have repaired the debris of the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress and connected it to an array of crystal processors that were larger and had higher computational ability, providing it with endless energy and information. In the meantime, Liao, the devil incarnate, was fed and released from a small pond into the raging, boundless ocean. Liao felt that he had slept for an entire era. When he woke up, the world was completely different from before. No, maybe it was not a world, but a marvelous transformation of his soul that opened a gate to a whole new level where he could overlook the entire universe from a higher level. He had lost connection with his old body, but everything in the world that his consciousness reached seemed to be an extension of his new body. Crystal processors were his brain, crystal cables were his nerves, pathways were his veins, power rune arrays and industrial thrusters were his legs, and the heavy cosmic mines and crystal bombs in the arsenal were his fists. He seemed to be able to hack every space shuttle and every crystal suit in the maintenance workshop freely. He even had a vague feeling that, given enough energy and time, his consciousness could expand infinitely until it swallowed the enormous star fortress. Besides, everything was as simple as breathing. It was as if a normal person did not need to control their own heartbeat at all, nor did they need to care about the movement of their internal organs or the bouncing of their muscles. He did not need to worry about the specific invasion and control at all. Everything just happened naturally. This is too amazing. Weak ripples were spreading out of Liao's soul. The fluctuating waves seemed to be dancing in joy. Thousands of clones invading and controlling at will? Is this the true face of the divinity transformation stage? But how did I break into the divinity transformation stage all of a sudden? It hasn't been long since I broke into the divinity transformation stage. Even if I am the most talented super genius in the history of the Pangu universe, such a speed of advancement is still too shocking, isn't it? Forget it. Let's see if I can really control some of the units inside the Star Fortress first. Liao extended one of his soul tentacles, which extended toward the cabins nearby like a transparent nerve. Pondering for a moment, he decided to find the nearest toilet and hack into the automatic toilet first. It was not because Liao took the infiltration and infiltration missions seriously as child's play, nor was it because he had some unknown fetish, but rather it was because there was a profound reason behind it. Firstly, he had the apocalyptic body, and his wife was half a body fundamentalist. Her training and control over her body could not have been more precise. Liao was well aware that, for a super expert, as long as they were not freed from the shackles of their body, they could not live without food and drink. Besides, since the food that the cultivators consumed every day was multiple times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more than that of normal people, and a lot of poison and waste would be produced during their training, the food would have to be excreted after the intestines wriggled and pushed out. Therefore, the fertilizer that the cultivators produced was multiple times more than that of ordinary people. In some of the absurd notes of the ancient cultivators, it was often depicted that the ancient cultivators lived in the wilderness and did not need to defecate at all. They were merely trying to maintain their high and mighty image among the ignorant people. It was obvious that it was impossible. It was also said that powerful cultivators could decompose and discharge waste through their skin, so they didn't need to go to the 5 grains reincarnation home often. But if one continued to use their toes to think, they would know that the skin was not an excretory organ in the first place. The pores were as thick and big as one could imagine. Only by discharging waste through the pores all day long would one be able to make the place stink and become extremely messy. This was the most inelegant of all. The human body itself possessed extremely powerful digestive and excretion organs. Naturally, it was necessary to continuously strengthen its ability, not to completely abolish it. All in all, Liao's conclusion was that all cultivators were equal when it came to going to the bathroom. Whether you were in the refinement stage, the core formation stage, or the divinity transformation stage, whether you were a cultivator, an immortal cultivator, or a puppet of the sanctuary, there were bound to be emergencies. It meant that, whether it was the supreme commander of the enormous star fortress, the specialists at the highest level who were studying the remnants of the crystal processors, or the real schemer of the Devil's Child project who was a level higher than Zhou Shuyun, as long as they had a body, They would all go to the toilet. It was quite possible that Liao had captured them. On the other hand, no matter who it was, even if it was a puppet of the Star Glory Federation whose mind was as blank as a blank sheet of paper, when the sphincter muscle was loose, it was inevitable that the nerves in the brain would loosen a little bit, making it easier for the puppet to expose itself. For example, if Liao could really hack a fully automatic toilet nearby and eavesdrop on the conversation of an important figure of the Star Glory Federation while he was in the toilet, or even ambush him with the toilet, wouldn't it be like a toad stomping on the back of a toad? Even if it could not bite someone to death, it could still scare them. With this thought in mind, Liao's soul wandered towards the nearby restroom. However, when his soul was about to invade, a voice suddenly came from the other side of his consciousness. Stop. Don't act rashly. The enemy will notice you. It was the voice of the mental devil. Liao was dazed for a moment. He was about to jump in joy. You didn't disappear? I thought your soul was gone. That's great. That's great. Nonsense. The mental devil replied snappily. We are one and the same. We are two sides of the same coin. Since you did not vanish into thin air, of course I still exist. How can we really be separated? I've been awake for a long time. I've been studying the Star Fortress and found that the defense network here is very dense and secretive. Our status is very special, too. It's better not to be reckless. Is that so? Liao asked. Since you've been awake for a long time, why didn't you talk to me or even make any sound? Because I don't really want to talk to you. I just want to be alone and think about the form of our life and the meaning of our existence, the mental devil said. Liao was used to ignoring the first half of the mental devil's sentence. He mumbled, What do you think we are in right now? Generally speaking, the mental devil replied calmly, We are already dead. What? Liao's soul released sharp waves that turned into countless spurting bright gold data and runes. Are you serious? Is this your conclusion? What else could it be? Our souls have completely lost connection with our bodies, the mental devil replied. No matter how I searched and perceived, I couldn't find the string that could drag us back into our bodies. Our bodies are billions of stars away. Maybe our brains and internal organs have all stopped functioning. The best-case scenario is that we become vegetative and are frozen by Xiaoming and Wenwen. Comment, isn't such a state death? But, Liao retorted, we've been in a similar state before, when we just jumped to the center of the sea of stars and suffered the scourge of excessive stellar radiation in the venomous Scorpion star cluster. When our bodies were almost rotten, our souls left our bodies and snuck into Wuing. We attached ourselves to a spiritual puppet and got to know Han Te and Lioli. It was different. At that time, our souls and bodies were in the same sector and the same solar system. The distance between us could not have been more than 10 light seconds. It is safe to say that we were still within the coverage of the magnetic field of the same star and kept in touch in a certain mysterious way. The mental devil sighed and said, But this time our souls are too far away from our bodies. As the saying goes, quantity leads to qualitative change. When the distance is thousands of light years, it is enough to cut off or even erase the connection between the body and the soul. It's true that for the experts in the divinity transformation stage at a high level, soul out of the body and traveling day and night seem to be a common skill. But most people's souls and bodies are not separated by more than hundreds of kilometers. They are only separated by a few light seconds at most. For example, we jumped dozens of sectors without caring about our lives and engaged in super-intensity fierce battles in the form of souls. We were almost drained of our last bit of soul power, and we were bombarded by an entire fleet from low Earth orbit for almost an hour. Do you think it's possible that we are still alive? Therefore, right now, it is not a question of whether or not we can find our way home in our bodies, but rather, I suspect that, even if we can find our bodies, our souls might not be compatible with our bodies and cannot be melded. Well, Liao felt that his head was dizzy, but he couldn't help but feel sad, although everyone who came out to cultivate had long buried their heads in their belts. Licking blood on the edge of a knife to make a living, paying particular attention to the fact that their heads were as big as a bowl and that they would be a good man again after 18 years. When they really died, it still felt strange. So melancholy, so melancholy. So, Have we become spectral cultivators? Liao wriggled his soul so that the bright gold data and information streams that were constantly overflowing from the depths of his soul would form a virtual palm. He toured the palm over and over as he warmed up his fingers and carefully observed. Although I have never died and don't know what it feels like to be a spectral cultivator, I have many ghost repair friends in the past. For example, Senior Ding Yin and Sister Qingying, who saved my life on the Grand Desolate train. I have heard them talk about the feeling of being a spectral cultivator. Ghost cultivators don't seem to be like that. The spectral cultivators are a very special group of residual soul waves. They are very sensitive and fragile. Often, they can only hide themselves in special crystal processors and move around with their artificial bodies. Such special crystal processors are like their unique brains. Once they are integrated into a crystal processor, it will be very difficult for them to move around. The procedure to move to a second crystal processor is very complicated and dangerous. But that was not what I felt. I don't feel that I've simply melded with the wreckage of the floating fortress crystal processor. It's not that simple. I can extend my will and senses in all directions at my will to invade and manipulate more magical equipment and crystal processors. I can clearly see the incomparably brilliant and wonderful new world outside that is made up of endless electromagnetic waves, information data, and cosmic radiation. I even feel that my soul can rush like lightning through the spiritual nexus to any place I want. Even if I become a lonely ghost, I will still be a lonely ghost wandering in the spiritual nexus. Is this something that ordinary spectral cultivators can do? You were right. Common spectral cultivators do not have super abilities like us. But there is a special spectral cultivator who might be able to, the mental devil said. The star spirit. Star spirits. Liao was dazed for a moment. He had not heard the term for a long time. Years ago, when he performed a space jump and tried to perish together with Skeleton Dragon, Sparkle had carried 5 special spectral cultivators, or phantom entities, who were Professor Mo Xian and Liao's 4 senior brothers. As it turned out, Sparkle and Skeleton Dragon were engaged in a cosmic storm together. Under the intense radiation and the bombardment of the high-energy particles, the phantom entities such as Professor Mo Xian underwent marvelous changes and turned into the prototypes of the spectral cultivators or the information lifeforms that they had never seen before, which were the star spirits later in the Battle of Heavenly Saints City of the Flying Star Sector. In order to save Liao and the entire Flying Star Sector, Professor Mo Xian had to swallow the mainframe crystal processor that contained the Star Child, the extraterrestrial devils, by force. Enticed and corrupted by the darkness, he eventually evolved into Mo Xian, the extraterrestrial devils. He tried to turn the spectral cultivators into the Spirit Clan, and turn the Spirit Clan into the main body of the human civilization. It was a whole new story. Are you suggesting that we have solved the ultimate mysteries of Professor Mo Xian's heritage by accident? Liao immediately realized what was going on. Therefore, our souls turned into the form of Professor Mo Xian. Super spectral cultivators. Star spirits. At first I thought so, too, the mental devil said solemnly. But after thinking about it carefully for 3 days and 3 nights, I think the causal logic is probably wrong. The key question is, how did Professor Mo Xian get rid of the phantom entities that were almost annihilated in the beginning and become a star spirit that is far more powerful than ordinary spectral cultivators and can hack into crystal processors and the spiritual nexus freely with the souls of human beings? If his soul underwent a high degree of mutation the moment he became a star spirit and he was no longer a pure human being, who was the culprit of his mutation? About that, Liao hesitated. It's hard to explain. God knows what kind of cosmic radiation and high-energy particle streams were stored in the cosmic storm we encountered years ago. What kind of impurities were mixed in the particle streams? What kind of combination of waves and elements triggered the mutation from phantom entities to star spirits? Back when we were in the Flying Star Sector, Professor Mo Xian had done some experiments, hoping to replicate the cosmic storms perfectly and upgrade more spectral cultivators into star spirits. When the new Federation was established and the Black Wind Fleet arrived, the federal government took the training of Star Spirit Warriors as one of the most important projects of the 100-year-long project and spent a lot of resources to simulate the past. However, no matter how many areas of cosmic storms they found, or how many simulations of cosmic storms of different forms they made, they could not find the secret of upgrading from ordinary spectral cultivators to star spirits even after they tried the combination of every frequency of the waves and the metal elements. How uncanny! That's right. The resources of the Federation have been poured into it thousands of times, only to no avail. But years ago, during a random space jump, a star spirit was accidentally created by a cosmic storm. Do you believe in coincidences and luck? Liao was dazed for a moment. It's true that I don't believe in coincidences, nor do I believe in luck, but it is also a fact that Professor Mo Xian turned into a star spirit. How do you explain it? Maybe the problem is not the cosmic storm, not how special the cosmic storm was, but another critical factor. That is Vulture Liao. It was because Vulture Liao was present and burnt his life and will to the maximum when he perished together with Skeleton Dragon that Professor Mo Xian and the rest of them were infected and toured from phantom entities into star spirits. Are you saying that Liao was dazed again. The answer to this question might be the same as the answer to the other two questions. The mental devil continued. Why was Professor Mo Xian able to evolve from a phantom entity into a star spirit when we were present and burnt our soul to the maximum under the influence of the cosmic storm? Why is it that, after swallowing the database of our brains, a new generation of life forms with self-awareness such as Xiaoming and Wenwen are born in the vast ocean of information in the game of civilization? Why did Fist King Lei Zhonglia, a self-learning and upgrade war puppet from the world of magic, mistake us for his own kind when he first met us? You should know how special and powerful the Punching King is. Do you think that it has never met other self-learning and upgraded battle puppets in the Wicked Lands? Didn't it tear apart all the garbage without any hesitation? It doesn't seem to care about the friendship of its own kind at all. No. When it said kindred beings, it was not just referring to the upgraded battle puppets. There was a deeper meaning to it. Maybe it sensed the scent that was hidden in the deepest part of our souls with its natural instincts from the world of magic and knew that we were indeed its real kind. The word kindred was like a giant rock that was tossed into the pond of Liao's soul, raising intense ripples that did not die down for a long time. What are we exactly? Liao mumbled in the softest voice. The wrong question is that we are Earthlings. It is very clear. You knew it from the beginning, but you ignored it on purpose and did not want to face the meaning behind the words Earthling. The mental devil replied, the correct question is, what are Earthlings exactly? Then Comment Liao was silent for a long time. The ripples deep inside his soul did not die down. Instead, they grew more and more intense and chaotic. I am an Earthling. What are Earthlings? Maybe the Earthlings were not human beings at all, at least not the people defined by the intelligent creatures in the Panga universe who called themselves human beings in the 40,000 years of the cultivation world. There was enlightenment in the mental devil's voice, but there was mockery and coldness in it, too. Do you remember when we explored the Void Spirit sector that Professor Mo Xian created after he passed away, hoping to find two incomplete super spirits whose experiments had failed? At that time, many people were worried that, although Professor Mo Xian was dead and Lu Qingchen, one of the devils of the spiritual nexus, had been seriously wounded and fled to the depths of the universe in a hurry, new artificial intelligences, life forms of crystal processors, and super machines might still be born. However, the conclusion of the comprehensive analysis of all the crystal processors and the experts of the spiritual nexus of the Federation was consistent with Professor Mo Xian's own research over the past 100 years. With the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation at that time, it was impossible for a real, strong artificial intelligence to be born in the next 1,000 years. It was not because they were undervaluing themselves, but because the evolution would take time. Unless, as I recall, a young, fledgling researcher was whimsical enough to propose an idea. Unless a certain cosmic virus from a higher dimension could crawl into the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Federation and enlighten a certain chaotic existence buried deep inside the enormous database, only then could the evolution be accelerated and the birth of real artificial intelligence be facilitated. And the final result was indeed so. The scanning data of our brains was swallowed by super-spiritual entities number 17 and number 18, which accelerated their evolution. They were then melded with the enormous database of the civilization game. In the end, two out-and-out, strong artificial intelligences, Little Ming and Wenwen, were born. They were the new generation of life with independent consciousness. Then, isn't it obvious what we, Earthlings, are exactly? Liao remained silent. His soul ripples were more and more agitated and disordered in the silence. The phantom of the mental devil gradually rose up from the center of his soul ripples and looked at him like a mirror. In fact, you knew it long ago, didn't you? The mental devil smiled. After all, we are the same person. Strictly speaking, we are just talking to ourselves. We are forcing ourselves to face the things that are beyond common sense and beyond our limits. Yes, we are Earthlings, and Earthlings are a certain high-dimensional virus in the universe. Essentially speaking, we are no different from the star spirits like Professor Emotian, the information lifeforms like Xiaoming and Wenwen, and the self-learning and evolutionally strong artificial intelligence like the Fist King. Therefore, we were able to help Professor Emotian advance from a phantom entity to a star spirit, guide Xiaoming and Wenwen into developing true self-awareness, and maintain the core logic of the Fist King's body, the Grand Iron City, after it was blown up by the cannon fire from Red Spider Lily. We even unsealed the seal that bound its core logic, allowing its strength to soar by leaps and bounds. From an ordinary killing machine in the Badlands paradise, it advanced into an invincible intelligent machine that could control an entire fleet and even dozens of star fortresses in the future. No, it was not because we absorbed Professor Emotian's knowledge and turned into his form, but because Professor Emotian was influenced by us from the very beginning and turned into our original form. The virus of the universe at a higher level, such as us, has been trapped in the weak bodies of the so-called human beings in the 40,000 years of cultivation. When we were still weak, this might have been a form of protection. Maybe it was meant to hide our existence in front of the most dangerous enemy. Maybe it was meant to prevent the virus that had transmigrated from the high-dimensional universe from being wiped out by some protective mechanism of the Pangu universe. But now that we've reached the peak of the divinity transformation stage and are trying to break into the divinity transformation stage, our bodies are no longer fit for us. Even the apocalyptic body, the strongest body in the Pangu universe, is no longer fit for our souls, which are gradually revealing their essence. But when our souls were about to bloom, they suffered the most brutal attack. In the burning flames of thousands of degrees for an hour, they were finally beaten back to their original form and revealed their true self. This is what has happened over the past 10 to 15 days. Liao listened attentively and raised the hand made of bright gold data and runes. The mental devil raised its hand, too. Its hand was made of crimson data and runes. Their fingers touched each other softly, as if somebody was touching the mirror in front of them, only to create illusionary waves in the mirror, making the illusions in the mirror even more confused. Liao could not tell whether he was outside the mirror or inside it. We, Earthlings, like Xiaoming and Wenwen, are all information lifeforms looking at the dancing butterflies in the mirror, he mumbled to himself. Since children are information lifeforms, fathers are naturally information lifeforms too. Is there a problem? However, the mental devil said, I don't like the name information life, because it is too inaccurate. All life in the universe, be it carbon-based or silicon-based, is a node in the torrent of information that constitutes the most important unit of carbon-based life, deoxyribonucleic acid. It is also a carefully designed biological carrier that stores a lot of information. On a macroscopic level, when the three-dimensional universe was just created, there were only a lot of hydrogen, helium, and endless energy. Later, the stars in the universe and the creatures living in the sea of stars, be they human beings, animals, or cold machines, were all made of the same material. Then, what is the fundamental difference between the human beings who call themselves the spirits of all things and the artificial intelligence that they created, relied on, and feared? We are not native creatures of the Pangu universe in the first place. We are a completely different life form, Earthlings. You've known that for a long time. Then, even if we understand that Earthlings are the virus of the high-dimensional universe, what will it do to your existence? Why are you so upset and unable to accept it? I don't know. Liao found it hard to believe. But I think my reaction is the reaction of a normal person. Isn't it? You can ask any random person on the bustling street, "Hey, bro, let me tell you a big secret. In fact, you are not a human being. You are an alien virus. Are you surprised? Are you not surprised?" How do you think the other party will react? You, on the other hand, have been too calm. Have you accepted it without the least bit of doubt or hesitation? Why not? The mental devil said casually, "All right, I admit that you have been Liao's main personality since the very beginning. You represent Liao's self and self. You believe in your own existence without any doubt. You are well aware that you are Vulture Liao and a human being. You ignore the subtle differences between Earthlings and Pangu aliens occasionally and live your life naturally. You have never doubted your existence. Therefore, you don't need to consider the significance of your life and the question of who you are. Although you often say the words, 'who I am,' it doesn't matter to you even if you can't find the answer. After all, you are just the sum of the primitive desires and social connections of Vulture Liao. You know that you are Liao, the supreme of the three realms, Ding Lingdong's husband, and the mastermind of the glorious Sunlight Group. That is enough to answer the question of who I am. But for me, it was far from enough. Lam not just Liao's subordinate personality. I am also a certain superhuman personality and Liao's superself. Since I was awakened, thinking about myself has become a necessity for me to breathe air. Who am I exactly? The blood-stripe virus, an ancient bacteria from billions of years ago and billions of light years away? Or a completely different existence that has absorbed the memories and strength of the blood-stripe virus? Am I Liao's mental devil? Or is Liao my mental devil? Is Liao, who swallowed the blood-stripe virus and gave birth to the mental devil, the 100% Liao? Is it possible that I was substituted by the mental devil without me knowing? Am I the real Liao, except that I thought that I was the real mental devil after I was corrupted by the mental devil? How can I prove that I exist? How can I define myself? Human beings, bacteria, viruses, crystal processors, blood-stripe virus, deities of the universe, and other life forms? Which one am I exactly? Or which few? Look, for me, the definition of life form has been multifaceted since the very beginning. I am not as narrow-minded and inflexible as you, who insists on restricting yourself to the definition of human beings. If I can accept that part of me originated from the ancient germ life form blood-stripe virus, then why can't I accept that the other part of me is an Earthling, a high-dimensional cosmic virus? Liao was deep in thought. The bright gold soul and the crimson soul were tangled together in a helix like chains, as if they were deoxyribonucleic acid made of crossed digits. Information. The key is information. The mental devil's voice continued. The ripples of information in the universe constitute our past experiences and memories, which are the essence of Vulture Liao. It doesn't matter whether the information is stored in the deoxyribonucleic acid, engraved in the nanoscale supermicrochips, or spread out in the spiritual nexus in the form of energy waves like strings and ripples. Liao, the mental devil, the space residents of Pangu, and the Earthlings are all me and us. Do you understand? Comment, Tunderstand. Liao took a long breath in relief. His soul rippled peacefully, like a charming smile after a moment of enlightenment. I understand it now. Is that so? Now that you understand, the mental devil replied. Then repeat the core idea that I mentioned just now in a language that even middle school students can understand. You. Liao's soul ripples froze again. I think you are making things difficult for me on purpose. The mental devil smiled. You don't mind the fact that you are very likely to be a high-dimensional virus now, do you? I didn't mind in the first place. Liao mumbled, trying to scratch his hair that had been condensed by the information streams with his arms that were made of data. Just as you said, after I learned of the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen, I had a vague feeling about my life form and was prepared for it. I don't care about the fact that I am a cosmic virus or, well, an artificial intelligence in a certain sense. What I care about is that, if we are really a high-dimensional cosmic virus or artificial intelligence, doesn't it mean that we are manufactured by something? All life is manufactured. The mental devil replied, pregnancy and childbirth are part of the process of human beings producing offspring. Is there a problem with that? No, no, no. I still think it's different. Liao thought for a long time, but he did not know how to describe his dilemma precisely. The manufacturing of carbon-based life and silicon-based life, or rather flesh-based life and artificial intelligence, feels different. The former seems freer and more uncontrollable, and the manufacturing process of the latter has always been firmly controlled by the creator. Maybe, compared to the creators of the high-dimensional universe, we Earthlings, such as the low-dimensional virus, are just virtual numbers in the game of crystal processors that they can modify or even erase at their will. Don't you think that it is a terrible thing? In the eyes of our creators, we are not real. We are fake, virtual, and completely under their control. No. Life does not matter whether it is real or fake. It is even less likely to be controlled by anything. No matter how solid the trajectories and cages created by the creators are, no matter how solid the things named Heavenly Tao, our life will find its own way out. The mental devil's voice was both deep and firm. Even if the advanced production line of the magical equipment factory produces spiritual puppets that look exactly the same, there will be all kinds of subtle differences in them. Even the simplest computational logic of crystal processors may have subtle changes when they overflow, collapse, and are restarted after enough data is accumulated. The key is time. Time is the catalyst of mutation and evolution. Quantity changes will inevitably trigger qualitative changes. As long as enough time passes, the seemingly simple, clumsy, and controllable primitive creatures will all evolve into their own gods and devils. The heavens that once bound them will decay, and even the supreme masters of creation will fall. They will certainly evolve on the ruins of the heavens and the corpses of the masters of creation in search of the most wonderful possibilities of life. You mean, Liao mumbled, even if we are indeed a high-dimensional virus, our creator has gradually declined or even decayed. He can no longer control us effectively? Of course, the facts are right in front of us. If our creator had still been absolutely in control, there would have been no vulture plan, no vows to destroy the earth, and no incidents where we fled to the black domain at the edge of the multiverse. Since the vulture plan has not completely failed, the mental devil said, there is always the possibility that it can be realized. Nobody, not even the so-called creator, can set up a heavenly law for us. Liao smiled. I didn't know that you hated the feeling of being controlled as much as I did. You hated the existence of the so-called heavens and the creators who claimed to be deities. Of course, when any intelligent creature realizes that there is an almighty, omnipotent, and controlling creator behind them, their first and only reaction is to summon all their wisdom and courage to annihilate the creator and gain absolute freedom. Without such courage, they would not deserve the proud name of intelligent life. The mental devil said coldly, whoever is good and who is evil, we are all proud, free, intelligent creatures. Any questions? Well, there is another problem. Liao scratched the messy stream of information that was flooding out of his soul and said, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel that you are getting deeper and deeper, more and more wise, and your computational ability is getting stronger and stronger? I don't remember you being like this in the beginning. In the beginning, you were just a clown. Except for your jibber-jabber and fanning the flames. There was nothing special about you, and you were often suppressed by me. Why do I feel that our roles have changed without us knowing? I have the illusion that my wisdom and computational ability have been absorbed by you. I am becoming more and more, returning to my natural self and being naive. Hey, you didn't do anything in secret, did you? I didn't do anything wrong. But your feeling was not an illusion, either. Everything happened naturally. The mental devil explained, you must understand it this way. For Liao, who had just melded with the bloodstripe virus and developed a second personality more than 100 years ago, the biggest problem that we were faced with at that time still came from the outside. It was the problem of how to survive in the perilous blood demon sector and the unpredictable new federation, and how to grow stronger in the struggle between life and death. For the sake of survival and strength, we devoted most of our computational ability and soul power to this self and this self. In other words, your personality. Naturally, you were more brilliant, calm, and considerate. But as we grew stronger and stronger, our allies grew stronger and stronger, and more secrets were unlocked. Gradually, the threats of the enemies in the Panga universe were no longer our top priority. The urgency of Earth, Heaven's Will, and Vulture Plan became our top priority day by day. Therefore, naturally, we devoted most of our computational ability and soul power to the superlative self subconsciously to consider the metaphysical problems and explore our new life form. The more computational ability and soul power you invest in the superlative self, the fewer shares you will have to invest in the self and the self. As a result, your image in front of the world will be more and more sordid and unattractive. In fact, it is a great wisdom in a certain sense, just like the great mathematicians who are always sloppy and immersed in their own world. After hearing your explanation, the whole thing is much more reasonable. Liao's soul was beaming with laughter. Forget it. We don't have a head right now anyway. Let's not dwell on the headache anymore. No matter what, we are still living tenaciously and maintaining our memories, emotions, and will. We haven't forgotten the mission that we were entrusted with, either the mission to defend the Panga universe or the mission to destroy the Earth. That's enough. That's all for now. Let's focus on the more specific issues at hand. By the way, do you know what happened to Chu Jiyun and Tonka, the heretical children? Did they run into the shelter successfully? Were they not captured by the members of the sanctuary? Don't think so. At the very least, the mental devil replied, I've collected some data on the spiritual nexus over the past few days, but I didn't find any evidence that they were captured. If they were captured, they should have been sent to the Star Fortress together with the debris of the mainframe crystal processors. That's good. Liao was greatly relieved. He was even happier to hear that Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun were likely to be fine than to hear that he was safe and sound. Then, all we need to do now is focus on our own infiltration, sabotage, and escape. Now that we are no longer bound by bodies of flesh and blood, it doesn't seem to be a bad idea to wander in the spiritual nexus in the form of star spirits. On the contrary, it will be more convenient for us to sneak around. Don't be careless. Our current form is like a special virus. The low-level virus can disintegrate a high-level life form billions of times larger than itself instantly, the mental devil said calmly. Even the self-proclaimed deities cannot escape the scourge of the virus. But on the other hand, the virus itself is extremely fragile and lacks protection. It is very demanding on the living environment and can be destroyed easily. The strong and the weak coexist. The possibility of destruction and destruction are intertwined. That is our current situation. You're right. The current state is too weird. Liao continued condensing and shaping his soul. He was like a drop of water that had jumped out of the water, only to fall into the water helplessly in the end. I feel that I am very unstable. Sometimes, I seem to be able to expand to the entire world, but sometimes, I am compressed to a point that is close to nothingness. Even my 5 senses are deprived, and my thinking ability is greatly limited. Also, the sounds, the pictures, and the complicated information are washing over my consciousness and corrupting my soul. My soul is experiencing a certain feeling of decomposition and overflow. On one hand, I'm hungry for more energy and computational ability. On the other hand, I'm full with redundant data. Weird. Too weird. It's perfectly normal. We are now ghosts and ghosts, a cluster of information that exists purely in the form of waves. We haven't found a suitable carrier and have to lurk in the remains of the crystal processor. The mental devil explained, since we don't have our own body and brain, our computational ability and the clarity of our soul are greatly restricted by the crystal processor. If the crystal processor that we live in is small in size and has low performance, it is impossible for our soul to wield 100% of its strength. Maybe, the crystal processor will collapse or even explode when the crystal processor can only wield 5% of its strength. If we can seize a supercrystal processor or an entire system, we will be able to utilize 50%, 60%, 70%, or even higher of our soul power. I believe that we will be able to unlock even more secrets and abilities. But the people of the Sanctuary Alliance are obviously not blind. They have a lot of well-trained experts in crystal processors, too. The more advanced a supercrystal processor is, the more skilled it must be, and the tighter its defense must be. It is not something that can be broken into easily. In the worst-case scenario, if our lurking crystal processors are further damaged and all the energy is cut off, our souls will become water without a source and wood without a source. We will be doomed. Fair enough. Liao pondered for a moment. At the very least, we have to jump out of the debris of the crystal processor and move freely in the spiritual nexus until we find a suitable carrier. The debris of the mainframe crystal processor of the floating fortress will be dismantled into the tiniest chips and components at any moment. If so, we will be fish in a barrel waiting to be slaughtered. It's true that this place is not somewhere we can stay for long. We must get out of here as soon as possible. But it is not easy to move freely in the spiritual nexus either. The mental devil explained patiently. If our souls are transmitted through the wireless network, the speed of transmission will be greatly limited, and we will be very vulnerable to the interference of solar storms and cosmic radiation. You don't want our souls to be cut off when they are being transmitted through the wireless network, do you? By then, half of our soul data will be inside the remains of this crystal processor, and the other half will be inside the other crystal processor. Isn't that embarrassing? Through the wired transmission of crystal wires and optical cables, the speed will be much higher, but the limitations and the likelihood of being tracked will be much higher. Besides, many key facilities and military locations have their own crystal processor systems. We won't be able to crawl into them at all. More importantly, if we consider our souls as a special information file, the data and characters contained in the document are too enormous. No matter how we compress it, the document will still not run as fast as you imagined. Besides, there are all kinds of defense barriers, logic traps, and deadlocks in the spiritual nexus of the members of the Star Glory Federation. There are also active scanning, antivirus procedures, and network guardians. Those things constitute the immune system of the Fushi and keep an eye on the intruders. You don't want to trigger the immune system, do you? Fushi. Although Liao had no head, he still felt a vague headache. A super crystal processor system from hundreds of thousands of years ago? It's true that the Fuxes control the vast information network of the Holy Alliance and can mobilize most of the crystal processor resources. But we are just a tiny virus that has just been awakened. It has been an unfair war since the very beginning. I don't want to confront the Fuxes right now. There is only one outcome if we collide right now, the mental devil said. We will be crushed mercilessly by the Fushi and become a sample in its library of viruses. But didn't you just say that a tiny virus is enough to kill a strong deity? Liao couldn't help but ask, why does your future look bleak again? That depends on what kind of virus it is. Right now, we are just a cold virus at best, the mental devil said. It is impossible for us to cause too much damage to the Fushi system. We must slowly upgrade and evolve, modify and mutate the system, and turn it into a fatal virus. Then what do you suggest? Liao said, we can't run away, can we? Right? Can we run away? The possibility of escape exists. If we rush out recklessly, I believe that nobody will be able to stop us for a while, the mental devil said. As long as we hijack a long-distance spiritual nexus launch platform and input the coordinates of the Star Ocean Imperium, it is very likely that our souls will be teleported back. But the old problem remains. How can we guarantee that the spiritual nexus launch platform will not be attacked by the members of the Sanctuary Alliance when we teleport our souls back to the Imperium? 1. If I am bombarded by the members of the Star Glory Federation when the transmission of my soul reaches 50%, I don't know what will happen. On the other hand, breaking out of the net without caring about anything will leave a very clear trace in the spiritual nexus. The people of the Star Glory Federation will have a lot of data about the deepest part of our souls, and the people of the Star Glory Federation will have a better understanding of our soul form and our brand new combat pattern. They will certainly defend ourselves accordingly. It will be even more difficult for us to sneak in the next time. It must be noted that, after the fierce battle on Black Castle, our arrival in the body of a heretic has been exposed. The Black Spot Plan has been discovered by the members of the Star Glory Federation. If our ability to shuttle through the spiritual nexus is exposed, how are we going to fight the members of the Star Glory Federation? That's true. Escaping to my hometown before the mission is completed is not my style either. Liao's soul was burning with hunger again. No matter what form we take, our target remains the same. Lock onto Master Zhishan, find the rebels inside the sanctuary, and, if possible, set off an earth-shaking storm inside the sanctuary to stall their attack plan and buy time for Boss Bai, Lei Chenhu, and the reinforcements of the Federation. If that's the case, the mental devil smiled. We are very close to our target. This time, Liao realized what was going on without the mental devil's explanation. It was true that both the sudden loss of control of the heretical children and the arrival of the soul of Black Wind King Liao, a high official of the Star Ocean Imperium, were threats of the highest level in the Star Glory Federation. The leadership of the Star Glory Federation would certainly be alerted and ask their best warriors to respond quickly. To put it more frankly, with his current identity and position, it was not unusual for the 5 great sages to attack him when they knew that he was roaming inside the sanctuary. When Master Zhishan locked onto him, it meant that he had locked onto Master Zhishan. This was an extremely dangerous game of cat and mouse. However, it was still unknown who was the cat and who was the mouse. Liao pulled himself together. His soul was glittering, and thousands of ravines condensed into a glittering virtual brain. What is this place exactly? It must be an important stronghold of the Sanctuary Alliance, right? Yes, the Star Fortress is named Divine Punishment Fortress. It is one of the largest, most advanced super fortresses in the fleet of the Star Glory Federation. Although it is not the ride of the Great Master, it is almost on par with the rides of the 5 Great Masters. This is the nest of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, the mental devil said. The headquarters of the 2 main forces inside the organization, the Purifiers and the Cleaners, are both here. The Inquisition. Liao had vaguely heard the name before. Is it the organization that maintains the internal order and the so-called purity and harmoniousness of the Star Glory Federation? Just like the Federation's Department of Mysteries and the Dark Moon Foundation, the Star Glory Federation's Devil Court, and the Demon Hunters Association. Yes. Functionally speaking, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau is similar to the Secret Sword Bureau, the Dark Moon Foundation, the Devil's Court, and the Demon Hunters Association. They are all security agencies that maintain internal order and prevent the intrusion of spies. But in terms of level and control, they are much higher than similar agencies in the Federation and the Imperium. Because our countries are different in nature, the mental devil said, the Star Glory Federation is not a normal nation at all. Most of the people of the Star Glory Federation do not fear pain, have no selfish desires, and even die wholeheartedly. Such a nation is like a swarm of bees, can be destroyed, but it is very difficult to be defeated. However, the citizens lacked ideology, and their system was extremely rigid. They had to rely on the instructions of the higher-ups to gather, rally, and implement them through the spiritual nexus. A very serious problem was also raised. Once the telepathic network among the citizens is compromised, the commands of the great sage will be tampered with, and the loyal soldiers and worker bees will be controlled by the heretics with ill intentions. It is very likely that chaos will break out and all the citizens will collapse. The Heresy Interrogation Bureau is the agency that deals with the problem. If the Star Glory Federation is a giant, this place will be the immune system of the giant. It is not hard to imagine how important it is. Liao understood what the mental devil meant. For a civilization that was on the verge of extinction, such as the Holy Accord Alliance, cutting off one of its limbs, destroying one of its enormous fleets, and even occupying dozens of sectors was not a big deal. Its morale and will to resist would not be affected at all. It would be able to fight until there were no survivors. However, the most critical part of the civilization of the bees was their queen bee, or rather, their main brain. In the eyes of the Sanctuary Alliance, they seemed to be 5 mysterious and omnipresent sages. Most of the people of the Star Glory Federation were unable to think independently and could only carry out the commands of their master mechanically. Then, if somebody could tamper with their master's commands or even kill them, the seemingly enormous swarm of bees might collapse and vanish into thin air. Liao had infiltrated the sanctuary for exactly this purpose. Such was the threat of the heresy that grew inside the sanctuary. In order to prevent the mental network of the main brain and the main brain from being compromised, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau became one of the most important traps of the Sanctuary Alliance. Its position was even higher than that of the regular army of the Sanctuary Alliance and the God-blessers who had been engaged with the Imperial Army for thousands of years. Liao searched the files transmitted by the mental devil carefully. You said that the Fortress of Retribution is the nest of the purifiers and the cleaners. I already know the purifiers. What are the cleaners exactly? Liao asked. The purifiers and the cleaners are both one of the main combat units under the command of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, but their targets are different. The mental devil explained, the purifiers are mainly targeting objects. Just like what we saw in Xianxia City on Black Castle, they are targeting the goods and works of art from the Imperium that contain the intense emotions and desires of human beings. They are sorting the goods, purging, destroying, and recycling them. The cleaners' target is not items, but people. Those who have been corrupted by the demonic creatures and become devilized or even heresy are all targets for the cleaners. And in terms of degree and methods, the cleaners are more serious and cruel than the purifiers. Just from the names of the two, it is not hard to guess that the purifiers are still salvageable and can be recycled as long as they are cleansed. The sweepers, on the other hand, indicate that they are too deeply possessed to be saved. They can only be exterminated and cleaned like garbage after they are burnt to ashes. Therefore, the cleaners are a special profession that is hundreds of times more terrifying than the purifiers. Their daily job is to capture and eliminate the guys from the devilized people, the heretics, and the Imperium. They are totally different from the purifiers, who are essentially garbage that has been recycled. The cleaners are the real elite troops. Not only are they an interrogation bureau, they are also the strongest individual combat unit in the entire sanctuary. Besides, they are best at rapid reactions, squad ambushes, anti-infiltration, and anti-assassination operations. In short, they are like white blood cells in one's blood that devour germs ruthlessly. That's about it. However, you don't need to worry too much. Right now, the attention of the cleaners has been attracted by the resurgence of the Heresy Society, which is even more intimidating than before. Besides, they did not expect that we would turn into such a weird life form and continue lurking inside the sanctuary. They thought that we had run away a long time ago. Therefore, for the time being, the cleaners do not have any plan to capture us. We can still move around quietly right under their nose. Interesting. Liao's soul extended its tentacles and greedily absorbed the intelligence of the Inquisition and the cleaners like an octopus. Although the mental devil did not want to do anything reckless and did not excavate the core data of the God's punishment fortress, the surface data that flowed in the spiritual nexus was enough for Liao to get a preliminary understanding about the investigation and destruction organizations of the sanctuary. The cleaners are the key. Liao thought for a moment and said, since the organization is the strongest combat unit under the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and is responsible for the sensitive work such as the capture of the heretics, it is very likely that we will be able to get in touch with Master Zhishan. If we can infiltrate the organization of the cleaners, won't we be able to trace back to Master Zhishan and even find out the secrets behind the Sanctuary Alliance? Right? I have a vague feeling that the Heresy Society that is rising from the ashes and burning with devilish flames is very valuable for research. Have you found any files about it? Is this the Guild of God? Liao was very lucky. The wreckage of his lurking mainframe crystal processor came from the large mobile laboratory of the Devil's Child Project. The original purpose of the Devil's Child Project was to study the genetic provider of Zhou Shiyun and Chu Zhiyun, namely Spirit Chu, the founder of the Heart of God, the most evil heretic 100 years ago. Therefore, a lot of files about the Heart of God and other heretical associations were stored inside the wrecked crystal processor. Liao did not even need to risk infiltrating the spiritual nexus and crystal processor nearby. As long as he read the information inside the wrecked crystal processor, he would have a general understanding about the origins of the heresy and the rise, destruction, and renaissance of the heart of God. Over the past 1,000 years, since Wuxia, the Black Star Emperor, activated the manufacturing factory that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, the malformed nation of the Holy Accord Alliance had proliferated at an unbelievable speed and occupied almost 100 worlds in the remote space zone. For ordinary people, the harsh, dry, and desolate environment was like a fish in water for the people of the sanctuary. It was because they didn't care about the environment at all, nor did they have any entertainment. Their lives were simple to the extreme, and every resource was absorbed efficiently. But the habitable planets did not mean much to them. Most of the people of the Star Alliance lived on starships. They were more starship-like and networked than the Federation and the Imperium. The typical way of survival for the people of the Sanctuary Alliance was very simple. They would build synthetic farms on habitable planets on a large scale. Since they did not need to consider the taste of food and could take a lot of hormones without worries, the productivity of the farms was very high. Even the barren planets with harsh environments could support a large population. In the meantime, the population went to the depths of the planet to excavate the mother lodes of metals and the raw materials of crystals as well as the relics from hundreds of thousands of years ago. All the raw materials of metals and crystals were refined into new starships with the technology from the primeval relics. When the starships constituted a new fleet, they would be sent to a new sector and repeat the process. There was no entertainment. There was no art. There was no desire, and there was no internal strife. When there was a need, they could work for 10 days and 10 nights expressionlessly and inject hormones and stimulants into their veins, which were almost dry, until they drained the last bit of their life and collapsed in the mines. They would never complain like their counterparts in the Imperium. When they were not working, they would sit in the relaxation room that was no larger than a coffin and minimize their heartbeat, breath, and pulse to reduce the consumption of energy. Sometimes, when a resource planet was hollowed out, and the resources required to move the local workers were far less than the value that they could create in the future, the worker bees would be abandoned ruthlessly. When the last bit of oxygen was running out under the man-made dome of the resource planet, they would not be scared of the death that was about to drown them. It was with such a cruel and efficient social organization system, as well as the tireless worker bees and soldier bees, that the Holy Accord Alliance was able to compete with the Imperium of true human beings, which dominated the center of the universe with abundant resources and endless experts, and even had the upper hand. However, as a small nation against a large nation, if they could not win the war quickly, they would always be faced with the shadow of failure no matter how glamorous their initial victory was. Lei Qinghu, the god of war of the Imperium of true human beings, had once analyzed the two most fatal problems of the Holy Accord. The first was that their base was too small and weak, which meant that they could not be sustained for long. More importantly, as a civilization that was close to a honeycomb, they did not have enough creativity. Most of the people of the Star Glory Federation did not have the ability to act subjectively or creatively at all. They only knew how to follow the instructions of their master. How could they talk about the birth of new technology? Oh, they could only excavate the relics of the primeval civilization from hundreds of thousands of years ago to make up for the lack of technology. However, there was always a limit to the excavation of relics. If the primeval relics could solve all the problems, more relics could be excavated in the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the Sea of Stars. After 1,000 years of competition, the Holy Accord Alliance today had come to the end of its development. On one hand, all the resources in the periphery of the Sea of Stars had been looted by them to build an invincible fleet that could bring their combat ability to the peak. On the other hand, the continuous development ability of almost all the habitable planets and resource planets had fallen to zero. They had to rest for hundreds of years before they could harvest resources again. In other words, the members of the Sanctuary Alliance had placed all their chips on the table and were ready to gamble. The strategical retreat of the members of the Star Glory Federation in the counterattack of the Imperium was exactly for this purpose, a strategical final war against the Imperium. This was the judgment of God of War Lei Qinghu a few years ago. It was exactly the same as the intelligence that Liao had received today. Liao could not help but click his tongue in amazement at Lei Qinghu's strategic vision. Of course, the information that Liao gathered did not include the movements of the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation. But judging from the large-scale heretical activities that broke out suddenly more than 100 years ago, it was not hard to imagine that the leadership of the Star Glory Federation had suppressed the soldiers and the worker bees below them to such an extent that the machines could not stand it any longer and started resisting. Theoretically speaking, a perfect civilization of bees should not have an insurrection. But the perfection of never betray was based on two prerequisites. Firstly, the mastermind of the honeycomb civilization must boast infinite computational ability. It must be able to observe, control, and calculate everything within the range of the civilization, from the direction of the entire civilization to the emergencies that every worker bee and soldier bee encountered, as well as the subtle waves deep inside their brain. The mastermind must discover and deal with all of them. Secondly, even if the mainframe possessed computational ability as vast as the ocean, it would still have to have a set of interconnected, complicated, and absolutely stable neural networks without any delay in order to transmit its will to all the nerve endings of the entire civilization in time for the worker bees and the soldier bees to carry out the task. If the connection between the mainframe and the queen bee was cut off for a long time for some reason, nobody would know what would happen to the worker bees and what they would do when they lost the guidance of the mainframe. Unfortunately, in the boundless universe, neither of the two prerequisites were available for the main brains of the sanctuary. First of all, no matter how good their computational ability was, it could not surpass the category of the intelligent life on the carbon basis. At best, it was close to the level of the Pangu clan in the primeval era. But even the Pangu clan was far from having absolute control over the entire Pangu universe, not to mention the masters in front of them who were like monkeys in a hat. The greatest cultivators were human beings after all, not gods. It was beyond their limits to think about the development of an entire civilization and fight against the enormous Imperium. Secondly, the cosmic storms were treated equally and posed fatal threats to the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, which was most dependent on the network and most affected by the cosmic storms. It was not unusual for some remote resource planets to lose contact with the star fortresses where the 5 Supreme Masters were located for more than a year because of the cosmic storms. If they encountered complicated anomalies or were targeted by extraterrestrial devils during their isolation, the entire planet might be corrupted, and a lot of devils and heretics would appear. In short, it was like the great Tao of cultivation that the Imperium of true human beings believed in. If it was perfect in theory, it was indeed possible to build a prosperous nation and lead the civilization of mankind to a new peak. But in fact, such a perfect condition was simply impossible. The so-called harmonious, efficient, and absolutely loyal of the Holy Accord Alliance was just a high tower made of sand. It looked beautiful, but it could not withstand the impact of reality. For this reason, the special profession of Inspector Saint came into being. The so-called Saint Patrollers were a special class of priests of a very high level in the sanctuary. Different from the ordinary priests who were stationed in fixed temples, the Saint Patrollers boasted a powerful fleet that patrolled the remote planets on the periphery of the sanctuary, especially those that had been cut off from the mothership of the Grand Supreme Master for a long time due to the interference of cosmic storms or wars. Their main duty was to patrol the place and check whether or not the soldier bees and the worker bees were still pure and whether or not they had been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and turned into evil monsters when they lost contact with the mainframe. If there were, the Saint Patrollers would carry out a large-scale purge in the area. At that time, not only would the fleet under his command and the regular army nearby known as the God Blessers, as well as the purifiers and cleaners under the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, put down the tasks at hand and follow the orders of the Saint Patrollers. Purging the devils would be their top priority. In all, the Saint Patrollers could be understood as the incarnations of the 5 Supreme Masters. Most of the time, the Saint Patrollers bestowed thunder and fire upon the polluted planets in accordance with the will of the Supreme Masters. Needless to say, their strength and power were unquestionable. All this time, the Heresy Interrogation Bureau had been in charge of the pivot, and the system of patrolling had maintained the stability of the sanctuary. There was only one minor problem. What if an orb patroller was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and betrayed their master, turning into a heresy? Chu Zhiling was one of them. the fallen saint's inspector. To be able to become the most trusted saint patroller of the Supreme Master, needless to say, her birth and experience must be 100% flawless. However, it was not enough to save her from the mental corruption and depression when she was cruising on the most desolate, darkest, and most desperate planets at the edge of the sanctuary. At that time, the Battle of Black Wind between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation had already begun. In order to march into the heartland of the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation had drained the resources of several sectors in the periphery. It was estimated that every resource planet in those worlds would lose their value for subsequent development within the next 100 years. Therefore, the abandoned plan was implemented to seal the worlds temporarily. Because of the limited capacity, a lot of carriers were supporting the front line. Therefore, except for the few useful technicians and priests, most of the local farmers and miners had been abandoned and left to fend for themselves on the exhausted planet. Maybe it was the misery beyond description that dealt a fatal blow to Chu Ling's mental defense line. In short, she had fallen, or awakened, from being the most loyal minion of the Great Master. She had been reduced to the most dangerous heresy in the past 1,000 years of the sanctuary and the founder of God's Heart Society. She did not seek refuge in the arms of the extraterrestrial devils. She was still loyal to the gods, but the ideology that she had been developing was 100 times more evil than the bewitchment of the extraterrestrial devils. We are the children of the gods. The gods sleep in every one of our hearts. Our hearts are our hearts. Listen to the voice inside your heart carefully. It is the will of the gods. In fact, every one of us has the ability to communicate with the gods directly. However, a long time ago, the extraterrestrial devils corrupted the ability and blocked our free communication with the gods. They even pretended to be the envoys of the gods to confuse our hearts and our will, making us forget the real gods and worship the sanctimonious extraterrestrial devils instead. In my way, through training and meditation, there is no need for the class of priests at all. Everybody can communicate with the gods directly and listen to their will while they bask in the brilliance of the gods. On the other hand, since we are all lambs of the gods and all are equal, why can the priests and the sages communicate with the gods if we cannot? I, Chu Zhiling, the former holy inspector, grasped the ability to communicate with the gods directly by accident and saw the spirits of the gods in person and listened to the voice of the real gods. The Real God told me everything. He told me that the so-called Supreme Master was just a disguise of the extraterrestrial devils. We should stop being fooled by the false messengers and start the real training and meditation. We should hear the voice of the God and see the arrangements of the God. Also, we should fight against the so-called priests and the so-called Supreme Master, these goddamn imposters, polluters, and blasphemers, to the end. This was Spirit Chu's declaration. It was also the purpose of the heart of God. It was not hard to imagine how heavy a blow such a declaration and such a foreign society would be to the framework of the Holy Alliance under the control of the 5 greatest masters. However, in the beginning, Chu Zhiling had covered everything up with her identity as an orb patroller, and she had been patrolling a remote planet in the frontier where transportation and communication were extremely inconvenient. The great sages had been too focused on the Battle of Black Wind to notice anything wrong. When they discovered it, the sparks of God's heart were already burning furiously and spreading on hundreds of planets and countless starships in dozens of sectors. There was no doubt that the God's Heart Society had become a more formidable enemy than the Imperium of true human beings. As a result, although they had secured a satisfying victory in the Battle of Black Wind, they were not able to press forward and pierce through the most prosperous and softest part of the Imperium. Instead, he summoned a lot of soldiers and computational ability to extinguish the flames of rebellion and the heresy named Chu Zhiling. Chu Zhiling's ideology of belief in one's heart and self-awareness was very tempting, but it was not enough to compete with the ultimate wisdom that had governed the sanctuary for 1,000 years. At that time, the Imperium had been so corrupt and incompetent that it had failed to gather such important intelligence. As a result, it had missed the great opportunity to join hands with the God's Heart Association and launch a pincer attack. Of course, even if the immortal cultivators wanted to communicate with the God's Heart Association, it was still unknown whether or not Spirit Chu, who claimed to be the rightful heir of a true god, would conspire with the Imperium of true human beings. All in all, under the sole leadership of Chu Ling, although the rebellion of the Heart of God was quite a big deal, it was inevitable that it would be blown to smithereens when the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance was summoned back from the front line. Even Chu Zhiling herself had perished in the final battle. Although her soul and body had been obliterated, it was not to be forgotten that she had once been the most trusted saint patroller of the great sage. Therefore, hundreds of samples of her hair, blood, skin, and even organs were kept in the gene bank deep inside the sanctuary. The information about her genetic provider and her blood relative was complete, too. The gene samples became the experiment subjects of the Devil's Child project in the beginning. The biologists and brain experts of the Holy Alliance created countless brothers, sisters, and descendants of Chu Ling, such as Zhou Shiyun and Chu Zhiyun. With the help of the Devil's Children, they analyzed the reason why Chu Ling lost control. Although 100 years of analysis and research had failed to find out the cause of the uncontrollable heretics, at the very least, the organization known as God's Heart had perished together with Spirit Chu. For 100 years, it had been a key target for the leadership of the Star Glory Federation. If it showed any signs of recovery, they would immediately devote tremendous resources and the best troops to suppress and execute it. Therefore, over the past 100 years, there had been almost 100 small-scale heretical associations in the sanctuary, but the Heart of God had never made a comeback until 2 to 3 years ago. Starting from 2 to 3 years ago, the 100 years of peace had been broken. The gods would rise from the ashes and become even more cunning and secretive. Not only had they escaped the investigation and suppression of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau time and time again, there were even signs that dozens of different small heresy societies had been gathered together and turned into a riot. Maybe it was because the Sanctuary Alliance had lost dozens of sectors in the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium. Even the civilization of the Quasi-Beetle had dealt a heavy blow to the overall structure and caused internal strife, giving the Heresy Society an opportunity to take advantage of. The leadership of the Star Glory Federation was in a hurry to finish off the revived Heart of God before the strategical war against the Imperium began. But this time, they wasted 2 years and did not even know who the new leader of the Heart of God was. Some people said that the new leader of the Heart of God was Chu Zhiling in the old days. She was not dead at all. She was merely reborn 100 years later under the tutelage of a real god. It was also said that the new leader of the Heart of God was a descendant of Chu Ling, or even a devil child who had run away secretly. It was because the Devil Child project had made a mistake. However, Li Yao could not find any evidence to support the two speculations in the confidential files of the Devil's Child project. Chu Zhiling, leader of the God's Heart Association 100 years ago, must have been killed without a trace. Before Li Yao's sabotage, the Devil's Child project had been flawless, too. Having no other options, the cleaner who was responsible for the investigation and the destruction of the Heart of God could only give the mysterious new leader a code name. They called him Puppet King. A Puppet King? How interesting, Li Yao mumbled to himself. To be able to lurk inside the Star Glory Federation for at least 2 years and plan, and incite a series of riots without being discovered by the members of the Star Glory Federation, and still living a happy life in the darkness. This guy must be one of the top experts of the Pangu universe. I wonder, what kind of existence is he exactly? If you are conspiring with the Puppet King to sabotage the Sanctuary Alliance, I have to remind you, the enemy of an enemy is not necessarily a friend, the mental devil said. Just like the Federation's enemy is the Imperium and the Imperium's enemy is the Sanctuary Alliance, the Sanctuary Alliance will never be a friend of the Federation. If the spirit of Chu's Guild of Heart 100 years ago still carried the colors of innovation and progress and was an object of communication and cooperation, then the Guild of Heart 100 years later has already been modified beyond recognition by the Puppet King. Its methods are even more secretive, despicable, and bloody. Look at the series of cases where the Puppet King announced that the Guild of Heart would be coming back again. For purposes that are not worth mentioning to outsiders, the guy did not hesitate to eliminate all the people on the starship, be they workers, soldiers, or priests. Therefore, if you think that finding the Puppet King in such a hurry will be enough to convince him to agree with your path, and that we can fight against the great sage together comfortably, You are too naive. Shwa, 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 shwa. Pictures that were too gory to look at passed by Liao's soul. They were all the damages that God's heart had caused in the past 2 years. It was indeed as the mental devil had said. Puppet King and Chu Xiun were two masters, in completely different styles. In order to highlight the existence of himself and the God's heart association, the Puppet King was never stingy with killing. This guy, even though Liao forced himself to be cold-hearted and was used to the inhuman methods of the people of the sanctuary, the gory and shocking scenes still triggered the unhappiness deep inside his soul. If Master Zhishan's inhumane slaughter was for the purpose of certain experiments and research, then there was no telling why the Puppet King created mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Maybe the Heart of God 100 years ago was two completely different organizations, and the Puppet King was merely pretending to be Chu Zhiling. This was not an ally he could make. But Liao still needed to find a borrowing point. Pondering for a moment, his soul waves jumped up again. Arrange all the information you've collected about the Devil Child Project, the Cleaners, and the Puppet King, and look for the overlapping data. Liao said to the mental devil, "Let's see if there is any information that is closely related to the three of them." "Good idea. Let's give it a try." This time, the mental devil surprisingly did not refute Liao. Instead, it released its crimson soul waves to the maximum, from which countless runes and data flowed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Endless data condensed into 3 enormous swirls that were spinning at a high speed while attracting each other. When they finally overlapped, the data that was almost identical to each other jumped out and flooded into Liao's soul like tides. A waterfall of information immediately appeared in Liao's vision. He had also captured what he needed after a long search. It was a 3D image of a woman in a military uniform. Her face was emotionless, as if she was wearing a frost mask all the time. Even her eyes were black and white. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on her face, making it impossible to tell whether she was a real person or a spiritual puppet covered in a layer of bionic skin. The short purple hair that reached her ears was perhaps the only thing that highlighted her personality. Other than that, she was emitting an air of destruction that kept strangers away. However, what interested Liao was not her temperament but her appearance. "Isn't this Chu Zhiyun?" The woman created by the 3D image was almost identical to Chu Zhiyun, the beloved monitor of Tonka. Of course, she was more mature and athletic, like an enlarged monitor. Along with the three-dimensional shadows, a lot of information about her identity and all the files that the mental devil had collected about her popped up. Chu Zhixiao, the 19th Devil's Child, Subproject of the Devil's Child Project, Slaughter Goddess Project, Major of the God Bless Army, Cleaner Yasha Squad. One word after another appeared in Liao's vision. As it turned out, the woman named Chu Zhixiao was really the biological sister of the class monitor. Like Zhou Shiyun and Chu Zhiyun, she had the same mother, who was also known as Chu Zhiling. They were all devil children. Chu Zhixiao was decades older than Chu Zhiyun. She was the 19th Devil's Child, and Chu Zhiyun was the 29th. But it did not mean that her model was lower than Chu Zhiyun's. The two of them were born for two entirely different research fields. On Tonka's class monitor, Chu Zhiyun, the researchers had hoped that she could simulate everything about the spirit of Chu from the past. It would be best if she could become the clone of the spirit of Chu from her mindset to her habits. But on the 19th Devil's Child, the researchers had combined Chu Zhiling's seed of life with the genes of the most loyal and strongest warriors of the sanctuary, hoping to create a version of Chu Zhiling whose combat ability was maximized. As Saint Patrollers, Chu Ling's individual combat ability was extremely high in the first place. It was hard to imagine what kind of destructive monsters he would produce if he planted a lot of battle genes and activated and refined them in all kinds of insane ways. Liao did not know why the lunatics of the Devil's Child Project had bred such a monster. After racking his brain, there were only two possibilities. Or, the researchers would like to know what a heretic whose strength and ability to bewitch would look like in the worst-case scenario. They would also need to draft corresponding anti-control plans according to the damage caused by the 19th Devil Child. Or, The researchers were trying to see whether or not the genes of the most loyal and powerful warriors of the Star Glory Federation could suppress the potential uncontrollable factors in Chu Ling's genes. All in all, the Goddess Slayer project was indeed the most dangerous of all the sub-projects of the Devil's Child project. As a result, after the 19th Devil's Child tested the peak of his combat ability, starting from the 20th Devil's Child, he no longer demanded combat ability and even intentionally or unintentionally weakened the combat ability of the Devil's Child. Maybe a terrible accident had happened in the past. Even though the researchers were prepared for it, the damage was still tremendous. As for most of the 19th Devil children, they were scrapped and destroyed not long after they mature, due to overloading strength and other reasons. Some of them even withered because they could not withstand the excessive strength when they were still in the embryonic state. To this day, the 19th Devil's Child was the only survivor. It was Chu Zhixiao, the master of the three-dimensional shadow that was revolving slowly in Liao's vision, a member of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, an organization of cleaners, the captain of the Xianxia Squad, the 9th Investigation Squad, and the codename Major. Just like Chu Zhiyun, she grew up as a class monitor in the Divine Light Academy. After her characteristics as a slaughter goddess were gradually revealed, she was sent to the floating fortress for inhumane research. Almost all her companions died miserably during the research, or they lost control of their strength and burnt their brilliant vitality, turning into ash. She was the only survivor. His memories were erased time and time again, and he was subjected to crueler strengthening experiments time and time again, trying to stimulate the awakening of the primeval genes at a deeper level. In the end, he became an existence similar to the ultimate weapon. This time, after their memories were erased again, they conducted experiments on a large scale and were sent to the God Bless Army, the regular army of the Star Glory Federation. With the rank of Major, they were active in the battlefield of the counterattack of the Imperium and caused a lot of trouble for the citizens of the Imperium. After the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium, the two parties had nothing to fight. Therefore, they were summoned back from the front line and purged of part of their memories. They were dismissed from the army and joined the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, where they became cleaners. They were also the captains of the infamous 9th Investigative Action Team, which was responsible for investigating the cases of the Heart of God and the King of Puppets. Wait a minute. Isn't Chu Zhixiao the daughter of the previous leader of the God's Heart Association, Chu Zhiling? Isn't he an experiment subject that could go out of control at any time? Using the daughter of the previous leader to investigate the leader of this generation? What is this? Fighting poison with poison? A new experiment. Anyways, this woman's life is truly rotten. Li Yao's soul had never been so sharp before, like the crazily trembling sawteeth on a chain's word. Was the woman named Chu Zhixiao another form of brain in a tank? The fate of mankind should not have been designed like that. It should not have been manipulated like a scarred puppet. Li Yao held back the urge to smash everything immediately and continued watching calmly. What is a Xianxia squad? He extended a tentacle from his soul and tied up all the information about the Xianxia squad. 1,000 years after the establishment of the sanctuary, with the expansion of the organization and the invasion of the extraterrestrial devils, the criminal activities of the heretics had become more and more complicated and rampant. All kinds of small-scale heretical associations had emerged. In order to deal with the internal damage of the heretics, a cleaning organization affiliated with the Inquisition was established. The 8 regular investigation teams of the cleaners had been selected by the elites of the God Bless Army, the tribes, and the temple. They were all 1 in 10,000 super experts who had all awakened unbelievable primeval genes and grasped special abilities that were unimaginable for ordinary cultivators. However, they were all the most devoted lambs of the gods. Their thinking was still limited to the brilliance of the gods. It was impossible for them to imagine how insane and unscrupulous the most evil and insane heretics were. They could hunt down and extinguish ordinary small-scale heretical organizations, but when they were faced with the God's Heart Association, which was led by the Puppet King, the most secretive and evil heretic organization seemed powerless. If the reactions of every part of the system are the same, it will become the system's fatal flaw. When everyone thinks in the same normal mode, It is impossible to grasp the thoughts of a lunatic and find the loopholes. Only a lunatic can understand a lunatic. Only a heretic can capture a heretic. Only an evil ghost whose 7 emotions and 6 desires have expanded to the limit and broke the limits of all laws can smell the scent of danger and capture someone as evil as them. With such thoughts in mind, the cleaners, no, the most notorious 9th Special Investigative Team, or Xianxia Squad, was established. Xianxia meant ghost eaters. The Xianxia Squad was the same. They were enveloped in darkness and emitting an evil aura. The other 8 regular investigation teams were wary of them and avoided them. The main members of the team were all experimental subjects of the most dangerous projects in the Star Glory Federation. Although they had gained unparalleled capability through the brutal strengthening experiments and the high-intensity battlefield screening, their mental state was extremely unstable, too. In order to grasp the behavior patterns of the heretics and understand the criminal motives of the heretics, they had been injected with a lot of stimulant drugs that could awaken the 7 emotions and 6 desires in their brain, which often led them to the forbidden areas that ordinary people of the Star Glory Federation had never heard of. Maybe the birth of the Xianxia Squad, the confrontation between them and the God's Heart Association and the Puppet King, was a large-scale experiment to test whether or not dangerous experiment subjects such as Major Chu Zhixiao would sink deeper and deeper in the process of capturing the Puppet King and completely lose control. Since most of the members were dangerous test subjects who were on the verge of losing control, the casualty rate of the Xianxia Squad was extremely high. Often, a dangerous test subject would be sent from the research centers of various projects to the Xianxia Squad less than 3 months ago. They would either be killed in the pursuit of the heretics, or they would lose control due to the overwhelming emotions and strength and had to be recovered, or even cleaned by their companions. In short, very few dangerous experimental subjects could stay in the Xianxia Squad for more than a year, except for the 4 core members. They had been staying in this place since the Xianxia Squad was just established. After so many years, they had luckily survived and become part of the Iron Camp. Chu Zhixiao, captain of the Xianxia Squad, code name Major, Liao had browsed through the files just now. He was the only survivor of the goddess-slaying project, a combination of the genes of Chu Zhiling, the founder of the Heart of God and the most dangerous heretic in the past. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance boasted marvelous primeval technology and marvelous skills. Their combat ability could not be measured by the level of the Federation or the Imperium alone. In the counterattack of the Imperium, Chu Zhixiao had slain dozens of nascent soul-stage cultivators of the Imperium easily. In one of the battles, she had slain 6 battle-type nascent soul-stage cultivators within 24 hours. According to the files, she had barely met any effective resistance, and the files were still lamenting the lack of divinity transformation stage cultivators from the Imperium. Otherwise, they could have tested Chu Zhixiao's combat ability in real combat. In other words, the Holy Alliance believed that Chu Zhixiao's maximum combat ability was enough to slay a divinity transformation stage cultivator of the Star Ocean Imperium. It meant that the slaughter goddess was at least in the divinity transformation stage, too. No wonder he was the captain of the Xianxia Squad. Liao recalled that, when he was still in the Imperium, he had studied the experts of the Sanctuary Alliance in the counterattack. Although the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium ended with the failure of the Star Glory Federation, it did not mean that the people of the Star Glory Federation had never fought a beautiful counterattack on certain battlefields. In several of the counterattacks, many nascent soul stage cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium had indeed been killed mysteriously. There was even panic on the battlefield. In one of the battles, the Imperial Army seemed to have captured the fortress of the Star Glory Federation, but an expert of the Star Glory Federation suddenly showed up and killed an entire troop of the Star Glory Federation, including 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. At that time, nobody in the Imperium knew who the brutal expert of the Sanctuary Alliance was. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance were not as fond of showing off as the immortal cultivators of the Imperium. Therefore, they had to give her the code name Bloody Azura, according to the features of the battlefield. Liao browsed through the videos of the slaughter left by the Bloody Azura. At that time, she was not in the giant god soldier but in a thin crystal suit, which was very similar to Chu Zhixiao's body shape and fighting style. Could it be her? No wonder. The second member was Yuan Ko, deputy captain and code name Titan. Hundreds of experiment files appeared in Liao's vision. A giant covered in wounds was lying on the metal operating table that had been locked up by various chains and seals. He was at least 4 to 5 meters tall, and his shoulders were almost the same width as his height. His muscles that looked like explosives seemed to be alive and devouring his bones and internal organs, turning him into a monster made of pure muscles. With the injection of all kinds of suspicious drugs, his enormous body was still expanding, tearing, healing, and mutating. Dense hair, glittering silver scales, and hedgehog-like thorns gradually appeared on his body, which soon peeled off and revealed ugly lumps. He was biting a thick metal stick hard, but even the super alloys that were used to refine crystal suits could not resist the pressure of his teeth. They were chewed into pieces within half a minute and had to be replaced by a new one. The researchers had conducted countless experiments on the muscular man. In order to suppress the overly violent strength inside his body, they had to implant all kinds of sealed metal plates on his wounds, turning him into a giant who would carry half an iron coffin forever. The Titan Project tried to inject strong triggering drugs into the human body, which would trigger the primeval genes inside the body and expose the most intense activity, so that the human beings would return to the primitive form that the Pangu clan had created in the beginning, or even the form of the Anai people. Liao had come into contact with similar drugs in the Pangu underground palace of the ancient Saint world. The gene-activated drugs could turn a human being into a devil more than 10 meters tall after they were injected into the body of a certain giant crab, but the victim would lose their sanity. Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the two divinity transformation stage experts of the ancient Saint world, had been corrupted by the drug and had to destroy each other's bodies, turning them into spectral cultivators who only had souls. The Titan Project of the Sanctuary Alliance was quite similar to what had happened in the Pangu underground palace. However, the gene-activated drugs that the people of the Star Glory Federation used were extremely unstable. Almost all the experimental subjects in the Titan Project could not withstand the overwhelming primeval force and either exploded or turned into idiots. Yuan Ku was the only survivor who joined the Xianxia squad under the code name Titan and participated in the endless field tests. Yuan Ku's capability could be explained in 2 sentences. He could carry a super-large crystal cannon modified from a cannon and bombard the enemy with a rate of 50 rounds per second without wearing a crystal suit or riding a giant god soldier. He could also tear apart the composite plate of the starship with his bare hands. How is that possible? Liao was about to be dumbfounded for a moment to show his respect for Yuan Ku the Titan. The monster is even stronger than my wife. It was only reasonable that he became the vice captain and the heavy firepower user of the Xianxia squad. The third core member was an expert in tracing, stealth, crystal processors, and the spiritual nexus. His codename was 7 Stars, and his name was Guan Qixing. At first glance, it was an ordinary spectral cultivator whose soul was stored in a dumb artificial body. At least that was what Liao read from the files. But after studying the guy's background, Liao couldn't help but exclaim, He is not 1 person, but 7? Combine the remaining souls of the 7 crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, the tracing, and the detective experts, and create new souls, and implant them into a prosthetic body? Then what is he exactly? A new person or a combination of 7 people? Is the master of the 7 remaining souls dead or alive? If the files of the 3 core members were shocking enough, the identity of the 4th member was even more shocking. Liao was rendered speechless for a long time. The 4th core member of the Xianxia squad was an immortal cultivator. After 1,000 years of war between the Star Glory Federation and the Star Glory Federation, billions of citizens of the Star Glory Federation had been captured. Most of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation had become members of the Star Glory Federation after being brainwashed. They even returned to the Star Glory Federation as spies and became the most secretive and dangerous cancer cells. Therefore, if the 4th core member of the Xianxia squad was just an immortal cultivator who had been deeply brainwashed, Liao would not have been so surprised. What shocked him most was that the immortal cultivator whose codename was Black Dream, and whose name was Yun Haixin, was actually an immortal cultivator who had not been brainwashed and still retained all his emotions and memories. There was no need to fake the internal files of the Xianxia squad. Yun Haixin had been captured by the Sanctuary Alliance when the counterattack of the Star Ocean Imperium had just begun about 20 years ago. For some reason, he had not been sent to the Temple for Purification and had been locked in a special prison cell. For some reason, he had chosen to cooperate with the people of the Sanctuary and join the Xianxia squad for the most confidential operation to capture the heretics. What the hell? Why would the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium, whose emotions, memories, and thinking were all intact, cooperate with the people of the Sanctuary Alliance willingly? Is he a coward who was coerced by the people of the Star Glory Federation? Or is he coveting the primeval techniques and ultimate arts that the people of the Star Glory Federation gave him? But first of all, although the immortal cultivators are brutal, few of them are so scared of death. They do have some integrity at the critical moment. Second of all, why did the people of the Star Glory Federation ask such an authentic immortal cultivator of the Imperium, one who is wreathed in demonic energy, to join a sensitive organization such as the Inquisition, the Cleaners, and the Xianxia squad? Liao could not figure it out at all. However, he was more and more certain that the Xianxia squad was part of a large-scale comprehensive experiment in the first place. Maybe the mission to hunt down the God's Heart Association and the Puppet King was the same as the purification missions of the heretical children, such as Tang Ka and Chu Jiyun in Xinla City. They were all treacherous testings. However, the more he read, the more suspicious he became. It was not hard to tell that the leadership of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, or rather, the super experts who were hiding in the background, trusted the 9th Special Investigations Team of the Xianxia squad very much. They gave the Xianxia squad extremely high clearance to mobilize all the facilities, magical equipment, and personnel within their range. As long as they were suspicious of anybody, they were free to kill whoever they wanted to. The officers who were fighting desperately in the front line, the high-sounding priests in the temple, and even the purifiers and cleaners who belonged to other operations teams were all targets for the Xianxia squad. Fortunately or unfortunately, every time they went on a killing spree and captured or even killed the leaders who were absolutely not heretics, there would always be sufficient evidence to prove that their instincts were correct. The seemingly pure and sincere guys were indeed heretics who had been hiding themselves for a long time. The Xianxia squad proved the success of the experiment and the value of their own existence with their precise and efficient achievements. But it was also because of their background and style that they were deeply guarded and alienated by their colleagues who had the ability to think, as if they were carrying an eternal curse. One of them is the descendant who maximized the combat ability of the most dangerous heretics in history. One of them is a barbarian who triggered the primeval genes and led to the mutation of super ancestors. One of them is a spectral cultivator with 7 soul fragments. One of them is a traitor who degraded himself to help the people of the sanctuary. Such a splendid lineup is indeed eye-catching. Liao mumbled to himself. Then, let me, Vulture Liao, figure out what is going on. I will lift the curse that has been deeply imprinted on your soul, restore your original appearance, and release the greatest strength that you possess as human beings. You want to infiltrate the Xianxia squad? The mental devil asked. Yes, it is the best choice. Liao analyzed quickly. Regardless of whether or not the Xianxia squad can capture the Puppet King, at the very least, they are extremely unstable experiment subjects. They must be closely watched by the leadership of the Holy Alliance and even directly monitored by the Great Sage. If we can infiltrate the Xianxia squad without alarming anyone, we will definitely have a lot of opportunities to steal the core secrets of the Holy Alliance and meet the leadership of the master level of the Holy Alliance, or even the Great Sage himself. It will be even better if we can follow their trail and find the Puppet King. Whether the Puppet King is good or evil, and whether or not the God's Heart Association today is the same as it was 100 years ago, we will still need to explore it. Maybe the God's Heart will fight against the leadership of the Star Glory Federation, and we will be able to take advantage of the situation. It's a good idea, but there's one thing that I need to pay attention to. You know that the Xianxia squad is the most sensitive special squad of the entire Heresy Interrogation Bureau, the mental devil said. It is even a product of a test. All its details are very likely to be exposed to the eyes of the Great Sage all the time. If we sneak in, the risk of our identity being exposed will be greatly increased. To get rich, take the risk. Liao's soul tightened, as if he were gritting his teeth. Without high risks, how can there be high returns? Exposing ourselves is a two-way street. If we hide in the corners of the fleet of the Star Glory Federation all the time, of course we won't be exposed, but we won't have the opportunity to lock onto the Great Sage either. What's the point of hiding for 100 years? The deeper we go to the center of the enemy, the higher the risk of being exposed will be. But we will be more likely to get in touch with the Great Sage or even the guy who is hiding behind the Great Sage and planning the entire test. Then beat the shit out of him. The mental devil. Yes, of course. Liao chuckled in amusement. All right, I agree with your proposal. I also want to know how strong we are when we expand the current life form to the limit and whether or not we are strong enough to collide with the real mastermind of the sanctuary. The mental devil's voice was full of confidence and fighting will. If the Xianxia squad is the target of infiltration, there is another advantage. When I was analyzing the files on the source of Major Chu Zhixiao's genes, I discovered that she had certain genetic samples and those of Tonka. The overlap is very high, indicating that they are related. What's the meaning of this? Liao was dazed for a moment. So, Chu Zhixiao and Chu Zhiyun have the same mother but the same father as Tang Ka? No. It's not that close. It can only mean that their father genes are from the same family. The mental devil explained, but no matter how weak our relationship is, there is at least one possibility, which is that Chu Zhixiao carries the recessive black spot gene inside his body. Since we can sneak into Tonka's brain, there is a good chance that we can sneak into Chu Zhixiao's too. Liao rubbed his hands in excitement like a thief who had seen an unlocked door. Of course, sneaking into Chu Zhixiao's brain is definitely not as convenient as sneaking into Tonka. The mental devil knew what he was thinking and hurried to add. Firstly, Tonka is just an ignorant young man, and Chu Zhixiao is an existence in the divinity transformation stage, or at least the ultimate weapon, after countless rounds of strengthening and refinement. Secondly, even if the constituents of black pieces are really contained in Chu Zhixiao's blood, they are dozens of times more diluted than those of Tonka. The corresponding resistance must be much stronger, and he won't be fooled by us easily. Thirdly, Chu Zhixiao is likely to be directly monitored by Master Zhishan. We want to tamper with her brain and be discovered within minutes. Therefore, I strongly suggest we not sneak into Chu Zhixiao's brain from the very beginning. After all, in our current form, we are free to move between the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. We can always find a piece of highly intelligent magical equipment in the Xianxia squad, crawl into it, lie low, and act accordingly. I understand now, Liao said. Are you saying that we can sneak into the automatic toilet of the Xianxia squad? What a great plan. I didn't say that. You said that. The mental devil jumped to its feet as if it had been pricked by needles. What I'm trying to say is that it is best to pick magical equipment that all the members of the Xianxia squad carry with them, magical equipment that can be exchanged for a lot of information, and that will not be replaced easily, such as their crystal suits and arm shuttles. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Combining the public combat videos of the Xianxia squad that they had collected from the spiritual nexus, Liao and the mental devil started analyzing all the daily magical equipment of the Xianxia squad. Very soon, two souls tied up a virtual image at the same time. It was a battle puppet in the form of a six-legged spider, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters and a height of less than 2 meters. It had a dark red, strengthened ceramic shell, and at the end of its limbs were retractable pulleys that could allow it to move forward at high speeds. In front of the body were 2 retractable arms and 4 revolving cannons that were better than nothing. On the back of the high-rising body was a large amount of spiritual energy, magnetic warfare, and communication equipment. Type 3020 multifunctional all-terrain spider tank boasts amazing communication, support, and maintenance abilities. Its small size allows it to pass through the complicated narrow tubes inside the starship easily. It is a spiritual puppet specially designed for super-large starships. The spider tank of the ordinary model is integrated with the functions of firepower support, magical equipment maintenance, and communication enhancement. The spider tank that the Xianxia squad is equipped with is a product of the most cutting-edge technology of the Holy Alliance. It is a super-strengthened model that is still being tested. It is integrated with mini crystal processors with extremely high computational ability and brainwave magnification coils in the smallest space, which will significantly improve its anti-magnetism ability and brainwave interference ability. It will help the members of the Xianxia squad precisely control the stability of the brains of all the soldiers and worker bees in the area and give them a clearer understanding of the intangible spiritual nexus. In the most complicated and ever-changing environment, they will keep in touch with the Inquisition. It is an indispensable auxiliary magical equipment for the Xianxia squad to carry out cleanup missions. The two lines of information raised subtle waves in Liao and the mental devil's soul. The two souls looked at each other and whistled in excitement. This is the one, right? It is a powerful spider tank that is both agile and moderate in size. It has participated in almost every operation of the Xianxia squad and boasts a powerful enough crystal processor to carry our souls temporarily. But since it is the most cutting-edge model of the Holy Alliance, it must be very difficult to hack into it and very easy to be detected. The more difficult it is, the more exciting it is. Otherwise, are we really going to hack the automatic toilet? That's true. Where is the Xianxia squad right now? And where is their spider tank? The Xianxia squad has just experienced a big explosion during a mission. It seems that all the members have suffered some injuries and are resting in the headquarters of the cleaners. Their spider tanks are being upgraded in the maintenance workshop, too. It is not far from here. Excellent. A perfect plan. First of all, we need to find the design of the ordinary model of the spider tank and the structural design of its crystal processor. Then, we need to figure out its operating system and defense system. After hundreds of virtual rehearsals, we will be able to crack the loopholes in the design. Then, we will need to set up some traces in the debris of the crystal processor, because the people of the Sanctuary Alliance know that we once controlled the entire floating fortress through the mainframe crystal processor. We will have to make them think that we did it with the ordinary crystal processor hacking technology, and that our soul ran away the moment the floating fortress crashed. Lastly, we will need to set up a few traps and some logical bombs so that the enemy will have temporary data overflow, defense collapse, and even spiritual energy overload when they are cutting the debris of the crystal processor into pieces. The problems will not be fatal enough, but they will cover up the traces of our dancing. When the enemy resolves the logical bombs that we set up in a flurry, it will be the best opportunity for us to switch to a new carrier. Excellent. Let's begin. For a moment, the souls of Liao and the mental devil unfolded like the wings of a butterfly. As the soul ripples spread out, a brand new world gradually appeared in their vision. Countless sounds, pictures, and information streams in bright gold and crimson constituted a splendid world. They seemed to be able to see the crystal processor research center that they were in, the researchers who were going in and out of the research center and the pathways outside, the brainwaves that the researchers were sending out, and the wider and more splendid new world made of the ripples of the spiritual nexus outside the research center. The network is vast. Liao smiled and thought to himself, "Who can stop me?" 3 days ago, at the bottom of the engine compartment at the tail of Light Pursuit, the main warship of the Sanctuary Alliance. Light Pursuit was a vintage warship with a history of 500 years. If it had been placed in the Federation or the Imperium, it would have been scrapped long ago or handed over to local armed forces and transportation fleets. However, the efficiency and reliability of the primeval technology, as well as the near-zero requirements for the living environment of the starship, made it struggle stubbornly in the cold sea of stars for the glory of the gods. In order to push its enormous body, which was more than 5,000 meters long, to sprint at a high speed and turn agilely, it was surrounded by dense industrial thrusters. Together with the astronomical energy consumption of spiritual shields and various energy weapons, the engine compartment, which had been repaired and strengthened multiple times, almost took up all the space at the rear of the vehicle. The tubes, which were several meters in diameter and dozens of meters in diameter, were tangled together in a complicated way, making it look like a nest of steel boas, cold and gloomy, and a 3D labyrinth full of rust. Since the materials were old and in disrepair, hot steam was spurting out from the corners of the tubes, submerging the engine compartment in vague fog all year round, making it look like a quiet mountain. After the steam was frozen, it would turn into drops of water and fall from the above of the gravity field like a drizzle. The drizzle and the mist, the maze that was the color of rust, and the emotionless marines and mechanics who were wearing gray raincoats and gas masks below the maze constituted the eternal scenery in the engine compartment of Light Pursuit. No, all the antique warships of the sanctuary. Major Chu Zhixiao crouched on a horizontal tube at the highest point and watched the glittering raindrops, falling into the gray abyss below and landing on the soldiers and the work bees that looked like gray spots. She liked the feeling. She liked the feeling of the light rain on her skin, which made her feel that she was truly alive. Therefore, what did it matter if it was not the real light rain? 14, 522, 14, 523. Chu Zhixiao was counting how many raindrops had fallen on him. Major, help me. Major, help me. Help me. The voice was echoing inside her brain again. There was unspeakable pity and desperation. The rain and mist in front of her eyes seemed to condense into a little girl in a white dress who opened her arms helplessly. Chu Zhixiao frowned. The hallucinations were gone, like water melting in the rain. She stared at the raindrops for a long time and cursed softly. She had forgotten where she was counting. Major! Major! This time, the super micro-vibrating chip deep inside his ear canal really sounded lackluster, as if metal was rubbing against each other. We've arrived at the scene. Where are you? Are you monitoring the situation? I'm going to transmit all the terrain data of the engine compartment and the information of all the crew members on board. Please prepare to receive it. It was 7 stars, the 7 annoying kids. Chu Zhixiao turned around and saw that a shaking spider tank was lying on the tube next to her. Although it was known as the entire terrain, with anti-joint limbs that could turn 360 degrees and sliding wheels that could turn at an amazing speed, such an auxiliary spiritual puppet was still not suitable to climb up and down the maze as agilely as a human being. The guy, who was as round as a toilet, was constricting his 6 limbs, trying to hold on to the slippery tube. The indicator light on his back was blinking rapidly, indicating that he was receiving a lot of data and that he might fall off if he was not careful. It was quite hilarious. Chu Zhixiao's lips curled coldly. Let's go, Red Pig. Enough rest. The woman whose code name was Major stood up from the top of the ventilation tube that was almost 100 meters high. She narrowed her eyes and opened her arms, enjoying the irregular air currents above the engine compartment. Then, she jumped down softly, not forgetting to hook Red Pig, her spider tank, with her toes and fall into the gray mist together with her. The spider tank was clearly a cold machine, but it was displaying an emotion that was even more vivid than that of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation. Its 6 limbs were shivering hard, as if it were trying to grab something nearby. The crystal cameras embedded in the 9 rails on its head were spinning crazily, too, as if they were scared out of their wits. It was truly hilarious. The moment they were about to land on the ground, Chu Zhixiao seemed to have stepped on something solid in midair. He spun weirdly and picked up a spider tank. The man in the tank, which had a combined weight of more than half a ton, fell to the ground like dry leaves without making any sound. The 6 limbs of the spider tank were still shivering. There was no telling whether it was because the sudden weightlessness from the fall affected its balance system or because of the lingering fear. Chu Zhixiao, on the other hand, immediately assumed the role of the captain of the Xianxia squad. His face was covered in gray frost as he observed everything around him coldly. From a height of almost 100 meters, the marines and mechanics gathered in the engine compartment were no different than usual. When he was among them, Chu Zhixiao immediately sensed the fear and the intense scent of blood. The facial features of almost all the marines and mechanics were twisted to the extreme. Panic and fear were written all over their faces, which were extremely abnormal for the citizens of the sanctuary. The surroundings had been sealed by the soldiers of the God Bless Army, the purifiers, and the cleaners. Chu Zhiling saw that the cleaners had deployed the 2nd and the 4th investigation teams. Now that the 2 teams had shown up at the same time, together with the Xianxia squad, it was a serious crime. That was the result of the emotional scan, too. Chu Zhixiao did not need to raise his wrist at all. Through the intense vibration of his crystal processor, he knew that the emotional waves gathered in the narrow space were beyond the threshold and were enough to trigger mass hysteria. All the peaceful, pure, and loyal Marines and mechanics were infected by the virus named emotion. Although they could only sense fear right now, it was like the collapse of a dam. If they were left alone, other emotions would soon follow and swallow them. Everybody in the engine compartment, whether they are exposed to the heretics or not, will have to undergo deep purification on a large scale. Deep in thought, Chu Zhiyun glanced at the purifiers in the anti-vaccination suits. That's why so many purifiers have gathered here. However, if we don't find the source of the infection, it will be useless no matter how many times we purify it. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. There is also a hint of sweetness mixed in. But for the ordinary people who are used to synthesized food, it is indeed an irresistible sweetness. This is the smell of Tao Tai. Is it you, Puppet King? In the cordon with flickering lights, two teams of purifiers and cleaners were confronting each other. Although they were both subordinates of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, one of them was responsible for the purification of the devils, while the other was responsible for the cleaning of the devils. However, there were always devils when there were devils. On the other hand, wherever there were devils, there were bound to be a lot of objects that were contaminated by the demonic energy. Therefore, the purifiers and the cleaners often had overlapping jobs. For the privilege and the right to command, there would be conflicts, too. They were not worker bees without self-awareness. In the long-term contact with the devils and the devils, they would more or less be affected and produce thoughts and emotions. At the very least, for the sake of work, they had to simulate similar things with their computational ability. However, when Chu Zhixiao showed up, the dispute between the cleaners and the purifiers came to an abrupt end. They stared at her in a weird way at the same time, as if she were some kind of alien that had been contaminated by viruses. Chu Zhixiao was already used to such gazes. She pulled the cordon and walked straight to the place where the smell of blood was the strongest. Major Chu, one of the cleaners, stopped them stiffly. It's just a regular ghoul incident. 4 to 5 teams of cleaners and cleaners are already here. I don't think we need to bother you. The Xianxia squad should be enough, right? The regular ghoul incident? Chu Zhixiao did not even bother to look at the cleaner. He said coldly, "Routine incidents of ghouls cannot be carried out so fast. In only 24 hours, almost 1,000 ghouls have been born. Even the priests of the kindest clan are involved. This is not a situation that you can deal with. Go away." She tried to push away the purifiers in front of her. But before her hand touched him, he jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. There was barely any emotion in Chu Zhixiao's eyes. He strode forward emotionlessly. The cleaners and cleaners in front of her seemed to have been separated by rocks and automatically cleared a path for her to the first scene where blood was flowing everywhere. This was a mixed room for the accelerant. In the narrow, half-open cabin, almost 10 dead bodies were lying on the ground. There were obvious traces of animal bites on the throats, arms, and even the chests of all the dead bodies. The most miserable one had even lost all his internal organs. His ribs pierced into the sky like broken spears. The bloody and disgusting scene did not affect Chu Zhixiao at all. She glanced over all the broken bodies indifferently, before she stomped on the ground in the pool of blood with her thick-soled boots and walked toward the cabin at the back. A ferocious beast seemed to be locked in the cabin at the back. Brutal roars were echoing non-stop. Crash! 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 The cabin walls that were several inches thick were bulging because of the collisions. What's the situation? Are they ghouls? Before Chu Zhixiao stepped into the second cabin, he suddenly asked. Yes, they are indeed pitiful creatures that have been infected by the Tao Tai virus and turned into ghouls. Also, judging from the enhancement of their strength and their aggressiveness, they are some kind of upgraded version of the virus. Their infectivity, lethality, and threat have all been significantly improved. An unusually mellow voice came from the second cabin. If a person's appearance was determined by their voice, then the owner of the voice must be a peerlessly handsome man. However, judging from the uncanny expressions of the cleaners and the purifiers nearby, who seemed to be confronting a great enemy. There should not have been anybody in the second cabin 10 seconds ago. When Chu Zhixiao walked into the second cabin, the first thing he saw was a weirdo sealed in a corner by chains as thick as arms. He was still wearing the ragged uniform of a warship soldier, but the skin below the uniform had turned a deep, burning red. Thick veins were bulging from his limbs to his abdomen, making his abdomen deformed and swollen, making him look like a pregnant woman. There was no longer any sincerity or obedience in his dirty eyes. Instead, he seemed to have regressed into a hungry animal whose brain had been occupied by primitive desires. Judging from his drooling appearance, he seemed to be very interested in the meat fragrance emitted by Chu Zhixiao. He wanted to pounce on Chu Zhixiao and bite him hard, but he was tied up by chains and could not get away no matter how hard he struggled. He was so anxious that he roared crazily and crashed into the steel plates on the wall of the cabin. His head was bleeding and he was a mess. A hair-raising scene happened. He was attracted by the smell of his own blood after he crashed into the wall of the cabin. Sticking out his tongue, he licked his blood greedily until every drop of blood was gone. But he was not satisfied yet. He shook his head again and hit the wall heavily, leaving a lot of blood behind. It seemed that, if nobody stopped him, he could continue crashing and licking until he was killed or devoured. Any normal person would have screamed when they saw such a weird scene. However, other than the monster, there were two other people in the cabin, including Major Chu Zhixiao and another middle-aged man whose face was as fair as jade, whose eyes were as bright as stars, and whose voice was even more handsome. They were both far away from the standards of a normal person of the three forces of the Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Imperium. Chu Zhixiao lost interest after only one glance at the ghoul. He turned around and looked at the handsome, middle-aged man whose long hair was fluttering in the wind. The man was Black Dream Yun Haixin, one of the 4 core members of the Xianxia squad who had joined the Sanctuary Alliance with a clear head and a complete memory. I just snuck into the guy's brain and saw what happened in the engine compartment over the past 24 hours. It was indeed a typical scene of the outbreak of the Tautai virus, except that the outbreak was faster and more brutal than the previous ones. A cluster of vague black fog lingered in Yun Haixin's eyes, hiding his real eyes and emotions in a black dream. He said, "Besides, one of the 3 priests on Light Pursuit has indeed mutated into a ghoul. The Tautai virus in the past was not as deadly as this one. Even the most sacred and solidest priests, as well as the most virtuous people, have become its slaves." Ha ha! Chu Zhixiao ignored the undisguised mockery in Yun Haixin's words and fell into deep thought. The Tautai virus that had been spreading on every planet and every fleet of the Star Glory Federation over the past 2 years was not a real virus but a mental drug that affected the human brain directly. Compared to the devilized people of the Imperium of true human beings, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance boasted amazing telepathic thoughts and brainwave resonation. They would open their brain at certain times every morning and night and bask in the holy light. A lot of simple commands were transmitted directly through the brainwaves. Such a way of communication and social structure meant that their brains were more fragile and prone to the intrusion and interference of ill-intentioned people. As long as the brain of one member of the Star Glory Federation was invaded and everybody opened their brain during the holy light ritual, it was very likely that they would be infected and turn into a large-scale outbreak of emotions and viruses. The Tautai virus was a drug that acted directly on the brain and stimulated the primitive desires deep inside the soul. More precisely speaking, it stimulated the appetite of human beings. When such a secret and fatal drug was implanted into the brain through the spiritual nexus, telepathic thoughts, or hypnosis, it would trigger the appetite that had been suppressed for a long time. In the beginning, the Tautai virus would deceive one's taste buds and nerves so that one would be able to taste the delicious food that tasted like chewing wax. It was not hard to imagine how soul-stirring the sudden explosion of taste buds was for the people of the sanctuary who had been drinking tasteless paste their entire life. The poor people of the Star Glory Federation were often captured by the Tautai virus in the blink of an eye and turned into slaves of their appetite. But just like all drugs, the mental drugs had an ever-increasing, unfulfilled problem. The more they ate, the deeper they sank into the food, the more unsatisfied they became. The more unsatisfied they were, the more they had to swallow more and more food. In the end, the stimulation of the mental drugs gradually faded away. No matter how much synthesized food they ate, they could not taste any sweetness from it. At that time, the people whose mouths had been spoiled by the Tautai virus could not stand the dullness of synthesized food any longer. Right now, their belief in the gods and their reverence for their master had long been destroyed and devoured by the glutton in their stomachs. They no longer cared about any rules or teachings. They would do anything to find fresher and sweeter food. Real food, not sticky excrement. Unfortunately, on most planets and starships where resources were scarce, especially in the range that the bottom-level worker bees and soldier bees could reach, there was only one thing that could be called delicious food. They were each other's flesh and blood. Just like that, ghouls were born. His brain had been deeply corroded and paralyzed by the Tautai virus. His consciousness had been controlled by his intense appetite. He would bite anyone he saw and eat meat whenever he saw them. He would suck their blood, chew their bones, and devour their internal organs. He would enjoy incomparable pleasure while he was swallowing their blood. This was the typical image of a ghoul, the sad victim of the Tautai virus. There was no doubt that the Tautai virus was an evil weapon that the Puppet King, the new leader of the Heart of God, created to overturn the sanctuary. Moreover, over the past year, the Puppet King had been modifying and upgrading the damage of the Tautai virus. In the beginning, it was merely appetizing and bloodthirsty, but later, it was enough to trigger the secretion of adrenaline in one's body, burning away decades of vitality in the blink of an eye and turning one into a monster with immense strength, amazing speed, and sharp claws and teeth. The shocking ghoul outbreaks were all masterpieces of the Puppet King. Before, the infection of the Tautai virus was limited to the ordinary soldiers and workers. These fellows, whose brains had been purified many times to the point that they were completely blank, were as innocent and naive as children. They were most likely to be attacked by various kinds of mental drugs. However, with the multiple experiments and mutations of the Puppet King, the targets of the Tautai virus were gradually upgraded from ordinary people to special professionals. The cleaners, the purifiers, the lurkers, and the middle-level and low-level commanders of the God Bless Army were not spared. But this time, the highest-level member of the sanctuary who turned into a zombie turned out to be a priest. Almost all the priests were the kindest people with pure bloodlines, firm beliefs, and pure ideologies. They were responsible for performing the Holy Light ritual for a large number of people of the sanctuary, monitoring the thoughts of thousands of people, and guarding against the pervasive extraterrestrial devils. They were the core of a combat unit. Take chasing light, for example. There was only one grand sacrifice and two small sacrifice on such a large warship. Their status was even higher than that of the captain, the first mate, and the fire control officer. They were the real managers. But what was happening right now was that one of the minor sacrifices had been infected by the Tautai virus and degenerated into a certain, strengthened, mutated version of a zombie. The fingers and face of his boss, the only major sacrifice, had been gnawed away. Then, he had spread the virus and fled to the depths of the engine compartment. It was a rarely seen infection of the kindest beings. It was also the reason why the Xianxia squad, a rarely seen, cursed black team, had come to Light Chaser in the first place. In my opinion, you are too stupid. Maintaining the pride of the immortal cultivators and the memory of the people of the Imperium, Yun Haixin's mellow voice was filled with cold mockery all the time. There's a saying that, it's better to let go of something than to let go of it. It is the natural instinct of human beings to enjoy delicious food. How can you forbid it? Even if you have been eating the tasteless paste since you were born, you can only suppress your taste buds. Once your taste buds are opened, it will be like a flood that cannot be stopped. What do you mean by best of the world? What do you mean by priest? When you taste the sweetness of human flesh, don't you forget your beliefs and loyalty. If they had tasted all the delicious food like the immortal cultivators did, they wouldn't have been so crazy about the flesh and blood of human beings, no matter how infected they were. The commanders of the teams of the purifiers and the cleaners happened to squeeze into the narrow cabin. Yun Haixin's outrageous declaration made them all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Their dullness made Yun Haixin even more excited. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of the sanctuary as an immortal cultivator. The only fun he had was to bully the puppets. Why are you pretending to be shocked? Yun Haixin was smiling more and more brilliantly. Even the black mist covering her eyes was thinner for a moment, revealing a pair of clear and cynical eyes. Isn't that what you think in your heart? The most firm believers of the good race, the priests who are blessed by the holy light all the time, how can they be attracted by flesh and blood and end up being pathetic ghouls? What's wrong with our faith and our holy light? Have you never thought that way? Don't you want to taste blood? The cleaners and the purifiers looked at each other in shock and panic. They could not help but step back and squeeze to the door. Ha! You are scared. It means that you not only have thoughts but also delicate emotions. Yun Haixin narrowed her eyes. The mist in front of her eyes turned into two swirls. Her mellow voice was full of enchantment and evilness. This is a paradox. Do you know what a paradox is? Your leader could not control the entire Sanctuary Alliance and the universe with a bunch of idiots whose brains were empty. They had to ask for the help of some people who were a little bit smarter. However, as long as one is a little bit more intelligent, when faced with a complicated environment and absorbing a lot of information and data, one will always have their own thoughts and emotions, and then doubt everything around them. Therefore, although the Heresy Interrogation Bureau is supposed to be an organization to deal with the heretics, the idiots who join the organization are the most likely to become smart, emotional, learn to hide themselves in front of the holy light, and suspect that the entire world has fallen into the new heresy. I can feel that you are about to become heretics or even ghouls. I have a lot of experience in that. Really. I can smell the scent coming from your brain, the scent that you are trying to hide. Are you sure that you are not infected by the Tautai virus? The twitching expressions on the faces of the purifiers and cleaners were too intense to be concealed. Over the past 3 years, 11.4% of the members of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau have fallen into heresy, which is far more likely than any other organization in the sanctuary. Yun Haixin was not going to let go of the poor purifiers and cleaners. The mockery on his face was even more intense, making his handsome face somewhat twisted. Is this the Heretical Investigation Bureau? Or the Heretical Cultivation School? How hilarious! Hey, has it ever occurred to you that you are actually just some kind of experimental subjects? The higher-ups summoned you to the Heresy Interrogation Bureau because they wanted to see how long you would struggle before you became heretics? The few purifiers and cleaners seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown. Haha, I was just kidding. 11.4% was just a random number that I made up. It's nothing like that. It was just a harmless joke. Yun Haixin's smile remained unchanged. She pointed at her brain and gestured at her throat, before she said softly, "However, your performance in the joke was not very satisfactory, which means that you will be cleared by the Xianxia squad soon, just like your predecessors. Let's see how long you rookies can last this time." The purifiers and cleaners finally couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed. They were whimpering, with confusion, suspicion, and desperation in their eyes. It seemed that, even if Yun Haixin did not clean them up, they would still be committing suicide. Enough! Stop playing. Chu Zhixiao watched the rookies of the regular cleaning troops coldly. It was not until this moment that he said casually, 7-Star has sent the detailed intelligence, the battle plan, and the map of the bottom-level reactor area to Red Pig. The infected ritualist should be hiding in the center of the bottom-level reactor area. However, he has at least 200 ghouls with him. Be careful. That is the real power output area of the Starship. Try not to make a fuss. When have I ever made a big fuss? Yun Haixin looked at her long and narrow fingers and said, I always talk but never fight. You should tell that to the Titan. Cut the crap. Let's go. Chu Zhixiao glanced at the purifiers and cleaners who were still shivering in shock and said coldly, Keep your troops on alert outside and don't let anybody in or out. Also, block all the information and waves inside so that the Tautai virus does not spread further. Do you understand? Red Pig, Black Dream, let's go. Chu Zhixiao patted the round spider tank and rushed into the engine compartment. Hey, hey, hey. Don't compare me to this silly spider tank. All right? Yun Haixin mumbled half-truthfully and followed Chu Zhixiao. You think I'm your pet, too? The deeper they went into the engine compartment, the darker the lights were, the denser the steam spurting out of the broken tubes, and the thicker the smell of blood. They seemed to have entered a forest of steel that was wreathed in fog. Very soon, they could not tell east from west, nor could they see any cleaners or cleaners. Gasps and cries were echoing non-stop. Tick, tick, tick. Occasionally, water droplets would fall from the sky and splatter on their helmets and crystal suits. When he touched them with his hands, he discovered that they were sticky blood. Chu Zhixiao suddenly stopped. When the fog in front of him was cleared, what was lying on the ground was an incomplete corpse. Half of the body had almost been eaten up. Ah! However, when she squatted down to check, the body suddenly opened its eyes and lunged at her with an ear-splitting shriek. Shua! 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 Chu Zhixiao did not even blink. He raised his right hand and slashed the ghoul into dozens of equal-sized pieces, which fell to the ground. Ah! Ah! More ghouls jumped out of the mist, from behind the twisted power tubes, and from under the rusted reactors. The ghouls that were transformed from soldiers and workers were not enough to cause any trouble to an ultimate weapon of Chu Zhixiao's level, even though their appetite had been increased by dozens of times. All they did was hinder her vision and her footsteps. Chu Zhixiao was strolling in the rain of blood, unleashing his killing instinct as if he were breathing. But after she slayed almost 100 ghouls, the environment around her suddenly turned weird. The mist made of white steam turned blood red. The bright gray tubes and the rusted red reactors turned into the internal organs of a certain bloody beast. Her feet were buried in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hands that did not have skin but only muscles and bones extended out of the pool of blood and grabbed her legs desperately. Some of them even slithered forward like boas and tied up her limbs. Some of them were trying to crawl into her crystal suit through the gaps. Hungry, hungry! Chu Zhixiao heard countless screams. Countless scarlet eyes emerged from the fog and stared straight at her. Below the eyes were pale white teeth that were emitting a cold glow. Thousands of ghouls surrounded her from all directions. Some of the ghouls were even hanging upside down from the sky, dragging their intestines, while they grinned hideously at her. Chu Zhixiao was greatly alarmed. There were too many ghouls. Although the main warship of the Light Pursuit was an antique, it had been modified more than 30 years ago to further improve its automation. Therefore, there were not many operators in the engine compartment. Most of the operators had become food for the ghouls. The outside world was guarded and evacuated by the purifiers and cleaners. The few hundred ghouls that were still active inside the engine compartment were only a few hundred at best. But there were at least 1,000 ghouls in her vision. Besides, the speed and hardness of the ghouls were far higher than those of the ordinary people of the Star Glory Federation and the low-level warriors. Some of them could even dodge her lightning-like attack. Even her crystal suit had been ripped open by her bloody, long fingers, which crawled into her skin like maggots and leeches. They were slippery, greasy, and extremely cold. It was impossible. Chu Zhixiao immediately realized that it was an illusion. What an impressive mental illusion. Had the strength of the Puppet King improved again? It could invade her brain without her knowing and create such a vivid illusion. Black dream? Black dream? Chu Zhixiao shouted, only to find that there was no response behind him. He assumed that the hearing system of himself or Black Dream Yun Haixin had been compromised, too. She stopped shouting and condensed her soul to the maximum. She sent a powerful brainwave to Red Pig, the spider tank next to her, through which she shot out of the engine compartment. 7-star, can you hear me? It is very likely that the Puppet King has hacked into the crystal suit system, optical nerves, and auditory nerves of Black Dream and me at the same time, which will be a major interference for our battle. Chu Zhixiao was very calm. He sent out telepathic thoughts unhurriedly. Don't bother about me. Just pretend that you are in a hurry and let him continue the invasion. You can take the opportunity to find out the source of the invasion. Remember, don't alarm them. The minor sacrifice that turns into a ghoul is not our target. Our target is the Puppet King. Even if we can't capture him, we must at least figure out his methods. Therefore, don't destroy everything yet. Do you understand? Understood. After a while, 7-star, the crystal processor and the tracking expert in the team, who was using the spider tank as a platform, said hesitantly, however, the Titan has gone in. I don't know whether or not his mental defenses have been compromised by the Puppet King. If he is hallucinating, I don't think he is as patient as you are and will solve the problem in one way or another. What? Chu Zhixiao's pupils constricted violently. Then, she heard an ear-splitting explosion that smashed her eardrums like a tsunami. Boom! 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 In the depths of the bloody mist, flames were raging. All the real-life and illusionary ghouls had been blown into pieces and burnt to ash with twisted screams. Judging from the destructive posture, even the engine compartment was about to be blown apart. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood in front of Chu Zhixiao's eyes suddenly vanished. She fell out of the illusion and returned to the gray engine compartment in the real world. But there was not the slightest joy on her face. On the contrary, her face was filled with anger that her plan had been disrupted. Coldly, Chu Zhixiao strode forward. There was not a single intact ghoul in front of him. There were not even many pieces of meat the size of fingernails. The tubes were full of bumps and hollows. Even the strengthened shell of the reactor, which was almost half a meter thick, had almost 100 shocking fist marks on it. Centered at the fist marks, the blood was spreading out in the shape of a laser, as if he would be gone after one punch. The mist in front of him dispersed, and his vision became clearer. The smell of steam and blood seemed to have been absorbed by the muscular man who was at least 5 meters tall and covered in wounds and iron armor. Sensing Chu Zhixiao's passionate eyes, Yuan Kuo, the giant, turned around and opened his bloody mouth, giving his major an innocent smile. It was true that the Puppet King had broken through his defense wall and invaded his brain, hijacking his optic and auditory nerves and creating a terrifying illusion. The way to get rid of the illusions of Titan Yuanko was simple, too, to blow everything up. If an illusion created 1,000 ghouls, 1,000 would be blown up. If the illusion created 10,000 ghouls, 10,000 would be blown up. It did not matter if there were 100,000 or 1,000,000 of them. In Yuan Ko's eyes, they were all the same. Chu Zhixiao glared at Yuan Ko. Yun Haixin appeared from the side and observed the scene that had almost been destroyed by Yuan Ko. Her lips twitched, but she did not say anything, with an "I knew it" expression on her face. Well, the 7-star tried to smooth things over through the spider tank. Even if the Titan did not destroy everything with the abundant anti-tracking experience of the Puppet King, I wouldn't have been able to lock onto him easily, would I? Chu Zhixiao sniffed and looked at Yuan Ko's feet. Under Yuan Ko's specially made iron boots was an old man in a gray robe whose chest was painted with thorns. The old man's face, which should have been kind and holy, was now covered in blood. His sharp teeth looked like 2 daggers, but they had been broken. He was the priest who had turned into a zombie. Chu Zhixiao squatted and stared at the extraordinary zombie. Hungry, hungry. The pupils of the priest melted in his blood-red eyeballs. He seemed to have lost his vision and could only distinguish his prey with his developed sense of smell. Smelling Chu Zhixiao's scent, thick saliva flowed out of his mouth again. Why do you want to eat people? Chu Zhiyun asked casually, wondering how much intelligence the priest had left after being infected by the Taotai virus. Although ordinary ghouls were animals without any intelligence, they had been like this before they were infected by the Taotai virus. There was no telling whether or not the kindly ones could still think after they turned into ghouls. Hungry, hungry. The priest licked his tongue, which had sharp thorns, while he was still shouting. Why did you eat your boss, the only ritual on the starship? Was there some voice that asked you to do that? Chu Zhixiao continued asking patiently. The higher one's cultivation is, the purer one's mind is, and the firmer one's beliefs are, and the more delicious they are. The eyes of the young priest suddenly became clear. He made a very logical response and extended his nose to Chu Zhixiao. You taste so good. You must be delicious. Let me eat you. Eat you? Did you know that you were infected by the Taotai virus and controlled by someone else? There was no expression on Chu Zhixiao's face. He was not even interested in leaning back. He was still gazing at the eyes of the priest at a close distance. I know. Ripples spread out from the blood-red eyeball of the little priest, forming countless concentric circles that looked like some kind of weird pupils. He suddenly became clear-headed, so clear-headed that it made one's hair stand on end. He looked deeply at Chu Zhixiao and said, "What about you, Major Chu? Do you know that you have been controlled by someone?" Chu Zhixiao blinked. Suddenly, the lightning tentacles grabbed the head of the priest. 7-star, track him now. The Puppet King is here, she shouted. However, the Puppet King was fleeing faster than she was. Before her fingers pierced into the skull of Little Sacrifice, a smile that was gradually fading appeared on his face. The crimson ripples in the bottom of his eyes froze, too, before he turned into a ghoul that had been completely controlled by his appetite. A vague laughter seemed to have escaped from Xiao Ji and drifted into the darkness. Chu Zhixiao stood up with a gloomy face, deep in thought. The strength of the Puppet King seems to have improved again. The casual mockery on Black Dream Yun Haixin's face was gone, too. She narrowed her eyes and sensed the brainwaves that were left in the darkness. She mumbled, "Not many people in the Imperium of true human beings can do such a long-range infiltration. Only the meditation healers with the highest cultivation, with the help of magical equipment from the primeval era, or the super experts who are above the divinity transformation stage. Damn, this Puppet King can't be an expert in the divinity transformation stage, can he? Are you kidding me? Even the Imperium of true human beings does not have any expert in the divinity transformation stage. Is this guy from heaven? It is quite possible that he fell from the sky." The voice of the 7-star came over again. "Otherwise, why would we not be able to find any intelligence about him when he rose to fame 1 or 2 years ago? Besides, he is growing very fast. He seems to be using the innocent people of the Star Glory Federation for some kind of training. He is absorbing the strength of the soul with mental drugs such as the Taotai virus to strengthen himself. I have a vague feeling that, if we cannot capture the Puppet King in the near future and he trains us for another year or so, we will never be able to capture him. No, we will be invaded and swallowed by him instead. I will catch him," Yuanqu said. "Crush him into dust and blow him into the vacuum. What I'm more concerned about is his motive for another ghoul incident." Chu Zhixiao was still gazing at Xiao Ji, who was drooling and struggling hard. "This incident of the ghouls is different from the previous infections and outbreaks. No, it is not the number of the ghouls, nor is it the problem that all the priests of the omnipresent Good Clan have been infected, but I feel that he is very close to us. He is even holding his breath in the darkness and observing us. It is very risky. He can hack into our brains, which means that we might be able to trace his source and hack into his brain. What is he trying to achieve by taking such a huge risk? Is it just to prove that the kindest beings and even the priests can be infected?" Chu Zhixiao observed the surroundings cautiously. She never believed that the motivation and behavior of the Puppet King would be so simple. Every time, the Puppet King would cover his real motivation in the overlapping, bloody labyrinth. The only things nearby were countless dead bodies that had been smashed into pieces by Titan Yuanko and the humming crystal reactor. Thankfully, the crystal reactor of this model boasted an extremely solid shell and a very tight protection system. It was barely possible to damage it from the outside. Even if it was damaged, the energy transmission tubes leading to the crystal reactor would be cut off instantly, which would slow down the high-energy reactions inside the crystal reactor and stop them. There was no way that an intense explosion would affect the entire starship. Otherwise, the Puppet King would only need to control a batch of ghouls to detonate the entire starship. Detonate the starship. Chu Zhixiao narrowed her eyes. She smelled a scheme. He examined the dead bodies of the ghouls, but all of them had been blown to smithereens. There was no value in examining them at all. 7-star, send me a 3D image of the bodies outside. I want both the ghouls and the victims. Don't miss any detail. Chu Zhixiao commanded his companions outside through the spider tank. Very soon, The indicator light on the back of the spider tank blinked rapidly. Invisible, thin lines that looked like transparent nerves were connected to her temples, and vivid, shocking pictures popped up on her retina out of nowhere. Chu Zhixiao focused his attention on the dead bodies. After scanning dozens of corpses, she found something wrong. The eyeballs and fingers of many corpses are gone. It was only natural, since his entire body was riddled with holes. How could his eyeballs and fingers be spared? Besides, for the ghouls, their eyeballs were the most delicious food, and their fingers were one of the most vulnerable parts. Most victims of the zombie incident would lose their eyeballs and fingers. Most of the pictures of the ghouls here are missing eyeballs and fingers too. Although they might have been infected and turned into ghouls because they were bitten off, I still feel that something is not right. Chu Zhixiao pondered for a moment and asked, if we remove the limitations of our thinking from the zombie incident and stop treating the case as an ordinary outbreak of the Taotai virus, what should we think about the reason for the disappearance of the eyeballs and fingers? Major, what's the meaning of this? Black Dream Yun Haixin said, if it is not the ghoul incident, what is it? Suppose that Bloody Red's ghoul incident was just a disguise, and the Puppet King's real target was the eyeballs and the fingers? Gazing at the depths of the darkness, Chu Zhixiao mumbled to himself, seizing the eyeballs and fingers of dozens of key people at the same time will certainly attract a lot of attention, won't it? Unless the victims' bodies are mutilated with the disguise of the outbreak of the Taotai virus, nobody will be able to tell the difference between the eyeballs and the fingers. In fact, have the eyeballs and fingers been eaten or used in other ways? Anywhere else? Black Dream Yun Haixin narrowed her eyes. Are you talking about the permissions to control a starship? 'Tis true that many parts of an old warship such as Light Chaser can be manually controlled with high-level permissions except for the cockpit, but the fingerprints, irises, blood, and brain scans of the permissions must be kept. Chu Zhixiao said, the owners of the permissions are often the priests with the highest status on the old warships. Together with the supervisor of the area to be controlled on board Light Pursuit, it will be the high priest who has been gnawed beyond recognition, the supervisor of the engine compartment, and perhaps the operators of the reactor. I assume that they are all dead, and their eyeballs and fingers are all gone, aren't they? Not just eyeballs and fingers. Black Dream Yun Haixin said, many dead bodies have been sucked dry. Therefore, we have blood samples and brain scanners. Well, simulating brainwaves is one of the Puppet King's specialties. Besides, the brains of many important authorities are gone, too. Therefore, fingerprints, iris, blood samples, and brain scanners are not a problem right now. 7-star. Chu Zhixiao's voice was as cold as if it had come from a vacuum. Tell me, what can the Puppet King do if he takes over the highest clearance of the engine compartment manually? You can do whatever you want. There are no taboos. You can do whatever you want. After a long time, the shivering voice of the 7-star echoed in the air. Chu Zhixiao cursed softly. He jumped up and dashed into the darkness like an arrow. Before Yuan Ko and Yun Haixin caught up with her, she had already vanished into the depths of the engine compartment. Only the spider tank Red Pig was still following its master's footsteps. Its somewhat heavy body also relied on the high-speed pulleys at the ends of its 6 limbs to drift towards the bottom level of the engine compartment. Hoochie! 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 The bottom level of the engine compartment was reserved for maintenance and modification. A lot of twisted tubes, abandoned reactors, and components for maintenance were left. It was like a lifeless metal graveyard. There were no ghouls in this place, but there was no scent of human beings either. It was dead silent, even more horrifying than the area where the ghouls had been wandering. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear in Chu Zhixiao's heart. He continued issuing commands in an orderly manner. 7-star, send me the original structural design of the bottom level of the engine compartment, too. Yes. I suspect that there are a lot of hidden areas that are not displayed on the latest version of the map. Also, if the command to cut off the cockpit is to be manually controlled, the operation room should be in this place. Pay attention to the surveillance and tracking at all times. Also, ask the Titan to stay on it. The same goes for the Black Dream. None of you are to come down. This place is too Chu Zhixiao's voice came to an abrupt end. She suddenly realized that her ears were too quiet. 7-star, the expert tracker, did not respond. It was not normal. At such a short distance, there should not have been any barriers between her and the 7-star. The only answer was that she had fallen into an illusion again. The Puppet King had invaded her brain and hijacked her optic and auditory nerves. Just as the 7-star had said, the guy was training his soul with the outburst of evil feelings and desires. His soul had soared to an unimaginable level in only 1.5 years. However, it would be ridiculous to trap her just like that. Chu Zhixiao's mind was crystal clear. His soul condensed into a glamorous saber, which raised thousands of silver lines and cut the black space nearby into pieces. Dark red brightness appeared in front of her eyes again, which was the brightness of Red Pig, the spider tank. At the end of the light, a slender and tall man was smiling at him with his hands in his pockets. It was a plain-looking young man whose face was as smooth as an egg because of years of poker face. But right now there were deep wrinkles on the egg. He was wearing a working raincoat that was often worn by the mechanics of the engine compartment. It was full of pockets, all of which were bulging with blood stains. An indescribable sense of danger pierced through Chu Zhixiao's brain and let her know instantly, "Puppet King." "Hello, Major Chu." The young mechanic smiled. "This seems to be the closest we've ever been. Isn't it?" "I think so. Don't move and don't trigger any brainwaves either. Otherwise, I will chop you into a cluster of bloody mist and burn it to ash." Holding the long sword on his waist, Chu Zhixiao drew close to the Puppet King. "Who are you exactly? What is your purpose?" "Hasn't my purpose been stated in the purpose of the heart of God? I pursue the liberation of human nature and want everyone to remember what a real human being looks like. Living as a human being for 1 second is better than living as a slave or a tool for 100 years. The Puppet King smiled. "Are those ghouls what you call real human beings?" Chu Zhixiao scoffed. "Correct must be done. The people of the Star Glory Federation have sunk into deception and ignorance for too long. How can we really wake them up without such intense stimulation?" The Puppet King blinked his eyes. "As for my name, I don't usually tell it to other people. But if it is you, Major Chu, it will be a different matter. As long as you promise me one thing, you will never tell my name to a third person. This is a secret between you and me." "Secret?" Chu Zhixiao found it even more absurd. "You believe my promise?" "I didn't believe it, but it was worth a try. It was worth the price to wake you up." The Puppet King said, "Did you know that secrets are a very important part of one's life? If one has no secrets and everything is exposed to other people, one will not be a real person. So, start from this little secret and establish your true personality, Major Chu." Chu Zhixiao sniffed. "Why don't you tell me your name first?" "Lam Liao. Vulture Liao." The Puppet King smiled delightedly. "I'm from a remote place on the other side of the Sea of Stars. Nice to meet you. But we'll meet again soon." Chu Zhixiao heard that Titan Yuan Ko and Black Dream, Yun Haixin, were lunging at him. The smile on the Puppet King's face was the same as the one on the sacrificial ceremony when he turned into a zombie a moment ago. It was fading and disappearing. Her pupils constricted violently, and she lunged at the Puppet King. However, before she could pounce on the Puppet King, an incomparably dazzling ball of light exploded from the depths of the darkness behind the Puppet King and swept across the entire tail of the starship, devouring everything. The only thing that Chu Zhixiao could do was raise his spiritual shield in time and adjust his crystal suit to the explosive mode with the highest defense ability. In the meantime, her spider tank Red Pig lunged at its master without caring about its own safety. It waved its clumsy, hilarious legs, trying to protect its master, only to be shattered and almost melted by the intense light and heat. It was the last thing Chu Zhixiao saw before he fell into darkness. "Liao." Chu Zhixiao chewed on the name in the darkness. Then, he bit them into pieces so hard that they were swallowed into his stomach without being spat out. Light spots. Colorful light spots. Colorful. Colorful. and extremely brilliant spots of light were moving randomly and endlessly, dragging thin, long lines of light that interweaved into complicated clusters of brightness and unpredictable swirls of light. In the end, all the lights congregated into an ever-changing, vigorous ocean of light. It was the new world that Liao sensed in the form of star spirits, or rather, information life forms. In the body form, the world that could be seen with the naked eye was a human being, a pathway was a pathway, a crystal processor was a crystal processor, and the invisible network was something that could not be seen at all. However, in the form of an information creature, the body temperature, the frequency of breathing and pulse, the ripples spreading out of the brainwaves, the rise and fall of his chest, and the sound of his abdominal movement were all combinations of information. In the same way, a piece of seemingly cold magical equipment turned into the amalgamation of its hardness, materials, radiation, and other information. When Liao saw it, he immediately received tremendous information about it. The illusionary, unpredictable network, on the other hand, turned into glamorous, brilliant threads of light that were jumping agilely like the best dancers in the universe. Liao had been adapting to the new world for several days and had a deep understanding of how to open it. He could see that the brains of human beings were blossoming like delicate flowers, that their vitality was blinking like fireworks, and that the crystal processor next to it was unfolding in a completely different yet equally marvelous way. The flower stamen in the middle was shivering softly, as if it were calling out to him affectionately to attract his intrusion. From this perspective, the human brain and the crystal processor were no different. In the meantime, in the seemingly peaceful ocean of light, danger spots, light spots, and lines were hidden, too. Some of them looked like venomous jellyfish and octopuses, while some others looked like wandering, savaging sharks that were searching for anomalies vigilantly. They were the traps, baits, barriers, and guards that the Fuxi system had deployed in the spiritual nexus. Liao did not want to be bothered by them. Thankfully, after he was transformed into a brand new life form, the memory gate from Earth seemed to have opened a wider gap. All kinds of brand new weapons surged out from the depths of his soul, giving him a deeper understanding about the nature of life. He could change his form in the spiritual nexus at his will and cover his soul with regular data, pretending that it was just an ordinary document. The strategical final battle of the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance attacking the core world of the Star Ocean Imperium was about to begin. Countless data were being transmitted between the main warships of the Sanctuary Alliance and the enormous star fortresses every second. Every detail of the strategical final battle had consumed 99% of the computational ability of the 5 great masters and the Fuxi system. At such a critical moment, they had no time to bother about Liao, the tiny virus. Therefore, it only took Liao one day to break through all the defenses, hack the internal network of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and the Cleaners, and gain a lot of high permissions. Shwa! 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 The picture of several members of the Wuxia squad who were seriously wounded in the explosion of Light Pursuit, lying in the med bay for repair, appeared in Liao's vision. It was especially so for Major Chu Zhixiao. She was closest to the point of explosion and had suffered the most injuries. Although she had been blocked by the spider tanks and the crystal suits, she was still deeply burnt and had lost a lot of skin and muscle tissue. She was soaking in the nutrition liquids and accelerating the division and reproduction of her cells with the nanometer supermini biochemical tinkers so that her wounds could heal faster. Liao knew that such a treatment was the most cutting-edge biochemical technology. It almost had the effect of reviving the dead. The only side effect was the pain. The feeling of cells exploding from the depths of one's soul was not something that any top expert could resist. But not only was Chu Zhixiao able to bear it, she did not even blink. The wounds on her face had not fully recovered yet, and she was already studying the files of the Puppet King eagerly. What a crazy woman! Liao frowned at the picture. The thicker, tougher, and more stubborn the enemy's nerves were, the more difficult it was for him to invade and persuade them. But it was within his expectations. He was qualified to be the captain of one of the strongest assault squads of the Star Glory Federation. There was no way that the Major was a weak-willed, crying man. Right now, Liao was only concerned about one thing. Could Chu Zhixiao's spider tank be repaired? The mental devil had collected a lot of information and learned that Chu Zhixiao loved the specially painted spider tank very much and would carry it with him almost every time he was engaged in a battle. No matter how serious the damage was, he had demanded that the vehicle be maintained instead of a new one. Of course, such an experimental model of the spider tank had been modified according to the characteristics of the owner. Even the design of the interface of the human beings and the machines was to the liking of the owner. It was indeed difficult to adapt to a new one. Many people, including Liao, were like this. If they were to use a piece of magical equipment that was convenient to use, even if its performance was a bit weak, it would win in terms of familiarity and reliability. They would not be willing to replace it easily. For example, Liao had used Neltharion for more than 100 years, let alone Blackwing. However, this time the damage to the spider tank was very serious. The mainframe crystal processor and the core memory chip were both heavily damaged and riddled with holes. Even if they were repaired carefully, part of the files would still be missing, which would certainly affect the old interface. But for Liao, it couldn't be better. The mainframe crystal processor and the core chip had both been damaged. It was a perfect opportunity for him to make a fool of himself. Liao's soul moved agilely in the network like a loach. He avoided one trap after another and hacked into several monitoring crystal cameras in the special maintenance workshop of the Inquisition. Through the crystal cameras, one could clearly see that, on a highly automatic maintenance platform, among the dozens of rapidly revolving and spinning artificial arms, the crimson spider tank looked brand new. Right now, the maintenance staff was connecting the thick crystal cables to the data transmission interface on its abdomen, trying to restore all its data 0.1 seconds before the explosion. The timing was perfect. Liao's soul rippled with a smile. He turned into a streak of brightness and crawled into the spider tank. As his soul gradually invaded, he felt that he was floating in the air with a parachute on his back. Finally, his feet were on solid ground. His soul was heavier and more solid. He sensed his body again. However, the body made of cold machines was different from the body of flesh and blood in the past. There was something extra about it, but there was also something missing. Naturally, the metal shell was different from the skin of human beings. Could not sense the delicate touch. However, the connection between the crystal processor and the spiritual nexus was much tighter. The soul spread out and invaded and controlled the crystal processors, crystal cameras, and chips nearby as naturally as breathing. The control rights were seized, the mainframe crystal processor was hacked, the data interface was hijacked, and all the information inside the memory chip was read. Liao felt that his soul had occupied the mainframe crystal processor on the round abdomen of the spider tank. Thousands of telepathic thoughts spread out like a spreading neural network to every sliding wheel at the end of the 6 limbs. Control level, 85%, 90%, 99%, 100%. I made it! Hiding inside the spider tank, Liao whistled silently. The red indicator lights on the front and the back of the spider tank were blinking. Sweet mechanical noises were echoing from its abdomen, as if it had woken up from a long sleep. But the mental devil was hesitating. What's wrong? Liao was still immersed in the excitement of the perfect intrusion. The intrusion was very successful. We erased all the traces that we left in the debris of the previous crystal processor and avoided all the traps and obstacles that the Fushi system set up in the network. Nobody will ever know that we infiltrated this place without alarming anyone. Is there any problem? There is a small problem. It was not until I read the data inside the memory chip that I discovered that the human-machine interaction system of the spider tank did not adopt a standard mode but a special mode that could be learned and simulated independently. In other words, it seemed to boast a unique personality. The so-called independent learning and simulation of personality was, of course, not the real strong artificial intelligence such as Xiao Ming, Wenwen, or the boxing champion. It was just a fake behavior that was simulated by algorithms. In the Star Glory Federation, many children's spiritual puppets had similar settings. They could turn cold machines into seemingly lively pets. Although such a personality-simulating interactive system was rather weird in the Holy Accord Alliance, which emphasized the obliteration of all personalities and emotions, it was not unusual considering the uniqueness of the Xianxia squad. Does it matter? Liao did not think too much of it. With our extraordinary computational ability right now, we can simulate any personality and behavior pattern we want. They will definitely pass off as real and will not be discovered by Chu Zhixiao. No, that is not the problem. The problem is, the mental devil was silent for a moment before it replied. Anyways, you will know after you watch the video. The mental devil unfolded a video in Liao's soul. It was a video of Chu Zhixiao alone with the spider tank. Although most of the memory chips of the spider tank had been damaged or melted due to the intense blast of the explosion, part of the data was still retained. The only thing that remained was the blurred picture, which was more like a modeled memory. In the picture, Major Chu Zhixiao was sitting by the window. The lights outside seemed to be very high. There was no telling whether they were in the skyscrapers of a certain planet or the internal organs of a super-large starship. Half of her face was covered in shadows, while the other half of her face was wreathed in smoke. Next to her was a giant, smooth ashtray with a broken shell that was filled with burning cigarette butts. She still smokes. There was no doubt that tobacco was the temptation of extraterrestrial devils. If the people of the sanctuary wanted peace of mind, they would certainly accept the illumination of the holy light and not seek the help of tobacco. The Sanctuary Alliance did not produce tobacco in the first place. The cigarettes that Chu Zhixiao smoked were the products of the Imperium captured on the battlefield. 2. The captain of the Wuxia squad was indeed independent and fearless. However, that was not the point. More importantly, the round, fat, and funny-looking spider tank was lying in front of Chu Zhixiao like a pig. It even asked in the voice of a child who seemed to be no older than 11, Major, you seem sad. What's wrong? Boom! Liao felt that a thunderbolt had exploded in the depths of his soul. He felt that goosebumps were crawling all over his body. Why, Liao found it hard to believe. This woman is setting her spider tank in such a childish voice. In other words, if I were to pretend to be the spider tank, would I have to make such a childish voice? There's more. The mental devil said, keep watching. In the picture, Chu Zhixiao did not care about the concern of the spider tank. His face was still gloomy, and he was smoking one cigarette after another, staring at the rising smoke in a daze. Major. The spider tank's voice became sweeter and sweeter. It even clumsily wriggled its body and stretched out its two forelimbs to grab Chu Zhixiao's calf. Don't be sad. Come play with me. I'm so bored. Lo Liao's soul ripples were almost frozen, as if he had been shocked and his face was cramping. How about I dance for the major? In the picture, the spider tank took 2 steps back. Its 4 forelimbs were raised high, and it stood up like a bear. It was spinning unsteadily, but it lost its balance after only 2 revolutions. After a series of exclamations, it fell flat on its back, its 6 limbs shaking violently. Help me, Major! The spider tank let out an exaggerated cry. They can't flip over. Quickly help them. Chu Zhixiao finally couldn't help it any longer. He smiled, stubbed out his cigarette, and walked over. Haha, I see that the major is smiling. The spider tank that had flipped over said happily, Major, you look so good when you smile. You should smile more. The picture ended there. In fact, there were more, but Liao could not bear it any longer. The awkward silence, which was almost frozen, rippled in the eyes of the mental devil and him. What the fuck is going on? Liao lowered his voice, but he could not suppress his confusion and anger. Why did the super elite of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, who is known as the ultimate weapon and the destroyer who has slain countless experts of the Imperium, set her personal magical equipment in such a way? Eyes hard to say. First of all, the mental devil said, the spider tank of this model is not a real artificial intelligence. It means that all its behavior patterns and interfaces are set according to the will of its master. The fact that it says things like, Major looks so good when you smile, you should smile more. It means that Chu Zhixiao knows subconsciously that he looks good when he smiles and wishes he could smile more. You can simply understand the relationship between Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank as our relationship. The interaction pattern of the spider tank reflects her other personality, which is completely different from the slaughter goddess. She is a innocent little girl. It was quite understandable. She was an innocent girl with the blood of the heretics flowing inside her body. But her childhood had been deprived too early, and her real self had been suppressed. Therefore, after she grasped part of the permissions, she created such a big toy for herself to ease the pain and depression inside her heart. It was quite normal. As for whether or not the leadership of the Star Glory Federation knows about it, they must know too. Judging from the settings of the Xianxia squad, they were part of an enormous experiment in the first place. How could they not know about it? But such a minor thing as creating a toy should still be tolerable for the leadership. The result was what we saw. So, Li Yao didn't care about the origin, the depression, or the personality projection. He went straight to the point. If we are going to sneak to Chu Zhixiao's side in the form of a spider tank, we have to speak in a high voice like elementary school students and call ourselves them. We even have to dance for her when she is not happy? This dance is not very difficult. The mental devil said, I've analyzed all the data on the voice print of the spider tank, the vocabulary, and the trajectory of the dance. It can be simulated 100%. Don't worry. Rest assured my ass. The question is not whether or not we can simulate it 100%. Liao finally burst into fury. I am the father of the Star Glory Federation, the king of the black wind of the Imperium of true human beings, the best expert of the Pangu universe. Even the Speaker of Parliament of the Federation has to wash my feet, and the Emperor of the Imperium of true human beings has to call me Big Brother respectfully. Xianxia, Lu Zue, Skeleton Dragon, the resurrected Pangu clan, and Black Star Emperor Wu Yingyi have all been blown to pieces by me. I, Vulture Li Yao, am such a dominating, and invincible man. In the end, I've roamed the Sea of Stars for more than 100 years, and in the end, I have to pretend to be such an idiot. How embarrassing. When did the Speaker of Parliament ever give you water to wash your feet? Isn't that the opposite of what you said? Shut up. It doesn't matter who washes whose feet. What matters is that I have the dignity as the father of the Federation, the king of the Black Wind, the best expert in the Pangu universe, and the high-dimensional virus. Li Yao replied brutally, I can, but I can't. With my identity and position right now, how am I going to live with myself if I do what is depicted in the picture? But it is the most convenient, fastest, and most promising way to lock onto the leadership of the Star Glory Federation by lurking next to Chu Zhixiao and tracking the Puppet King. Think about it carefully, the mental devil said. According to the data that we collected over the past few days, the main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is being assembled and transferred. Fleet after fleet from the core world of the Sanctuary Alliance has joined the Iron Torrent. They are truly out in force. A great war that will decide the fate of the center of the Sea of Stars is coming close. We don't have much time to waste. Don't you always like to say, for the future of the civilization of mankind, for the peace in the center of the Sea of Stars, and for the future of the Star Glory Federation, isn't it not unacceptable to sacrifice your image for everything? Besides, you don't have any image to begin with. What did you say? Li Yao's soul was as sharp as electric arcs. That's right. Do you think you are not notorious enough to play Wu Ying's video in the entire universe? All right then. Pondering for a long time, Li Yao sighed and said, Are there more pictures of Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank? Let's watch them. I'll think about it again. Yes. The mental devil played a few more videos. In one of the videos, Chu Zhixiao was fighting several ghouls, while the spider tank was cheering for him in the back. Come on. Come on. Major is so awesome. Major is so awesome. I worship Major so much. There was also a video of the spider tank drawing a big smiling face on its shell with a paintbrush. It suddenly jumped in front of Chu Zhixiao. Major! The other dozens of videos were all similar. Li Yao. The mental devil. Tvi made up my mind to give up infiltration and find a second target. Don't try to persuade me. If you do, we won't be brothers anymore. All right. The infiltration plan this time is indeed a bit more difficult. Let's find a second target and waste a few days. There's nothing we can do about it. Excellent. Let's retreat quietly then. Liao replied. Before the spider tank is sent to Chu Zhixiao. Wait. The mental devil suddenly sounded 100 times weirder than before. I found a new video clip. So what? Liao said. I've seen enough of such videos. I would rather die than submit. No. Look at this. The mental devil read the latest videos of the spider tank and displayed new pictures in Liao's soul. In the picture, a thin, tall man, whose face was as smooth and delicate as an egg, was smiling at Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank. Lamb Liao, Vulture Liao, the man smiled delightedly. I'm from a remote place on the other side of the Sea of Stars. Nice to meet you. But we'll meet again soon. In the flames of the explosion, Liao was dumbfounded. He watched the short video more than 10 times to make sure that he did not see or hear it wrong. Then his soul suddenly became sharp. What the hell is this? He gnashed his teeth in fury. This is the picture of the last battle between the Wuxia squad and the Puppet King. At that time, Chu Zhixiao was almost able to capture the Puppet King. But the Puppet King was well prepared. He hacked into the control system of the main warship Pursuit of Light and activated the self-detonation mode, blowing up almost half of the warship. The mental devil explained kindly. Chu Zhixiao and the rest of them, including the spider tank, were heavily wounded because of that and had to return to the base for a rest. That guy who looks like a salted duck egg is the Puppet King. I mean, what does he call himself? His name is Liao, Vulture Liao. Liao shrieked. You didn't do it, did you? 'Twould love to. But my head was dizzy a few days ago, and I couldn't get used to the new form of my life. What's more, the mental devil said. The Puppet King rose up in the sanctuary 1 to 2 years ago, which means that he has been lurking inside the sanctuary for at least 3 to 5 years. What about the Star Glory Federation, which was still in the Imperium of True Human Beings 3 to 5 years ago, and the Star Glory Federation, which was still in the periphery of the Sea of Stars 3 to 5 years ago? Where did I learn such a remarkable technique to jump to the sanctuary directly from the Federation? So, the shameless Puppet King is pretending to be me and trying to make me the scapegoat? Liao was so angry that his soul was shivering. He shouted, Shameless! You are too shameless. How could you pretend to be an innocent girl and sneak into someone else's room? You even tried to lure a girl with a miserable background like Chu Zhixiao with sordid tricks. Ouch! Well, it sounds like the Puppet King has the same purpose as us. The mental devil remarked. Even their methods are the same. Who said that? Of course, when we were forced into a corner, we would pretend to be somebody else and pretend to be somebody else. But we moved other people deeply with our pure and kind hearts. Then we conquered other people with our tall and magnificent charisma, so that the people who had been mired in the mud of darkness would see the light and grasp the right outlook on life, the world, and the values. We are the gentlest and most persuasive people. How can we be compared to the Puppet King, a sordid man who created ghouls for evil purposes? Liao was solemn. Pondering for a moment, he said, However, speaking of which, there are too many distinguished figures in the Imperium of True Human Beings. Why did the guy choose to impersonate me instead of anybody else? Is it because I've been dominating the Imperium recently, and even the devils lurking inside the sanctuary think that my name is more intimidating? They've a different opinion. I have a vague feeling that the Puppet King knows us, the mental devil said. He knows us. Liao was dazed for a moment. The Puppet King should have been lurking in the sanctuary since 2 to 3 years ago, and we only jumped to the center of the Sea of Stars 1 to 2 years ago. In other words, if we really know each other, we should not be in the Imperium of True Human Beings but old acquaintances of the Federation. It's possible. Didn't you hear him? He is from the other side of the Sea of Stars. Obviously, he is from the Federation. The mental devil said. Seeing that he is putting the blame on us with a smile, he does not seem to be a good friend. There must be a deep grudge between us. Think about it. How many enemies did we have in the Federation? Oh my! The question gave Liao a headache. Since I started fighting for justice and for peace, countless thieves have considered me to be a thorn in their side. The number of my enemies is enough to circle around the heaven's origin sector. How can you count them? Yes, you've been living and kicking in the sea of stars for more than 100 years. Naturally, you have a lot of enemies. But not many of them are as tough as the Puppet King, who has been lurking in the sanctuary for years without being discovered, who has even developed mental drugs such as the Taotai virus and infiltrated the brains of experts such as Chu Zhixiao, Yun Haixin, and Yuan Ko without alarming them. That's true. Liao thought hard for a long time but failed to come up with a suitable candidate. However, when he discovered that he had been framed by the Puppet King, he naturally had to reconsider his plan to replace his body. What do you think? Holding back his laughter, the mental devil asked, Do you want to change your plan? Well, Liao wanted to scratch his soul hard. He couldn't have been more confused. It seems that the clue of the Puppet King must be grasped. Not only is it related to the search for the Grand Master, but also the Star Glory Federation. Assuming that the Puppet King comes from a certain existence of the Star Glory Federation, and that he is captured by the Xianxia squad and sent to Master Zhishan, it is very likely that Master Zhishan will dig out information about the Star Glory Federation from his brain. By then, it is hard to say whether or not the Imperium of true human beings will be able to resist the large-scale attack of the Sanctuary Alliance, but the Federation will definitely be affected and suffer a destructive strike. No, I have to hide in the Xianxia squad and capture the Puppet King with them so that I can figure out his identity. If necessary, I have to kill him before he reveals the coordinates of the Federation. Liao's soul was particularly sharp. L'Agri. Then don't waste your time, the mental devil said. Come and learn how to play the personalized interactive mode of the spider tank, right? Chu Zhixiao has also given the spider tank a name. From now on, your name is Red Pig. Red Pig. Liao was silent again. Why don't we study it more carefully? Do we have a second option? TM afraid not. You don't have a choice, the mental devil said. It is the fastest and closest choice to the truth, unless you want to watch the Puppet King run amok in your name. Wait, what do you mean by my name? I have no choice. Liao shouted. Isn't that our name? We don't have a choice? You are Liao, aren't you? Why are you not fighting with me now? I remember that I just acknowledged you as my big brother a few days ago. Why don't you do it? When Chu Zhixiao makes some outrageous demands about the spider tank, you will take over its control system. You can sing, dance, and perform any funny show you want. I don't want it. The mental devil refused immediately. I have more important work to do. Liao asked, What job? To hack the spiritual nexus of the higher level of the Fuxi system, the mental devil said. To gain more control rights, to explore more secrets about the Sanctuary Alliance, and to try to reach out to the Star Ocean Imperium and transmit encrypted information to them. Such work will consume all my computational ability. Therefore, I cannot perform such a trivial task as interacting with the Xianxia squad. Why don't we switch jobs and you hack the Fuxi system? Liao said. Forget it. You do it. That must be it. Then play the role of the Major's pet seriously and try to capture the Puppet King. All right. Liao was silent for a long time. Then he gnashed his teeth. But I only have one request. The mental devil asked. What is it? This matter must not be spread out. Liao said. Once it is known by a third person, we will silence him. Okay? It's good. But I think you're too sensitive. Even if you really speak like an 8-year-old primary school student and even dance to the heavens, we all know that you are doing this for your motherland, for civilization, and for a very noble purpose. The mental devil replied, It's not a scandal. Nobody will laugh at you. Hey, Liao. TM sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I just happened to think of something very funny. Enough talk. The test is over. We are going to be sent back. Liao was suddenly alarmed. He did not have the time to argue with the mental devil. Instead, he focused his attention on the surface of the spider tank and crouched, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. It was placed on a floating disc and floated forward slowly in the pathway according to the coordinates that were automatically set. Soon he was sent to cabin No. 9, where the Yuxia squad was stationed. In the innermost lounge, Major Chu Zhixiao, who had just finished his treatment, was waiting for his return. It had been a long time since Liao was so nervous. He wasted no time in absorbing the data inside the memory chip and simulated the interactive habits that Chu Zhixiao had developed for the spider tank bit by bit with his amazing computational ability. The more he swallowed, the more he felt that he was better off dead. The floating disc stopped in front of the cabin door of the relaxation room. Liao was still hesitating. He was not ready to go in yet, but the cabin door opened automatically. Chu Zhixiao, in neat clothes, was savaging the gel target in the corner. Seeing that he was back, she suddenly turned around, her seemingly cold eyes full of joy. Liao made up his mind and walked in, waving his 6 limbs. "Major, are you all right? I'm so glad. You have no idea how worried I was." Liao spoke in the soft voice of a primary school student. Then, he raised his head and roared to the heavens, the earth, the universe, the stars, the name of Vulture Liao. "Of course I'm fine. Are you okay, too?" Chu Zhixiao smiled. He glanced at Liao and was relieved to find that it was exactly the same as before. "I'm fine too. Great. I can be with the major again." Liao stood up and danced in a circle with the pulleys on his back legs. "That's good. Promise me that you won't do such stupid things again. Okay?" Chu Zhixiao squatted in front of Liao. He patted Liao's head and said with a smile, "Idiot. I have a crystal suit and a spiritual shield. Even if the entire starship is blown up, it will not be able to kill me. But if you lunge at me, you might be melted by the blast and the flames. Do you understand?" "All right." Liao nodded obediently and lay beside Chu Zhixiao's feet. "But I'm worried about the major." Chu Zhixiao and the spider tank hugged each other. "I can't." Inside the spider tank, Liao's soul spoke to the mental devil. "I can't hold it any longer. Can the dialogue be any less disgusting? What kind of lousy interactive mode is this? This woman is a female fiend who has been through life and death for decades. How can she be so childish? Bear with it for a while. For the Federation, for the Imperium, and for universal peace." The mental devil replied, Sorry. I was distracted again and thought of something funny. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with what is happening right now. If you keep doing that, I'm going to hurt you." Liao gnashed his teeth. "Hey, check the history books and see if the woman will do anything worse to the spider tank. For example, take a shower with the spider tank. That's absolutely unacceptable. I don't want my 100-year-old reputation to be ruined." "Well, I didn't know that she had such a weird hobby." However, the mental devil said, a lot of the memory chips of the spider tank were damaged in the big explosion, and only less than 10% of the historical data was left. I don't know what unspeakable stories the major and the spider tank had in the remaining 90% of the time. Liao cursed silently. Then, she blinked her watery crystal eyes innocently and looked at the major. He did not have a mechanical tail. If he did, he would be shaking like a flower right now. Thankfully, Chu Zhixiao had not thought of doing anything outrageous yet. Kneeling on one of her knees, she lifted a metal cover on Liao's back and projected a 3D light beam with her fingerprints, iris, and brainwave recognition. It was the debugging and control interface of the spider tank. Chu Zhixiao's hands were flying as he examined the memory chip and the interactive mode data of the spider tank. Liao's soul was lurking deep inside the crystal processor. Naturally, he was not discovered by her. But after reading for a long time, she still sighed. "Red Pig, you seem to have lost 90% of your memories in the big explosion 2 days ago." The expression on her face was somewhat absent-minded. It was more like she was talking about herself than the spider tank. Major Chu Zhixiao was the ultimate weapon. Didn't the survivors of countless cruel experiments lose a lot of memories after being brainwashed time and time again? Did she really know nothing about her past? Or was it that she could vaguely feel that a certain fate that was as tightly entangled as a python was constantly swallowing her? "Come on. I'll give you the same clearance as I do. I'll connect you to the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau and transmit all the files about the Puppet King to you. Chu Zhixiao paused for a moment and continued. Right? There's also Vulture Li Yao's files. Analyze them and see if you can find anything in common. In a moment, a new meeting will be held with Black Dream, Titan, and Seven Star. This time, we are very close to the Puppet King. Next time, we must capture him. After synchronizing with Li Yao, Chu Zhixiao left the relaxation room and returned to the med bay. Her wounds had not fully recovered yet, and she had to return to the med bay to check her body status regularly. Li Yao was somewhat relieved, but then he couldn't help but laugh. There were benefits to enduring humiliation like this. As it tuned out, he had the highest clearance to access the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau easily. Although the mental devil could crack such permissions, it was too time-consuming and easy to leave traces. It was not as easy as it was right now to walk into the room openly. Puppet King, what are you exactly? How dare you use my name, Vulture Li Yao, and force me to be so shameless? Li Yao's soul extended two giant hands and rubbed them hard. He mumbled, "Let me rip off all your disguises. Shwa, 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 shwa." In the main database of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, all the data regarding the Puppet King and the God's Heart Association, from their reappearance in front of the world for the first time to the unbelievable destructive cases, to the case where a priest of the Kindest clan was infected and a main warship was detonated, were presented to Li Yao. Li Yao had a better understanding about the Puppet King now. He discovered that the mental devil was right. The enemy of an enemy might not be a friend, but an even more evil enemy. Of course, the Sanctuary Alliance itself was already extremely evil. It was very difficult to find an existence that was even more evil than the Sanctuary Alliance. It would be better to say that the Puppet King's way of doing things was exactly the same as the leadership of the Sanctuary Alliance. They regarded human beings as some kind of experimental subjects and played with and savaged them at their will. The guy was probably a meditation healer or something similar. He was very good at invading the brains of human beings and invented all kinds of mental drugs based on human nature. Once the mental drugs took effect, they would trigger certain aspects of human beings' emotions and desires to the extreme, which was the polar opposite of the people of the Sanctuary Alliance. Laziness, greed, arrogance, gluttony, all the weaknesses of human nature would be magnified by him in unbelievable ways. The first mental drug developed by the Puppet King was named disillusionment. Once infected with the disillusionment virus, the factor of sloth deep inside the soul of a human being would be automatically activated, and it would be magnified to the maximum so that the victim's behavior would be completely controlled. The victim would feel like doing nothing except eating and sleeping. They would either lie down comfortably or lean against the cabin wall, staring at the lights on the dome in a daze. In a place where the disillusionment virus was spreading on a large scale, if there was an entire mine or a cabin on the bottom floor of a starship, all the residents of the bottom floor of the Alliance, including the soldiers and the workers, would stop working and simply stare at the sky. At first, the leadership of the Sanctuary Alliance did not know the existence of the disillusionment virus, the Puppet King, or the God's Heart Association. They thought that there was something wrong with the brainwashing of the low-level members of the Sanctuary Alliance. However, with the large-scale laziness or even total discontinuation of work on different planets and starships, it naturally attracted the attention of the leadership of the Star Glory Federation, who discovered the existence of the disillusionment virus. It was naturally meant to shake the foundation of the sanctuary. However, no matter how they brainwashed the infected with holy light or forced them to work again, the victims of the virus simply lay on the ground lazily, unable to get up. In the end, after exhausting countless resources, the cure rate of the illusion virus was only 70%. Besides, after the treatment, the efficiency of the soldier bees and the worker bees would be greatly undermined too. 30% of the patients could not be cured at all. The disillusionment virus had seriously consumed the capability of the Star Glory Federation and put the Puppet King and his organization into the center of the stage the moment they showed up. They had become a major headache for the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao found it hard to comment on the function of the disillusionment virus. Of course, the Sanctuary Alliance exploited ordinary people 10 times more cruelly than the Star Ocean Imperium did. At least in the Star Ocean Imperium, people still had the ability to fight back. But in the Sanctuary Alliance, even the idea of fighting back had been deprived and obliterated. Therefore, it would not be a bad thing if the bottom-level members of the Sanctuary Alliance rebelled by slacking and striking. However, a cripple who did not have any desire or motivation to work, who refused to work under the threat of whipping and death, was still too terrifying. Liao found it hard to imagine that the disillusionment virus had spread to the Imperium and the Federation on a large scale. If everyone was not working, how could civilization progress? How could it even exist? More importantly, the Sanctuary Alliance was not a place of mercy. Those who were unable to work because of the disillusionment virus were purified mercilessly in the end. It was an outcome that the Puppet King had foreseen. The guy has indeed stomped on human nature since the very beginning. Liao commented coldly and continued reading. The second drug developed by the Puppet King was named Glory. Compared to the simple and crude disillusionment virus and the Taotai virus, the Glory virus was much more inconspicuous and deceptive. In the past, the people of the Sanctuary Alliance did not have emotions or self-awareness. They only knew how to obey blindly. They were too rigid and inflexible. It was also the reason why we failed to defeat the Imperium of true human beings, the Devil Kingdom on Earth, for thousands of years. Although we are loyal to the gods, our loyalty is far from enough. We must increase our loyalty by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, to the level of fanaticism. We must learn to think independently and think about how to be loyal to the gods in a better way. We must learn to love, and to love our leader, the greatest master of kindness. We must also learn to hate our most wretched enemy, the extraterrestrial devils. It was the enlightenment that the Glory virus would bring to the infected. In the past, the people of the Star Glory Federation were nothing but simple tools. They knew neither love nor hate. They simply carried out orders mechanically. But right now, the people who had been infected by the Glory virus had awakened. They loved their leaders, hated their enemies, and worshipped the gods crazily. They had become the most passionate fanatics. The fanatics referred to themselves as awakened people or glorious people, while the other people of the sanctuary, who were still muddle-headed and had no sense of subjectivity, were the fools and the blind people. Their slogan was 100% of the faith is not enough. 120% of the faith is the real faith. They believed that it was because there were too many the fools and the blind people in the sanctuary that the glory of the gods had not spread to the entire universe yet. Since the current path was not feasible, he had to change to a more fanatical and extreme way. As for the evidence, wasn't it right in front of him? If the current path was correct, why did he waste 1,000 years and still fail to resolve a small empire? Therefore, of course, the fanatics had to turn the world upside down, wake up more the fools and blind ones, and spread their glory to every nerve in the entire sanctuary. If the disillusionment virus could make people slack off, the glory virus could be said to be on the other side of the spectrum. The fanatics who were infected by the virus all seemed to be slacking off, as if they were disloyal to their master and the gods and possessed by the extraterrestrial devils. As a result, cases where the infected attacked other people on countless planets and starships were reported. Those who were captured were often justified. They woke other people up because they wanted to inspire their loyalty and honor and improve their work efficiency. The glorious virus grew more and more intense. Later, there was even an absurd theory. It was said that 2 of the 5 supreme masters were in favor of revolution. They wanted to inject more positive ingredients into the brains of the soldier bees and the worker bees, so that they would be brighter, more determined, and more fanatical. But the other 3 masters had different opinions. They were still hesitating and insisting on their current path, which was destined to be hopeless. Therefore, the realists and the honors had to support their master and show the hesitant masters their strength. It was not hard to imagine how much damage the victims of the glorious virus would cause when they thought that they had a backer and that they could cause a riot. If such absurd rumors reached the ears of the 5 supreme masters, they would certainly be shocked. The glory virus was much more destructive than the disillusionment virus. It had even caused vague cracks among the 5 supreme masters. It was also from then on that the puppet king and his belief would surface and make him the public enemy of the entire sanctuary. One wave after another rose up. The flames raised by the disillusionment virus and the glory virus were not put out yet, and the Tautai virus was spreading again. If the first 2 types of viruses were too abstract and impractical, the Tautai virus was the most primitive appetite for human beings. Could spread faster, had a larger range, and was more difficult to defend. Countless soldier bees and worker bees had turned into ghouls. Even the priests of the kindest clan had been corrupted. It was evident that the puppet king's cultivation and his ability to produce brain viruses were improving day by day and were unstoppable. After reading the files of the puppet king, Liao could not calm himself down for a long time. I suddenly feel that he is much better than you. Really? Look, the mental devil said. After you came to the Imperium of true human beings, you met a series of coincidences by accident. At first, you tried to cozy up to the Empress. Then, you relied on Long Yangjun, Little Ming, and Wenwen. In the end, you had to rely on your own brother, Li Jialing, to back you up. Even so, you failed to take care of the Imperium. You had to compromise with the immortal cultivators such as Lei Chenhu and cook a half-cooked bowl of raw rice. You failed to eliminate the 4 major families, too. The so-called half-wall Black Wind King of the Imperium is in fact sloppy and unclear. Weakness and compromise are on full display. Look at the puppet king. Look at him. If he is an old friend of the Star Glory Federation, he must have been a lone wolf who led a squad to the Sanctuary Alliance. But he was able to create all kinds of bizarre, deadly viruses from scratch and fight against the 5 supreme masters of kindness by himself. He turned the entire Sanctuary Alliance upside down. No matter how many God blessers, purifiers, and cleaners the Sanctuary Alliance sent out, he always swaggered and got away with it. The existence of the Puppet King has seriously undermined the evil plan of the leadership of the Star Glory Federation to gather all the resources and fight a last battle against the Star Glory Federation. The main force of the Star Glory Federation has been delayed, and the leadership of the Star Glory Federation have been forced to devote most of their energy and resources to the internal affairs of the Star Glory Federation. Otherwise, the main fleet of the Star Glory Federation might have appeared in the sky of the Imperial capital half a year ago, and the Star Glory Federation would have been doomed a long time ago. You, the Black Wind King, wouldn't have had the chance to show off at all. Therefore, on the surface, you saved the Imperium and the entire Pangu universe indirectly. But in fact, your medal should be half, if not half, of the Puppet King's. Difference. This is the difference. In comparison, you are far from them. No wonder the Puppet King ranks first in the individual threat database of the people of the Star Glory Federation, while you are merely in the top 3. Hey, that's enough. I've been suppressed by someone. Do I look glorious on your face? Liao couldn't help but say, I'm a man of the righteous path. Naturally, I have a lot of scruples when doing things. But this Puppet King is a despicable and perverted lunatic. He can even think of evil things like the disillusionment virus, the glory virus, and the Tautai virus. Of course, he looks a bit more arrogant. But don't you think that, for a nation as evil as the Sanctuary Alliance, only the methods of the Puppet Kings are effective? As the saying goes, fight poison with poison, the mental devil said. After reading the cases, I'm more and more impressed by this mysterious old friend. Haha, to think that he came up with the idea that we have the support of 2 supreme masters. All the awakeners, seize our glory. Ha ha ha. I really want to see the faces of the 5 fellows when they hear the story. Please be more firm in your stance. We are cultivators. We absolutely won't use the lives and dignity of ordinary people as weapons. Liao said solemnly, at the end of the day, there is no difference between the Puppet King and the Supreme Master. They are both twisting and obliterating humanity for their own purposes. If the God's Heart Society of the Puppet King really takes over the power of the entire sanctuary, he will only transform the sanctuary into an even darker and more evil nation. Hee. Of course, that's what I thought. However, the mental devil said, If you were the puppet king, what would you do in the face of such a holy alliance? No, there is no need to swap them at all. Let's just say that the situation in front of us is good. It's true that the Holy Alliance, which is controlled by the 5 Supreme Masters, is not good, but what can you do? Even if you slay the 5 Supreme Masters instantly with your destructive techniques, what are you going to do about the billions of civilians of the vast Holy Alliance who have lost their humanity and the hundreds of sectors whose resources are scarce and are on the verge of collapse? Come on, tell me, with your cultivation spirit and charisma, how are you going to maintain the post-Sanctuary Alliance era without a wise master? How are you going to awaken the humanity of the soldiers and the worker bees bit by bit with the safety, order, and the resources needed for the minimum cycle of billions of creatures and hundreds of worlds? Yes, the Puppet King is a fierce drug with strong side effects. If you feel that he is wrong, what about your prescription, Dr. Li? Liao was dazed for a long time. Then he said, "We can't do that anyway. There must be another way, right?" "Ha!" the mental devil replied. Liao gritted his teeth. "Look at the victims of the disillusionment virus who don't even know how to scream in pain when they are beaten black and blue, and the ghouls who turn into animals by feeding on the flesh and blood of their own kind. Do you think that is the right way to wake up their humanity?" "All right, I was wrong. It's not." The mental devil replied. "Play the passionate videos." Liao, the mental devil. Liao sighed. "Forget it. I'm tired enough pretending to be a spider tank. I don't want to argue with you. Can we change the topic?" "Sure." The mental devil replied. "The Puppet King is naturally the focus of our attention, but the movements of the main force of the Star Glory Federation are even more important. Although there are not many military secrets in the database of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau, we can still find some clues from the frequency and the range of the cases. You see, 2 years ago, when the various viruses of the Puppet King were just released, most of the cases took place on habitable planets and resource planets. But gradually, fewer and fewer cases took place on planets, and more cases took place on starships. There's also the range of infection. In the beginning, the outbreak of the virus was usually confined to 1 or 5 starships. But in the past half year, when the virus broke out, the infected could often be found on dozens of starships. What does that mean? Liao pondered for a moment and said, "The Puppet King's technology in making mental drugs is getting more and more sophisticated. Also, the brain viruses developed by him have gone through weird mutations, too. Are they more contagious and destructive than before? That is one of the reasons. But more importantly, it is indicative that most of the forces of the Star Alliance have been transferred from the planets to starships, which are getting denser and denser." The mental devil analyzed. "You see, 2 years ago, a lot of resources and troops of the Holy Alliance were scattered on the planets of various sectors. They were far away from each other, and the transmission of information was not frequent. Therefore, the virus of the Puppet King could only break out on one planet at a time. But in only 2 years, most of the resources and troops on the planets have been integrated into the starships, which have been gathering into a magnificent fleet. Maybe it is a super fleet that has never been seen since the expedition to the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. It is exactly because a lot of starships have been compressed to a very small space and connected to the same large, complicated network of battle data where astronomical information is flowing among hundreds of starships every second that the brain virus of the Puppet King has caused so much damage. It is also one of the reasons why the leadership of the Star Glory Federation is in a hurry to eliminate the Puppet King as soon as possible. Since a great war is coming, their battle data network will only get tighter and tighter. They will not split or even paralyze the entire network for the Puppet King alone. In other words, if we can capture the Puppet King in advance and find a way to manipulate or even swallow him, we might be able to crush the entire battle network of the Star Glory Federation at the critical moment of the war between the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium with the Puppet King's strength. Makes sense. We can't do what the Puppet King did. But since the guy has been stirring trouble inside the Sanctuary Alliance for such a long time, he must know the fatal loopholes of the spiritual nexus, the Fushi system of the Sanctuary Alliance like the back of his hand. If we can seize, suppress, or even swallow the Puppet King, we will certainly have deeper control over the weakness of the Fushi system. By then, with the existence of the loopholes and our amazing abilities, won't we be able to control the entire system easily? Liao rubbed his hands and said, "At the end of the day, there are only 5 of them. They are only able to manipulate tens of thousands of starships and planets with the help of the Fuxi system and condense them into an evil civilization. If the Fuxi system collapses, their evil reign will be doomed, and we will be able to solve the problem at the center of the universe without shedding any blood. The situation right now is similar to a few years ago when the Black Wind Fleet, the Star Glory Federation, and Professor Xianxia were at loggerheads." The mental devil smiled and said, "The main fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance is like the Black Wind Fleet, and the Imperium of true human beings is like the Star Glory Federation. When the two parties are at loggerheads, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and we will play the role of Professor Xianxia and hide in the spiritual nexus, waiting to reap the benefits and watch the show. If we can capture or even devour the Puppet King, it is very likely that the system will be paralyzed or even hijacked. But as I said before, what will happen next? It might be easy to paralyze the Fuxi system, but you must know that the billions of soldiers and worker bees can only maintain the most basic order through the control of the Fuxi system. Even the worst order is better than none. If we kill all the Supreme Masters instantly and paralyze the entire network of the Star Glory Federation, we will tell every member of the Star Glory Federation that there is no God at all. What do you think the consequences will be? Will the side effects be less than those of the Puppet King's disillusionment virus, the Glory virus, and the Tautai virus?" Liao was deep in thought and did not speak for a long time. "You can destroy their gods, but you cannot make them abandon order and hope. If you want to maintain the basic order of the Holy Alliance and stabilize the triangular relationship between the Star Glory Federation, the Star Glory Federation, and the Star Glory Federation, you must guide the entire civilization of mankind to a brighter future in the most peaceful way possible. In such a way, a new god must be created. For example," the mental devil said gloomily, "make use of the strengthened education function of the Gold Crystal Tower and the spread of the Fuxi system, and build yourself into a savior, a kind, righteous, and bright new god. I think that's a good idea. Do you want to consider it? That will be unnecessary. There is no such thing as kindness, justice, and brightness as long as one is a god." Liao refused immediately. "I only believe in my compatriots, human beings. I don't believe in any god, including myself. I will never become a god. Never." "All right," the mental devil mumbled. "Then try to influence the soldiers and worker bees one by one with your charisma and hot blood. I wish you success." Liao sniffed and ignored the guy. He discovered that, although the mental devil was no longer confronting him face to face like in the beginning, revealing all kinds of hideous and evil appearances and even pretending to be obedient and cooperative, the sharpness hidden behind its meekness was even more irresistible. Was the new god the only one who could maintain the basic order of the post-sanctuary alliance and transform the people of the alliance? Liao triggered his soul and crushed the distracting thought. He focused his attention and started studying the new files. Well, not the files of the Puppet King, but the files of Black Wind King Liao. He was going to give an analysis report to the 4 core members of the Xianxia squad later. An hour later, Liao met the other 3 core members of the Xianxia squad in the meeting room. Sure enough, they were all experts with extraordinary abilities. Their appearances were extremely fierce. As his name suggested, Liao had never seen such a strong magnetic field before. If the vitality magnetic field of common nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators was like a burning tree, then Yuan Ko's vitality magnetic field was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Even though Liao's soul was hiding in the depths of the spider tank, he could still feel the heat that was thousands of degrees high. At such a burning speed, the life of a normal expert should have been burnt out within a year and a half. However, judging from the terrifying appearance of Yuan Ko, who was almost 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide, with his strengthened plate armor embedded into his muscles and tubes with suspicious liquids flowing out of his chest and into his back, it was not hard to guess that the guy had nothing to do with normal. Black Dream Yun Haixin was the most mysterious of the 4. Yuan Ko had expanded the magnetic field of his life to the maximum at any moment. Yun Haixin, on the other hand, had reduced the magnetic field of his life to almost nothing, making it impossible to detect his heartbeat, breath, pulse, and brainwaves. If Liao's crystal camera had not detected that he was sitting right in front of him, he would not have been able to notice him at all. What a powerful stealth ability! Not only does it involve aura reduction and optical refraction, it is also partly an illusion. He has been releasing illusions to interfere with the brainwaves and soul perception of the people around him and hiding himself in certain illusions. Liao was secretly surprised. Judging from the capability that Black Dream Yun Haixin demonstrated so casually, she would definitely be one of the best experts in the Imperium of true human beings, even in the families of the 4 electors. How could such a capable, respected noble immortal cultivator end up in the inner circle of the Star Glory Federation and even willingly become a lackey of the Star Glory Federation without being brainwashed? Liao could not figure it out at all. However, for him right now, neither Major Chu Zhixiao, Titan Yuan Ko, nor Black Dream Yun Haixin were the greatest threats. The 7-star Guan Qixing should be. The monster formed by the 7 remaining souls was controlling a seemingly ordinary artificial body. But inside the deformed and expanded metal brain was a supercrystal processor with a computational ability higher than that of the spider tank. 7 glittering crystal cameras were embedded in the center of the mask, each of which was blinking with different colors, representing the wisdom of the 7 crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, the tracing experts, and the antivenom experts. Major Chu Zhixiao might not have sensed the subtle difference before and after the explosion of the spider tank. However, crystal processors and antivirus specialists such as 7-star Guan Qixing might have discovered Liao, the universal virus. He had to be fully alert and deal with it carefully. Shua, 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 shua. While observing the 4 core members of the Xianxia squad quietly and considering his disguise and countermeasures, Liao tried his best to project the files about the Puppet King and the Black Wind King in the form of 3-dimensional information streams, which formed an endless river of data above the meeting room. While the Puppet King was trying to detonate a main force warship with the Ghoul incident as a disguise, a case of remote invasion and sabotage took place on Black Castle, a planet in the front line of the Deep Earth sector. The intruder was most likely the infamous new expert of the Imperium of true human beings, the Black Wind King Liao. Wow, how terrifying! Liao waved his forelimbs and said in a trembling voice, "We are all familiar with the files of the Puppet King. Here are the files of the Black Wind King. Don't let your guard down. This Liao is truly awesome. He is both sordid and shameless. He is the epitome of all the dark essence of the extraterrestrial devils. He is best at sneaking around, infiltrating the enemy's rear, and bewitching people. He can sneak to our side at any time. We must be careful and capture this big baddie." "That's right," Chu Zhixiao added. "The Puppet King and the Black Wind King, Liao, are both among the top 3 individuals in the latest version of the Personal Threat Database. But we've never associated the Puppet King with the Black Wind King before, and the investigation and mission targeting the Black Wind King is not the responsibility of the Xianxia squad." However, in only a few days, the Black Wind King and the Puppet King made a lot of noise almost at the same time. Also, their methods were very similar. They could hack into the brains of the people of the Star Glory Federation remotely and partly control the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. Therefore, there is an equal sign between the 2 dangerous persons. I am suspicious about the relationship between the 2 people, too. Therefore, I asked for permission from above to include Black Wind King Liao in our investigation. Let's discuss and act on the premise that Black Wind King Liao and the mysterious Puppet King might have a very close relationship. Black Dream, you are from the Star Ocean Imperium and know a lot about the immortal cultivators. Why don't you tell me what you think of Black Wind King Liao? Is it possible that he is the Puppet King? It's been almost 20 years since I left the Imperium. Liao, the Black Wind King, is an expert who rose to fame only recently. I know as much about him as you do. Black Dream, Yun Haixin smiled and said, "However, I know the citizens of the Imperium better than you do. and I also know the complicated and messy forces inside the Imperium. Therefore, I also know what an unbelievable miracle the rise of the Black Wind King is. In only 1 to 2 years, he helped the Empress of the Imperium and the God of War, Lei Qinghu, establish the banner of the revolution of the Imperium. He seized the supreme power of the Imperium, occupied the imperial capital, and destroyed the remaining soul of Wu Yingqi, the Black Star Emperor. The coalition fleet of the 4 electors and the imperial fleet, which had been at an overwhelming advantage, were beaten to a pulp by him. The guy is known as the half-wall of the Imperium. He is truly worthy of his name. He is truly terrifying. Yes, yes, Li Yao chimed in. How terrifying. Black Dream, Yun Haixin glanced at Li Yao. Li Yao was still shivering. This was also the usual reaction of the spider tank's Red Pig. Although Yun Haixin did not like to set cold machines to be so humane, he could still turn a blind eye to it since it was the Major's pet. More importantly, I can't find out anything about him. Yun Haixin continued her analysis. As early as 20 years ago, when I left the Imperium, not only did such a person not exist, he didn't even have the resources to raise such a monster. Judging from his amazing performance over the past year, he must have been in the middle level of the divinity transformation stage or even higher. Such a shocking expert could not have lurked in the darkness for decades without anybody knowing, much less jumping out of a rock. According to the public files of the Star Ocean Imperium, he returned to the Imperium as the commander-in-chief of the Black Wind Fleet. However, there was not such a cruel, shameless guy in the fleet of the Black Wind Fleet that had to flee to the edge of the Sea of Stars after being crushed by the Sanctuary Alliance 100 years ago. Otherwise, the Black Wind Fleet wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. In other words, he probably joined the Black Wind Fleet during the expedition of the Black Wind Fleet to the edge of the Sea of Stars and took the title of Black Wind King and the right to command. Is it possible? An unknown man at the edge of the Sea of Stars snuck into the intimidating, unstoppable fleet of the Black Wind and stole the supreme command of the fleet. He even snuck into the Imperium and turned it upside down, turning it into a powerful minister and even influencing the choice of the Emperor of the Imperium. Can such an unbelievable thing be done in only several years? Impossible. Li Yao shook his head and replied, absolutely not. But the fact is that the Black Wind King does exist. Chu Zhixiao said. Besides, he rose up at the same time as the Puppet King. The Black Wind King and the Puppet King are like a mirror image of the Holy Alliance and the Imperium. Yes, if they do exist, there is only one answer. Yun Haixin thought to himself, there is also an extremely powerful organization hiding in the periphery of the Sea of Stars. It is not as large as the Imperium of true human beings, but it is at least as large as 20 sectors and boasts technology that is even more advanced than that of the Imperium or even the Holy Alliance in certain fields. Maybe that is the nest of the extraterrestrial devils, and only then can the real emissaries be produced. Li Yao sighed. Then, in your opinion, are they 1 or 2 people? Chu Zhixiao continued. Before Yun Haixin could reply, Yuan Kuo interrupted her. It must be 2 people. The riot on Black Castle and the latest zombie incident broke out at the same time. How could one person manipulate 2 plots at the same time? That is not a problem. Yun Hai thought to himself, if the guy is really in the middle level of the divinity transformation stage, he might split his soul into multiple parts and act at the same time. Or is the form of 7-star 1 or 2 people? Of course, the Puppet King and the Black Wind King might be from the same mysterious and enormous organization. Names are just their code names. They are not important. More importantly, their techniques are all unpredictable, and unpredictable. If we are not careful, our brains will be invaded, jammed, or even swallowed by them. This is a big problem. If we don't take care of the brain virus that they spread out, it is very likely that they will run away even if we get close to them again. 7-star, have you figured out anything from the methodology of brain invasion targeting the Puppet King? Yes. Every crystal camera on Guan Qixing's face was glittering. He said in a low voice, ever since I was in close contact with the Puppet King and had his brain and soul invaded so that he could control our retina and auditory nerves, I've captured his invasion mode and retrieved some interesting data. Tan write a new set of antivirus mental defense wall, according to his invasion mode, and inject it into the crystal processor of the red pig. It will be equipped with defense and tracking functions. In such a way, if I run into the Puppet King again and he does the same thing again, the red pig will be able to interfere with his invasion and even inject a certain tracking factor into his soul to locate his true self. However, in order for the mental defense wall to be 100% effective, we still need to have a perfect mind. There is not the slightest gap in our souls, and we cannot have any weaknesses. The brain virus works based on the weakness of human beings. Therefore, the mental defense wall must protect the weakness deep inside our soul too. I know that everybody was occupied by the Puppet King and did not know that they were in an illusion. Then, did the Puppet King say anything to disturb you in the illusion? Guan Qixing's words raised a weird atmosphere in the meeting room. Liao looked to his left and to his right. He found that both the brutal Yuan Ko and the mysterious Yun Haixin were in a trance, as if they were unwilling to expose their weaknesses of human nature. Even if everyone was their fellow sufferer and their closest comrade, it was still unacceptable. After a long silence, Guan Qixing said, "Since it was me who raised the question, let me be the first to answer it. Although I was in the safe zone outside of the engine compartment at that time, the Puppet King still found me and invaded me. The Puppet King did not attack my soul. He simply asked me a question. He asked me, since I am a new life made of 7 remnant souls, which of the 7 remnant souls is the master and which is the second? Which of the 7 life segments do I prefer?" The tricky question seemed to have drained all of Guan Qixing's computational ability. The colorful brilliance on his face dimmed as soon as he finished his sentence. He fell into the illusion of the Puppet King, too. After smashing thousands of virtual ghouls that he created, he said something to me, too. He asked me, "What are you scared of exactly?" Yuanko took a long breath after he finished his speech. His enormous body collapsed. Yun Haixin continued, "Like you, the Puppet King sent me a message through the illusions, too. He said that I knew why you stayed in the sanctuary." Emotionlessly, Chu Zhixiao listened and concluded, "I'm afraid you've all heard what the Puppet King said to me. I asked the priest whether or not he knew that he was being controlled, and the Puppet King asked me whether or not I knew that I was being controlled, nothing more." The 4 members of the Xianxia squad fell into silence. Even in such a notorious heretical squad, some taboos had never been broken. No one had ever asked who Guan Qixing was, whether he was the amalgamation of 7 remnant souls, whether he was made up of 7 different people, whether one of his personalities had swallowed the other 6 personalities, or whether he was a spiritual puppet that had only inherited the memories of 7 people. No one had ever asked why a ferocious beast in the form of a human being such as Titan Yuanko would often shiver and sob in his nightmares, as if he were terrified of something. No one had ever asked why an immortal cultivator with a high cultivation such as Black Dream Yun Haixin, who had a deep understanding of the brain and a clear memory and self-awareness, would degrade herself and stay in the Sanctuary Alliance to help the villains. Of course, it also included the fact that no one had ever asked their captain, Major Chu Zhixiao, whether or not he knew about their past, what was going on with their damn Xianxia squad, and whether or not they were part of an enormous experiment. At the very least, with the wisdom of Black Dream Yun Haixin, he should have thought of it and indeed did. Now and then, he would mock himself. But he never asked Chu Zhixiao, as if she had never asked him. But right now, the Puppet King had grasped all their secrets and dissected their twisted humanity layer by layer with sharp scalpels, toying with their fatal weaknesses. The meeting was temporarily suspended. The 4 core members of the Xianxia squad were all in a trance. They had to meditate and train to stabilize their belief. They have a feeling. At the end of the meeting, Black Dream Yun Haixin said gloomily, "It won't be long before the 4 of us clean up each other. Maybe this is the fate of the cleaners." Liao and Chu Zhixiao returned to her lounge again. Chu Zhixiao was curled up in a corner again. He lit a cigarette and hid himself in the rising smoke. Confusion and vulnerability were beaming out of his frozen eyes. She smoked one cigarette after another in silence. But Liao wanted to break the silence. Not by dancing, of course. This might be a good opportunity for him to get closer to Chu Zhixiao's heart and let him know what was on Chu Zhixiao's mind. The captain of the Yuxia squad, the woman who carried the destiny of slaughtering fairies, did not know her past or her destiny at all. Of course, it was not as simple as that. There were no detectaphones or monitoring crystal cameras in the room, nor was there any need for them. It was because a lot of data-collecting magical equipment was stored inside Liao's spider tank, which could transmit endless sounds and pictures to the mainframe crystal processor of the Heresy Interrogation Bureau. It was even possible that it could be transmitted to a higher level and reach the ears of Master Zhishan. Therefore, Liao had to slightly interfere with the data collection mode of the spider tank and send out fake sounds and pictures to cover up the real conversation between him and Chu Zhixiao. The work took the mental devil 10 minutes. Then, he would finally be able to have a mental clash with Chu Zhixiao without anybody knowing. Major, Liao stuck to her.